Hey guys, before starting please like, share and subscribe. Now let's start the story. On a remote island, a team of hunters faces off against enormous, monstrous ants. Their leader stands his ground, declaring they must hold the line at all costs. Retreat is not an option. But things take a turn for the worse as the hunters are quickly overwhelmed. The leader starts to black out, one of the ants tearing into him, and death seems inevitable. Just then, a man with incredibly potent healing abilities appears, saving him at the last second. The leader panics, realizing the healer is now in danger too, but before disaster strikes, another warrior intervenes. This new arrival calls on his teammate, who immediately jumps into action, demolishing the ants with ridiculous ease. The first group watches in awe, realizing they were never the main event. These new fighters are top-tier warriors, the elite of their kind. The powerful duo wipes out the red ants without breaking a sweat, but just as they finish, a monstrous white ant emerges. Rather than retreat, they prepare for battle, leaving the wounded leader in the healer's care. The fight escalates as the team works together to tear apart the massive ant. One of them rips off its limbs mid-battle and uses its own severed arm to deliver the final blow. But before they can even breathe, an entire horde of these white ants appears. It turns out the behemoth they just defeated was only the beginning. But these top hunters don't flinch. One powers up with crackling electricity while the other unleashes raw muscle, tearing through his own clothes as he bulks up. Their battle is so intense that it can be seen all the way from the city, where a man named Choi watches with relief, knowing the reinforcements arrived in time. Choi has his own problems. The city is overrun with ants, but he and his squad are handling it. With a burst of flames, he incinerates the creatures, leaving only the colorless ones standing. Then we learn the backstory. 10 years ago, mysterious portals connecting to other dimensions suddenly appeared across the world, unleashing terrifying creatures. Only those awakened as hunters could stand against them. Hunters are classified by power levels, with S rank at the top and E rank at the bottom. The catch? Once their abilities awaken, they can't improve. No amount of training will make them stronger. Fast forward 3 years, and a construction site has now turned into a full-fledged dungeon raid location. A man stops to grab a drink before heading in, only to be surprised when an old friend calls out to him. His friend is shocked to see him back, knowing he had quit being a hunter. The guy admits it's true, but life hit him hard. His wife is expecting their second child, and he needs cash fast. At the same time, another hunter arrives. His name is Jin Woo, and he's already infamous. The other hunters have nicknamed him the weakest hunter in existence. As he enters, someone asks why everyone seems to know him. For a second, it sounds like he might be famous for his strength, but it's the opposite. He's earned his reputation for being completely hopeless in battle. The guy once ended up hospitalized from injuries sustained in an E-rank dungeon. If there were a rank lower than E, he'd be in it. Ironically, this terrible reputation works in his favor. If someone like him is invited to a raid, it means the dungeon must be easy. Jinwoo overhears every harsh word said about him, but he doesn't argue, because every bit of it is true. He's just that weak, so weak that a woman named Ji calls him out on it. Turns out, Jinwoo knows her from a past mission, but there's no time for pleasantries. She's more concerned about his latest injuries and demands to know what happened this time. They sit down, and Jinwoo admits, rather embarrassingly, that he got hurt in the lowest-ranking dungeon. Worse yet, his team didn't even bring a healer because they thought no hunter would be careless enough to get injured there. Unfortunately, they underestimated the disaster that is Jinwoo. Ji gets annoyed on his behalf, but Jinwoo already knows the truth. It's no one's fault but his own for being so weak. As the team prepares to enter the dungeon, a guy named S. Chio steps up and suggests he take the lead for this expedition. No one objects, so he takes charge. Before heading in, Jinwoo gets a friendly warning to stay close to the group so he doesn't get hurt again. His only weapon is a dull, weak knife with barely any magic power. It's all he can afford with his meager earnings. Still, he promises himself to do his best. Elsewhere, the president of the Hunters Association, Juki, wraps up a meeting with government officials. They warn him about something called a dungeon break, which must be prevented. Yet, at the same time, these officials demand a share of the materials recovered from dungeons. Since hunters make their living by selling those items, Juki doesn't object. The crystals they obtain from magical creatures, known as magic gems, are a valuable source of income. Back in the dungeon, Jinwoo somehow manages to get his hands on a magic gem. He's thrilled, but his excitement is short-lived when he has to fend off a goblin. The moment he attacks, his blade shatters into pieces. The goblin retaliates, stabbing Jinwoo, and instead of fighting back, he just stands there screaming. Luckily, the big guy from earlier rushes in, ignoring the useless girl, and saves him. As she heals Jinwoo, he can only watch as the rest of the team does all the work. Magic gems from high-ranking creatures can be forged into powerful weapons for fighting even stronger foes. Dungeon monocrystals can also be used as weapons, but they aren't nearly as effective as magic gems. The government is desperate to harness these resources as a clean, powerful energy source. Compared to traditional power, it's safer, more efficient, and far less polluting, practically the ultimate renewable energy. Because of this, dungeon hunters have become invaluable assets. Meanwhile, the team celebrates their victory after defeating the dungeon boss. Jin Woo, once again proving himself the weakest, has taken quite the beating, and Ji is still healing him. She questions why he became a hunter at all if he keeps getting injured, convinced he's going to meet a tragic end one day. Jin Woo apologizes, but his words don't mean much. She's still worried about him. The team divides the loot, but there weren't many monocrystals, so the payout is disappointing. Jin Woo feels disheartened, especially when he realizes all he got was a measly E-rank gem. He starts questioning whether it's even worth putting his life on the line for just one guy. Then, someone points out a massive hole, grabbing everyone's attention. They gather around, trying to figure out what it is. It looks like a cave, but since they're already inside a dungeon, it's more likely to be something far rarer, a second dungeon within the first. They've heard of these before, but it's still an unusual find. Their suspicion is confirmed because, even after defeating the dungeon boss, the place hasn't started closing up like a normal dungeon would. That means there's something deeper inside, possibly more valuable loot. Song Cheol steps up as the voice of reason, suggesting they follow the proper procedures by reporting the discovery to the association and waiting for further instructions. But the rest of the team isn't thrilled about that idea. Reporting it would mean giving up whatever riches might be hidden below. Park, one of the hunters, dismisses the concerns, pointing out that it's just an F-rank dungeon. He brings up his wife and kid, explaining that he needs the extra money to support them. Song Cheol understands their reasoning, but he insists on getting everyone's opinion before making a decision. Each team member speaks up, some eager to explore further, while others acknowledge the obvious danger. In the end, it's a tie, 6 in favor of pressing on and 6 against. That leaves the final decision up to Jin Woo, the only one who hasn't spoken yet. He's painfully aware that even a D-rank dungeon is a serious risk for him, but with his father missing, he's the only one providing for his family. His mother is hospitalized, and his sister has dreams of attending college. He can't afford to stay broke forever. Taking a deep breath, he chooses to move forward. Elsewhere, in a testing facility where people are being evaluated for magical potential, recruiters are eager to scout new talent. A high-ranking hunter, Choi, has given orders that anyone with promise, regardless of age or background, should be recruited immediately. Meanwhile, outside in the city, a thief snatches a purse and makes a run for it, almost knocking over a girl in his way. But without hesitation, the girl effortlessly retrieves the stolen purse as if it were nothing. That girl is Cha Han, a renowned S-rank hunter. Despite her fame, she struggles with the overwhelming attention from fans. Unable to deal with the crowd, she makes a dramatic exit. Back in the dungeon, the group has been walking for 40 minutes without finding anything worthwhile. They only have about 20 minutes left before the dungeon portal closes, cutting off their chance to leave. Jinwoo apologizes to Ji-Hai for dragging her along because of his vote, but she's more frustrated that he doesn't seem to care about his own safety. If an attack had landed just a little higher, he would have been dead. Even healing his wounds was difficult. She scolds him, and he realizes she's only worried about him. Feeling guilty, he asks how he can make it up to her, and she jokingly suggests buying her a meal. Jinwoo is caught off guard by her straightforwardness, but before they can continue, the group finally stumbles upon the boss's chamber. The enormous doors ahead feel ominous. This isn't a typical dungeon boss room. Kim refuses to leave empty-handed and insists on pushing forward, with the others following close behind. Meanwhile, back in the city, a group of new hunters is going through orientation. They watch a video featuring Gun-hee, explaining that dungeon portals have existed for over a decade, yet many mysteries remain unsolved. He emphasizes that being a hunter is dangerous, even for the most skilled fighters. The key to survival? Absolute caution. Despite the warnings about the dangers of this dungeon, the group seems to have completely ignored them, stepping into a mysterious and uncharted room. They act like tourists on a theme park ride, unfazed by the eerie atmosphere. The statues inside are ancient, likely over a century old, and Jinwoo finds himself drawn to the largest one. Meanwhile, Ji starts feeling uneasy. The silence is suffocating. Everyone wonders where the boss could be, and Song Shel's gaze locks onto a strange-looking magic circle on the floor. However, his attention shifts to a tablet inscribed with ancient commandments dedicated to some forgotten god. But something else seems to be bothering him. Ji suddenly claims she saw the massive statue's eyes move, as if it was watching them. Jinwoo dismisses it as paranoia, but before anyone can react, the doors slam shut with a deafening bang. Panic sets in, and one unlucky guy, who never wanted to enter in the first place, tries to flee. He barely takes a step before one of the statues cleaves him in half in an instant. The team is paralyzed with fear, not just because someone just died, but because it happened so fast they realize they don't stand a chance. Jin Woo's eyes dart back to the colossal statue, silently praying that it stays still. But to his horror, it looks right at him. His mind flashes back to his past. He's no stranger to life or death situations. His first mission left him stranded and nearly killed. Another time, he almost starved in a maze. Even a weak magic beast once injured him badly enough to land him in the hospital for weeks. For someone like him, even the lowest tier dungeons are a death trap. Unlike most hunters who earn better gear by selling gems, Jin Woo scrapes by with a cheap knife, and if it ever breaks, he has nothing left but his bare hands. His clothes are worn, full of holes, and he's constantly mocked. Trapped in this deadly profession that barely pays, his only survival tactic is outsmarting every threat around him. Back in the present, his instincts scream danger as he senses the power radiating from the giant statue, but he has no time to warn the others. Without warning, the statue unleashes a devastating beam from its eyes, reducing everything to ruin. The team is thrown into chaos, unable to comprehend what's happening. Ji trembles in fear while Jin Woo wonders how things went so wrong so fast. They're trapped, with no escape. Even if he gets lucky today, he knows deep down that his luck will run out eventually. Song Shell commands everyone to stay still, realizing that moving will trigger another attack. Jin Woo freezes, paralyzed by fear. Song acknowledges Jin Woo's earlier warning, admitting that his shout saved them all. But then Jin Woo notices something horrifying. Song is standing there, calm and collected, despite the fact that he's just lost an arm. Jin Woo quickly moves to stop the bleeding, as Ji is paralyzed with fear. Song, who's experienced his fair share of B-rank dungeons, realizes something terrifying. This statue isn't just A rank. It might even be S rank. His eyes dart to the ancient tablet, which warned about worshipping a god or facing punishment. That's when Jin Woo pieces it together. This statue is the god the tablet was talking about. 10 years ago, these strange gates started appearing worldwide, bringing chaos and supernatural events with them. Some people awakened incredible abilities, becoming hunters tasked with clearing these dungeons. Once a hunter's abilities manifest, they never change. Meanwhile, at school, Jin Woo's sister talks to a classmate about how her brother is constantly getting injured. The girl can't believe that someone like Jin Woo is a hunter, scoffing that even she would make a better one. Back in the dungeon, Song tries to strategize a way out, but one impatient man snaps. He just joined a famous guild and refuses to die here. Believing in his own absurd speed, he makes a break for it. And yeah, the guy is fast, until the statue instantly disintegrates him, leaving nothing but his twitching legs behind. That brutal display makes it crystal clear, if the statue wanted them dead, they'd already be corpses. But for some reason, it hasn't wiped them out yet. Jin Woo suddenly understands, it must be connected to the first commandment, worship God. With a new resolve, he rises to his feet, a determined fire in his eyes. Song watches, both worried and impressed, realizing that Jin Woo refuses to die here. Locking eyes with the statue, Jin Woo stands his ground, and just as it's about to attack, something changes. He takes a gamble and orders everyone to bow. His logic? If they show proper respect, the statues might hold back. No one else has a better plan, and with raw fear controlling them, they all drop to their knees, praying this insane idea works. The air is thick with tension, but then the statue shifts, it moves. And not just a small twitch, it stands all the way up. Panic surges through the group. One overconfident guy, mistaking this as a sign of success, jumps up in excitement, completely ignoring the warnings. But Jin Woo isn't fooled, he senses there's more to this nightmare. Then, the second commandment reveals itself, praise God. A brave long-haired man steps forward, hands clasped in prayer, hoping to appease the statue with his words. At first, it seems to be working, the monstrous thing slows its movements. But Jin Woo isn't convinced. And then, boom, the statue stomps the poor guy into the ground, proving him dead wrong. A terrified girl gets crushed in the chaos, and everyone scatters in pure terror. Harks, thinking of his family and swearing not to die here, makes a desperate move, but another statue slices him apart like nothing. Meanwhile, Jin Woo is running with Ji, mind racing for a way to properly praise this terrifying god. Because let's be real, this thing isn't a god. It's a demon in disguise. But leaving Ji behind isn't an option, especially when everyone else is already dropping like flies. Jin was in full panic mode, scrambling for any clue. He checked everything the statues held, then had a realization. He told everyone to move toward the ones holding instruments. They followed his lead, and it became obvious, these statues didn't attack. Instead, they started playing their instruments. But when Jin Woo reached his statue, nothing happened. He figured it wouldn't work with two people, so he left Ji behind. As soon as he did, the statue began playing. He bolted to find his own, but nearly got crushed in the process. Then someone screamed. Jin Woo had landed in front of the wrong statue. It slammed its shield down on him, and Ji lost it, yelling his name. He was still breathing, but barely. The giant was ready to finish the job, but Jinwoo refused to go down. Just as the massive figure was about to stomp him out of existence, a statue song echoed through the space. Jinwoo had made it in time, and he finally understood the meaning behind praising God. The giant backed off, taking a seat. Jinwoo called out to Ji, saying he was fine, but she was frozen in shock. His foot was gone. He tried to reassure her, but she wasn't buying it. She was determined to heal him, yet her own strength was giving out. Everyone stood in stunned silence, realizing the raid had turned into absolute chaos. Someone muttered that losing an arm was karma for Song, their leader, since he had led them down this path. Some thought that was too harsh, but Song took full responsibility. Jinwoo, however, was focused. There was still one last commandment left. Just then, a massive altar rose in the middle of the room. Jinwoo recognized it from legends, used for offerings and sacrifices to the gods. The third commandment was all about proving one's faith. Kim suspected it required a human sacrifice, and all eyes turned to their leader. After all, he had led them here. Song stepped up. As Song approached the altar, fire erupted, and he asked if there was anything else he needed to do. Jinwoo, ever the strategist, called for help to reach the altar, determined to figure it out. When they got him there, more flames appeared. Song demanded answers, but Jinwoo hadn't cracked the puzzle yet. Song reminded him that the gate had been open for a week already, which meant the statues would move again soon. Jinwoo realized they had limited time. Once a dungeon stayed open for several days, it would trigger a full break, allowing creatures to pour into the world. The only way to stop it was to defeat the dungeon's boss before that happened. Meanwhile, back in their world, Gina visited Jinwoo's mother, checking in on her, but things weren't looking good. In the dungeon, Jinwoo called over the more timid survivors, believing that every person needed their own flame. As expected, more flames appeared when they stepped up. As the massive door creaks open, tension fills the air. Everyone's on edge, suspecting a trap. Suddenly, the other statues begin moving toward them, sending the group into full-blown panic. But Jinwoo stays calm, assessing the situation like the genius he is. He quickly figures out that as long as they keep their eyes on the statues, they won't move. Trusting his judgment, the group follows his lead, and shockingly, it works. Everyone strains to keep their focus locked on those eerie figures, but fear takes hold of one girl. She panics and bolts toward the door. The instant she steps out of the circle, her flame vanishes, yet she somehow makes it out. The door begins to close slightly, confusing Song Cheol. Weren't they supposed to stay inside the circle? Naturally, he looks to Jinwoo for answers. Jinwoo, though just as baffled, doesn't stop thinking. He notices the blue flames have been fading over time. One disappeared when the girl escaped. The first rule was to worship, the second to show reverence, and the third to prove faith. It clicks, this door is a trap. The entire situation is designed to mess with their heads, feeding them false hope. Before he can act, another desperate fool makes a run for it. The same thing happens, his flame dies out, the door closes a little more, but he escapes. Kim starts considering an exit as well, but Jinwoo warns everyone that if too many people leave, there won't be enough eyes left to keep the statues frozen. He reminds them that as long as they stay put and maintain their gaze, they'll survive. Once again, Jinwoo pieces it together, those blue flames aren't just for show, they're counting down to something. When they're all gone, maybe that's their real chance to leave. Kim isn't convinced. He argues that they might get trapped once the timer runs out. He never expected Jinwoo, the weakest among them, to have kept them alive this long, but at the end of the day, he has a family waiting for him. He can't gamble on Jinwoo being right. Apologizing, he bolts for the door. With one more person gone, there aren't enough eyes left to keep all the statues in check. The creatures begin moving once more. Jinwoo braces himself, determined not to go down without a fight. Things have never been this bad before, but then, Song Cheol does something unexpected. He tells Jinwoo and Juhee to run. He's figured it out, if even one person stays by the altar, the door will remain open. Since Jinwoo and Juhee still have long lives ahead of them, he insists they should escape while they can. He asks Juhee to look after Jinwoo, but she's frozen in place. Her legs won't move. That's when it dawns on him, she must have exhausted herself trying to heal Jinwoo earlier. Jinwoo makes a snap decision. He orders Song Cheol to take Juhee and leave. She needs someone to carry her, and Song Cheol is the only one who can. But Juhee refuses, she'd rather stay behind. He hands her his gem, telling her to buy herself a meal and save his change for when they all make it out. She still won't abandon him, but before she can argue, Song Cheol apologizes, then knocks her out. Song Cheol shoots Jinwoo a regretful look, mutters an apology, and makes a break for it with Juhee in his arms. At least Jinwoo can take solace in knowing he's the only one left to face the inevitable. His only regret? Not securing a solid life insurance plan. With grim determination, he grips a sword, refusing to go down without a fight. If he's going out, he's taking at least one of these monsters with him. The statues don't hesitate, they go full berserker, tearing into him mercilessly. That doesn't matter to these monsters. They hack away, and when one of them slices off his arm, pain unlike anything he's ever felt surges through him. His scream is raw, but his fury is even stronger. It shouldn't end like this. He worked too damn hard to get stronger, and for what? Just to be torn apart? The statues don't let up, battering him, slashing, crushing, but he refuses to let go of the fight. Not just some weakling, he's a survivor. He wants to scream in sheer defiance, but he doesn't even have the strength for that anymore. The moment a blade pierces his chest, he knows it's over. Yet, rage still burns in him. His thoughts shift back to the ones who fled earlier. They said they couldn't take it, but deep down, they were just cowards. Selfish. He has people waiting for him too. He wants to go home, just like they did. But here he is, the only one left to die. His body is failing, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Maybe, in some twisted way, it's better that only he has to suffer. But then another thought creeps in, how much of a hypocrite is he for thinking that? He doesn't want to die. He's barely hanging on when the final blow comes crashing down. In his last moments, he just wishes he had one more chance. Then, just as everything fades, the final blue flame flickers out. A sudden notification appears, as if from nowhere. It announces he has completed a secret quest, Courage of the Weak. A reward awaits, the chance to become a player. But there's a catch. If he doesn't accept, his heart will stop in mere seconds. With no time to think, he slams the yes button. Next thing he knows, he's waking up in a hospital bed, completely intact. No missing arm. No gaping wounds. He swears he was torn apart, but his body is perfectly fine. His mind reels. Was all of that real? Just when he's trying to make sense of everything, a guy named Wu shows up, introducing himself as the manager of the Hunter Association surveillance team. Alongside him is a purple-haired guy named Kang. They don't immediately explain why they're there, but they do drop some crucial news. Jinwoo was unconscious for 3 days straight. And surprisingly, Jinhoo and Song survived too. Song, however, lost an arm, which means his career as a hunter might be over. Meanwhile, Jinhoo is mentally shattered and undergoing psychiatric care, though things aren't looking too promising for her future in hunting. Only 6 people manage to escape that nightmare of a double dungeon. Being a hunter is dangerous as it is, but what happened in that place was beyond anyone's worst fears. The real mystery, though? When another guild arrived later after getting the survivors' distress call, they found nothing, no temple, no statues, just Jinwoo. The survivors all gave identical accounts of what went down, and since their stories lined up perfectly, no one doubted them. It was an unbelievable situation. That's when Wu drops a theory. He looks at Jinwoo and asks if he might have experienced a second awakening. Typically, a hunter's power is fixed at the time of their awakening and doesn't change. But on rare occasions, a second awakening can happen, breaking past previous limits, even reaching the legendary S rank. Jinwoo can't help but get excited at the idea. Wu then brings out a device to measure his power, hoping to confirm this theory. If the survivors were telling the truth about facing an incredibly powerful creature, a low-ranked hunter wouldn't have stood a chance. Jinwoo braces himself for the results, but things take a disappointing turn. His mana score comes back as a pathetic 10. Even E-rank hunters usually have at least 70. This result puts him closer to an ordinary civilian than a hunter. Wu and his team admit their mistake and leave, unable to investigate further since the entire dungeon had mysteriously disappeared. Jinwoo is frustrated, but what really confuses him is that nobody mentioned the strange floating screen in front of him. He's the only one who seems to see it, and after some experimentation, he realizes it functions like a touchscreen. He recalls receiving a message about becoming a player, but before he can dwell on it, his sister interrupts. Concerned for his well-being, she checks on him. Jinwoo asks if she can see the panel, but she sees nothing. Trying to figure things out, he asks how messages work in games, and she, confused by the question, simply tells him to check his inbox. At that moment, a notification appears, his first daily quest. It's a strength training mission. Once he's alone, more panels pop up, explaining that this system exists to help him improve. It lists objectives like push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and running. The real kicker? If he fails to complete the quest, there's a penalty waiting for him. Jinwoo starts thinking this whole situation has to be a joke since he's stuck in the hospital with no energy to deal with anything happening outside. Meanwhile, Wu informs the chairman that Jin Wu didn't experience a second awakening. The incident remains a mystery, so they decide to classify it as a special case and investigate further. At the same time, Mr. Choi tells CHA High that she'll be leading a B-rank raid as an instructor. This mission is meant to train new recruits, and he believes there's no one better for the job. CHA High doubts her ability to teach, but Mr. Choi reassures her she just needs to fight as she always does, and the recruits will learn by watching. He further explains that while the Hunter Guild is one of the top 5 in the country, they don't hold much weight internationally. Since hunters can't level up on their own, improving their teamwork is crucial. Elsewhere, another gate opens, and observers grow impatient, wondering when the hunters will arrive. Back at the hospital, Jin Wu drifts off to sleep as the clock strikes midnight, only to be jolted awake by a sudden notification he didn't complete his quest. The ground starts trembling violently, and before he knows it, he finds himself in a vast desert. To make matters worse, a massive, terrifying caterpillar-like creature looms before him. Another notification appears, revealing he's been given a penalty quest: survive for 4 hours. At the hospital, the nurses panic when they realize Jin Wu has vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to them, he's in another dimension, running for his life. The giant caterpillar isn't alone, more of them appear, closing in fast. With 2 hours still left on the clock, Jin Wu is struggling to stay alive. The hospital staff continue searching for him, their concern growing. Meanwhile, Jin Wu pushes himself to keep going, knowing he's running out of time. As the countdown reaches 0, he suddenly finds himself back in the hospital. The system confirms that he completed the penalty quest, but he's so exhausted that he vomits and collapses on the spot. Later, Jin Wu reassures his sister that he's recovering well and might be discharged soon. Dressed in his tracksuit, he steps outside for some fresh air. Meanwhile, in another location, Ji receives an urgent request to join a raid due to the sudden appearance of a high-ranking gate. With other guilds occupied, the pressure is on, but Ji hesitates. However, she soon gets some uplifting news: Jin Wu has finally woken up from his coma. Ji is all jittery as she heads to visit Jin Wu, but the nurses just shake their heads, saying he's out running again, just like every day since he woke up. Outside, Jin Wu reflects on the past 4 days and everything he's learned. First off, those pop-up windows he's been seeing? Yeah, they're real, not just some weird hallucinations. Completing his daily quests grants him 3 types of rewards. The first is full recovery, which he uses now to shake off the exhaustion from training. Then there are ability points he can allocate to boost his stats. Jin Wu's getting a solid grip on how this whole system works, and his inventory screens are proving to be a game changer. He takes a moment to process just how bizarre his life has become. It's like he's inside a real-life RPG. While he's busy testing his screens, people around him just stand there gawking. Still, he finishes his daily quest and, as a reward, gets a random loot box. Today's item? A mysterious key. Usually, he just gets useless junk like pens and bandages, so this is definitely something new. Then, a notification pops up, saying the key is for teleporting to an instant dungeon. Jin Wu has no idea what an instance dungeon even is, but considering everything he's experienced so far, he figures it's some sort of event meant to help him grow stronger. In this world, gates are constantly opening, and they even have news reports tracking them. Before anything else, Jin Wu visits his mom and recalls the day he found her unconscious. She's suffering from a rare sleep-related condition called final rest, which started appearing when gates first emerged. Some believe it's caused by long-term exposure to mana. Determined to help, Jin Wu worked tirelessly to become a hunter so he could pay for her treatment. He once told his sister, Jinna, that he'd earn enough money to take care of their mom, but she was terrified. She knew just how dangerous hunting was. Jin Wu tries to reassure her, promising that things are different now and that she just needs to trust him. But deep down, he knows the truth. He used to be weak, and his rewards reflected that. Now, he's training harder than ever, pouring all his ability points into strength. To prove it, he casually crushes an apple in one hand, a small but clear sign of his growing power. He's done being powerless. This time, he's getting stronger, and nothing's going to stop him. He heads to the marked location, fully prepared for whatever might come his way. If things go south like in that last disaster, he'll just bail and escape. When he pulls out the key, bam, a keyhole appears out of nowhere. He uses the key, and suddenly, an ancient-looking portal materializes. He steps through, and guess what? A notification pops up, confirming he's now inside an instance dungeon. The exit? Completely sealed. Strangely, no one else even seems to notice its presence. Turns out, this place exists in a completely different dimension. Unlike standard dungeons, these instance dungeons seem unique. He figures it might be similar to a red gate, but he doesn't know much about those since he's never actually been inside one. He initially planned to run if things got bad, but now that's not even an option. Another notification appears. It lays out the rules: defeat the boss or use a teleportation stone to leave. Doubt creeps in, but he knows he has no other choice. Pushing forward, he starts exploring, but his confidence takes a serious hit. It doesn't take long before a group of goblins appears, blocking his path. A memory flashes in his mind: getting stabbed, the helplessness, the pain. The goblins rush in, relentless, their weapons swinging wildly. He does his best to dodge and block, but they just keep coming. Eventually, they overwhelm him, but then, something changes, anger surges through him. With a sudden burst of determination, he strikes back, driving his weapon straight through one of them. That single kill boosts his confidence, and before he knows it, he takes down the others like it's nothing. Before he can catch his breath, a monstrous beast suddenly appears, shattering his weapon like it was made of glass. This thing is way stronger than the goblins. His legs lock up. He didn't think the last raid had traumatized him, but his body betrays him. The beast lunges, and he barely dodges in time, but not without taking a scratch. The creature lets out a terrifying roar and charges again. His instincts take over. He moves fast, dodging like never before. He's surprised by how light he feels, how much quicker his reactions are. But the monster doesn't let up, and he realizes something. He's done playing defense. No more running, no more cowering. He throws a punch with everything he has. The sheer force shocks him. His strength, it's different. Even though the monster still has the upper hand, he refuses to back down. But no matter how hard he fights, his attacks barely make a dent. Alone, outmatched, and with no healer, he's got nothing but some water and food in his inventory. If only he had a weapon with some real power. That's when it hits him, an idea. He quickly checks his inventory and, at the very last second, pulls out a sword. Without thinking twice, he swings, and in one clean strike, boom, he slices the beast in half. Then he recalls someone mentioning a crazy price tag on it, something he could never afford. But right now, none of that matters. He's alive, and he's got the perfect weapon for the job. The pain from the battle starts to fade, but before there's a chance to breathe, two more of those vicious creatures appear. This time, Jin Woo isn't afraid, he's got his weapon. But trouble hits fast when his sword gets stuck, panic setting in as he struggles to pull it free. The beast's close in, but just in time, he wrenches it loose. He kicks one of the wolves back, but the other lunges with fangs like steel. Another swift kick sends it flying. No way he's letting it get the best of him now. With one clean strike, he takes it down, leaving just one enemy left. Compared to that monstrous statue from before, these creatures feel like nothing. Jin Woo stands his ground, exuding confidence, and just like that, the last wolf flees, tail tucked. Finally catching his breath, he checks his status, and there it is, level 2. That never happened from his daily quests. This must be because it was a real fight. His stats increased across the board, and he realizes combat gives him 5 points per level, while daily quests only hand out 3. If he wants to get stronger, fighting is the way. He's not sure how much a single stat point matters yet, but strength is the top priority. Now at 32, he feels unstoppable. The stronger his foundation, the greater his gains. Fired up, he searches the beasts, expecting essence stones, but instead, he finds items, just like in a game. Then comes the next surprise, his system has a shop. Too bad his level's too low to buy anything. At least he can sell. Testing it out, he exchanges a wolf's tooth for 20 gold. It doesn't sound like much, especially in an E-rank dungeon, but it's a start. Now, the real question, what's next? He can't leave without beating the boss, but there's no teleportation stone in sight. Staying too long means running out of food, and facing a boss at his current strength. Not an option. Maybe leveling up first is the best call. Just as he's weighing his choices, reality slams him. An entire pack of wolves appears. No room for fear. He's already faced death once, so this time, he charges straight in, blade swinging. He's cutting through them like they're nothing, refusing to fall. Something shifts in him. He doesn't just want to survive. He wants the fight to drag on, to test his limits, to get stronger. One by one, the beasts fall, and notifications flood his vision. Then comes the final one. He's now the wolf assassin. Outside, passers-by glance at the portal, complaining about the city's inaction. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Jin Woo is exhausted, his weapon barely holding together. Just as he's about to crash, a new notification explains his title's perks, 40% enhanced abilities against beast-type monsters. Then, checking his inventory, he spots a pile of loot, fangs, a cloak, and, most importantly, a teleportation stone. He could leave right now, but something makes him hesitate. Since this might be his only shot at getting stronger, he can't afford to waste it. He has no idea what will happen to this place once he leaves. It could just disappear like a temporary event in a game, vanishing without a trace. Faced with this dilemma, Jin presses forward. Meanwhile, Ji gets an urgent call from the Hunter Association about a nearby dungeon breach. They're running low on healers and need her assistance. Feeling guilty for declining before, she realizes Jin has been pushing himself to his limits, and it's time for her to do the same. Back in the dungeon, Jin notices that as his level rises, taking down enemies becomes much easier. Even the way they're described starts shifting. White means weak, orange means they're on his level, and red signals a real threat. The wolves that once registered as red are now white, proving just how much he's grown. However, there's a monstrous presence below that he knows he isn't ready to handle yet. His sharpened instincts warn him of something overwhelmingly dangerous lurking in the depths. The mere thought of it sends a chill down his spine. His blade is on its last legs, and it doesn't seem like he can level up much more in this area. But strength is his ultimate goal, so he decides to push forward. The moment he reaches the lower level, a sudden attack strikes at lightning speed. His weapon snaps in half as a massive serpent emerges before him. Even with all his progress, the creature's strength rating is still orange, meaning it's in a whole different league. There's no doubt, this beast is the dungeon's boss. With no way to pierce its armored scales, fighting empty-handed would be a death wish. When the snake lunges, he does everything he can to strike back, but the creature's resilience is absurd. His attacks barely scratch it. All he can do is dodge, but the serpent is relentless. It lashes out with its tail, forcing him into a desperate defense. Even then, the impact sends him flying, leaving him battered and struggling. The battle only intensifies. The beast keeps attacking, hurling him around like a rag doll. At one point, he barely avoids being crushed under debris. He thought he had finally become strong, but reality proves otherwise. As he dodges another devastating attack, frustration creeps in. How much stronger does he have to be before he stops being seen as weak? Memories of the ridicule he faced resurface. People called him the weakest, a joke among hunters. That humiliation fuels his determination. This monstrous foe is leagues above him, overpowering him at every turn. The sheer difference in strength forces him to reflect. In this world, only those with power get to decide their fate. The weak are always at the mercy of the strong, left to cower and accept whatever comes their way. No matter how smart or kind someone is, without strength, they have nothing. Something shifts inside him. If kindness and effort won't change anything, then he'll carve his own path through raw power. With that resolve burning inside him, he throws himself back into the fight, refusing to back down. The snake flings him aside again, but he doesn't care. This is just the beginning. Jin vows to rise above everything and crush whatever stands in his way. Suddenly, his entire body starts glowing. Jainu dodges the serpent once more with expert precision and slashes at it with his sword. The memory of that terrifying raid flashes in his mind, but he quickly shakes it off. This is nothing compared to that nightmare. Determined, he pulls off an insane maneuver, using his sword as a platform to ride the serpent before discarding it and grabbing the beast with his bare hands. Jainu admits he's been obsessed with building his strength ever since he got access to this insane power system. Now's the time to put it to the test. Ignoring the snake's desperate thrashing, he digs in with sheer brute force, tearing through its scales. It's too late for the beast. Jainu knows he's already won. He demands its end, his overwhelming strength crushing the creature completely. Then, boom! A notification appears, multiple level-ups achieved. Laughter erupts from him. He can feel it, he's stronger than ever. As the dust settles, another message confirms his victory over the swamp's ruler. His reward? A deadly dagger forged from the serpent's fangs, packing twice the power of a regular sword, complete with paralysis and life-draining effects. On top of that, he receives a toxic elixir that enhances his defense but permanently affects his muscles. The dungeon shifts, transforming into what looks like a deserted station. Wandering through with his broken sword, he notices the eerie emptiness. A soldier rushes over, urging him to take cover, until he realizes Jainu is a hunter. Quickly correcting himself, the soldier suggests they team up. Monsters are swarming the area, likely from a dungeon breach spilling creatures into the city. The soldier explains that most threats have been neutralized, but one massive beast remains. Jainu's heightened senses pinpoint the exact location of the boss. It's a towering golem, rampaging through the battlefield while terrified civilians scramble for safety. The struggling hunters attempt to hold their ground, but the golem's defenses are near impenetrable. Their leader orders the healers to focus on sustaining their tank, but frustration grows. The healers insist they're already doing everything they can. The tank, barely holding on, questions why the damage dealers aren't making a difference. They're attacking relentlessly, but their blows barely leave a scratch. Worse, they lack a sufficient number of magic-wielding hunters to deal with the golem properly. Jainu assesses the chaotic battlefield and immediately notices the issue. This group was hastily assembled with no real synergy. Using his advanced perception, he quickly scans their ranks, 2 C ranks, a couple of D ranks, and a lone tank struggling to withstand the pressure. No wonder they're struggling. Then, his eyes land on one of the healers, G. A nearby hunter urges her to contribute more, reminding her that she's supposed to be a high-ranked healer. Shaken by traumatic memories of an earlier encounter, G hesitates, her focus slipping. The hunter scolds her to snap out of it. Jainu understands her fear all too well. He still remembers the horror of facing true monsters. But then, clarity strikes. This golem? It's nothing compared to the nightmare he already survived. Meanwhile, panic spreads among the hunters. They know they're losing. Without a high-ranked fighter, victory is slipping away. That's when Jainu steps forward. Analyzing the golem's defenses, he realizes there's a weak point. If they can shatter its armor, they can take it down. Without hesitation, he launches his broken sword with immense force. The impact is explosive. The golem's shield crumbles under the sheer power of his strike. The hunters keep attacking, but their blows barely scratch the surface. Somehow, they manage to bring it down, stunned that they actually did it. But the tank guy isn't buying it. None of our attacks were working before. What the hell changed? He knows for a fact it wasn't them because they couldn't even make a dent. Then, he spots a sword lying nearby and starts putting the pieces together. The realization hits, this sword was the key. But it doesn't make sense. This thing was a boss tier golem, immune to damage even from 10 hunters, and now it's wrecked by some old, beat-up blade. He asks if anyone saw who used it. One of the soldiers says it was the fisherman they brought along. But here's the twist, the guy's vanished. The tank stands there, baffled, trying to process it. Whoever this was had some serious, next-level strength. He starts wondering just how powerful this mystery hunter really is. Meanwhile, Jinwoo had already slipped away, keeping his abilities under wraps. Even he's surprised, he didn't expect that one move to do so much damage. He figures the monster must have been on its last legs before he struck. Later, at the hospital, the nurses are gossiping about Jinwoo's rank. He looks ordinary at first glance, but the dude is shredded. Inside his room, he's grinding through his daily workouts, and the nurses can't stop talking about him. One of them straight up falls for him after catching him mid-workout, stunned by his insane transformation. Today's the day he's finally checking out of the hospital, and a desperate nurse asks for his number, but Jinwoo, still lost in thought, assumes she just needs it for follow-up test results. Meanwhile, on the news, we catch up with Beck, the S-rank hunter who fought the giant ants. He's one of only 7 S-rank hunters in the country, giving us a glimpse into the high-stakes life of an elite. He explains that constant training is a must. One mistake could get his whole squad wiped out, so he's always sharpening his skills. Back at home, Jinwoo's sister, Jinya, notices something different. He's taller, bulkier, stronger. Jinwoo reminds her to take an umbrella to school before seeing her off. Left alone, he wonders if his insane muscle growth is from his increased stats. If he keeps this up, he might as well become a pro bodybuilder. Now, he's got new points to allocate. Sitting at level 18, he debates where to invest them. Strength boosts his attack power, but it's useless if he can't land a hit. Then there's vitality, perception, and agility. He also has an intelligence stat, which he assumes is linked to magic, but he's unsure if he even needs that right now. After thinking it over, he dumps all his points into strength and perception. Just then, his landlord calls, reminding him he's overdue on last month's rent. Lucky for our guy, he's leveled up big time, so handling goblins is a breeze now. That means raking in cash is easier, but there's a catch: real money comes from high-level gates, and nobody's letting a bottom-tier hunter step inside. Jinwoo considers getting reassessed, but that's a serious gamble. Awakening twice is almost unheard of, and no one's ever seen a hunter keep growing stronger like him. He chooses to keep his power hidden for now until he understands it better and can protect himself. Out of nowhere, he spots an interesting job and dashes off. He keeps grinding through daily training to earn rewards and meets a hunter named Hwang. Hwang apologizes since his team sees Jinwoo as a weakling, but Jinwoo plays along, not denying it. Hwang explains they need 8 people to enter a mid-tier dungeon, and they're 1 short. Even though Jinwoo is low-ranked, he fills the slot, but he won't be fighting. Hwang warns there's no reward, but they'll pay him 2 million won. Jinwoo checks the team for mid-tier fighters and 2 lower-ranked ones. The deal sounds fair, so he signs up. A younger hunter, Lee, joins them, sporting top-tier gear, making Jinwoo think he comes from money. Lee questions if Jinwoo can even handle carrying supplies, but Jinwoo shrugs it off. Lee has no clue Jinwoo is way stronger than he looks. As they chat, Lee starts rambling about a company president who ran off with billions, leaving everyone shocked. They finally reach a massive gate and start wondering if it's really just a mid-level dungeon. Lee looks nervous, but Jinwoo reassures him the gate size doesn't determine difficulty. The real measure is the energy inside, which is how the Hunter Association assigns ranks. Anything above mid-tier gets handled by big guilds, so this one should be manageable. Jinwoo knows this from experience, but he realizes he's never actually stepped into a mid-tier dungeon before. They step inside, using light sources to scan the area, but something feels off. There are no creatures in sight. Most dungeons glow from magic-infused stones, but this one is pure darkness. The eerie atmosphere reminds Jinwoo of a terrifying place he once barely survived. He starts explaining to Lee about the different stones found in dungeons: energy-rich essence stones, mineable mana stones, and light-emitting glow stones. But then he shuts down the small talk. Something isn't right. Jinwoo senses the presence of hidden monsters, staying low for now. But he pieces it together: they're in an insect nest. The realization hits hard, and panic spreads as the sound of approaching creatures fills the air. Jinwoo warns that the creatures are above them, prompting the team to go all out. Hung steps up, using his taunt ability to pull most of the enemy's attention. Jinwoo is impressed by their leader, a powerful SE rank fighter. Leo wants to jump in, but their mage stops him, saying he has a special trick ready. After a suspenseful countdown, the mage unleashes a devastating blast. Jinwoo reassesses the situation and notes the solid teamwork of these hunters. As for Leo, his gear makes up for his lack of experience. They're all holding their ground, but Jinwoo can't shake the feeling that something is off. He quietly eliminates one of the ants, and soon after, the battle ends. Hung announces their victory, and everyone gathers their share of the spoils, except Jinwoo. Hung acknowledges Jinwoo for spotting the ants early, saving them a lot of trouble. Jinwoo humbly responds that he just followed his instincts. However, Hung notices something odd: some of the ants were damaged in a way that wasn't caused by weapons or magic. This suggests another powerful creature may be lurking in the area. Several of the ants were completely torn apart, making him wonder what could be strong enough to do that. Meanwhile, Leo casually mentions that his father provided him with top-tier equipment for his first raid, and Jin Woo finds that interesting but doesn't fully understand why just yet. He warns Leo to stay alert. Elsewhere, a man training suddenly hears the sound of destruction. Someone reassures him, saying it's just their guild master working out. That guild master turns out to be Beck, a monstrous fighter. The trainee is stunned when he watches Beck shatter a massive stone with a single strike. Beck doesn't even react and simply states that it wasn't much of a warm-up. Back in the dungeon, Leo is still concerned about Jin Woo carrying all the weight, but Jin Woo shrugs it off, thinking it's a great deal to get paid without fighting. Still, something about the situation seems too good to be true. He realizes that while this crew is experienced, they lack a healer. On top of that, they only barely met the party size requirement. The group grows uneasy. Despite covering a huge area of the dungeon, they haven't encountered any living creatures. The dungeon boss must still be around, or else the gate would have closed by now. They soon find a series of webs and deduce that the boss's lair is just beyond the tunnel. When they enter, they discover an enormous haul of monocrystals. These crystals aren't as valuable as essence stones, but there's at least 1 billion worth in this stash. One of the hunters jokes that Hung's brother would be jealous of this find, but the others shut him down quickly. They suspect Hung has his own agenda. His brother isn't always right, and Hung refuses to be overshadowed. He plans to use this treasure as a way to strengthen his personal strike team. Leo, being the legal expert, reviews Jin Woo's contract and spots a loophole. He points out that while Jin Woo doesn't get a share of battle rewards, monocrystals aren't classified as battle drops. This means the loot has to be divided among 8 instead of 7. Hung grins and agrees, but reminds them they still need to defeat the dungeon boss to close the gate. They decide to haul the monocrystals out before dealing with the spider boss. Fortunately, the spider is still dormant, but Hung loses his temper when one of the hunters admits they forgot to bring transport gear. Hung tells Leo and Jin Woo to relax while they grab the gear, assuring them the spider won't wake up unless disturbed. He mentions that they're both new to D-rank dungeons and should just trust his judgment. He's got matters to discuss with his team, so they'll take a break too. As they leave, Jin Woo starts re-evaluating the situation. Something feels off. It's strange that they don't have any experienced members to help them meet their quota. From a distance, it becomes clear that Hung has something shady in mind. He gives the order to block off the boss chamber, and his crew follows through. That's when Leo realizes they've been betrayed. This is exactly what had Jin Woo on edge. He recalls how Song once warned him about the shady side of dungeon raiding. Accidents happen often, and in the chaos, crimes can go unnoticed. No security cameras, no evidence, and if there are no survivors, there's no one to report what really went down. Leo is furious that these guys are willing to sacrifice them just for some valuable resources. He's already regretting bringing up the contract. But Jin Woo knows better. They were never going to play fair. If he and Leo had stepped out of line earlier, they'd have been dealt with right then and there. Now, their bigger issue is the boss that just woke up. Leo quickly tells Jin Woo to fall back. Jin Woo spots a potential escape route, but it doesn't take long to realize Hung already accounted for it. The spider is wide awake, and Jin Woo immediately notices this creature is on an entirely different level. But he's not about to run. Instead, he takes charge, telling Leo to stay clear because he's handling this fight. He summons his weapon, fully prepared to take it down. Meanwhile, as Hung's group exits the dungeon, one of them questions why they didn't just eliminate the two themselves. Hung explains that waking the spider too soon would have been a risk. They needed it to stay asleep long enough to harvest the precious resources. But he's not worried. As far as he's concerned, an inexperienced rookie and the weakest hunter around don't stand a chance. The plan is simple: let the spider finish them off and fall back into hibernation. If, by some slim chance, the creature doesn't pass out after eating them, the backup plan is to steal Leo's high-value gear. Hung and his mage companion agree that the spider isn't to be underestimated. It's a deadly boss, and those two are just a matter of time away from being wiped out. Inside the dungeon, Leo tries to convince Jin Woo to avoid the fight. A C-rank boss normally requires a B-rank hunter to take it down solo. Even an elite C-rank would struggle. Leo insists that their best bet is to escape. Jin Woo understands the logic. Despite his newfound strength, he still considers himself weak. The previous dungeon bosses he faced were only D-rank, and this one is a whole other challenge. But something is different. For some reason, despite everything, he's not feeling any fear. Jin Woo realizes he's finally reached the point where C-rank bosses don't scare him anymore. Sitting at level 18, he's feeling confident enough to think he might actually take one down. As soon as he launches his attack on the massive spider, he knows the real battle has begun. Meanwhile, in another location, a high-profile figure named Goto, the Hunters Association president, is completely drained from sitting through endless dull meetings. His driver suggests a quick sparring session to lighten the mood, and Goto, never one to turn down a challenge from an eager subordinate, agrees. Back inside the dungeon, Jin Woo quickly learns that the spider's hide is insanely tough. One hit from this beast, and he's done for. Leo, watching Jin Woo's movements closely, notices something unusual. This is not how an E-rank hunter fights. He starts questioning Jin Woo's true identity, suspecting he might be one of those rare individuals who can manipulate their rank, known as false rankers. These types are often dangerous, thrill-seeking killers. Leo is starting to think walking into this dungeon might have been a mistake. Jin Woo, on the other hand, is dealing with the reality that his attacks aren't even scratching the spider. His stamina is rapidly draining, and he knows he needs to end this fight fast. His daggers have paralysis and life-draining abilities, so he pins his hopes on those skills. The plan? Exploit the spider's weak points. But just as he's about to make his move, the monster unleashes a surprise, an acid attack. With no choice but to close the distance, Jin Woo activates a newly acquired ability called Dash. He speeds forward and slams the spider in the face, but his dagger's effects don't take hold. Even so, he refuses to back down and keeps attacking relentlessly. His determination is strong, but his fatigue is stronger. Eventually, his exhaustion slows him down just enough for the spider to land a brutal hit. Jin Woo is on the verge of getting crushed, but then it hits him. He still has a reward left from his daily quest. Without hesitation, he cashes it in, instantly restoring his stamina. Leo watches in shock, convinced that Jin Woo was done for, but the fight isn't over yet. With renewed strength, Jin Woo strikes again, this time driving his dagger straight into the spider's eye. Now, the paralysis effect kicks in, and he takes full advantage, stabbing repeatedly to stack the debuffs. The spider struggles, but the continuous hits wear it down until it finally collapses. A notification appears: Jin Woo has defeated the dungeon boss. He realizes just how lucky he was that he hadn't spent his quest reward earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it out alive. Leo is completely awestruck watching Jin Woo take down a dungeon boss solo. More than ever, he's convinced Jin Woo is hiding his true strength. After the battle, Jin Woo claims a gem from the defeated spider, and Leo eagerly steps up, offering to handle their supplies from now on. He practically idolizes Jin Woo at this point, insisting that he take a break while he manages the mono crystals. Just then, Hong and his crew arrive, surprised to see the newcomers still standing. Inside training room, Goto wastes no time flexing his skills, effortlessly overpowering Woo like it's nothing. After the brief exchange, Goto acknowledges Woo's efforts, admitting he feels better after the fight. Woo is stunned that Goto hasn't lost his edge at all. Goto explains that while he's not at his peak, he can tell Woo has been working hard. Woo knows that training alone can't level up a hunter, but it can refine their skills. Goto reminds him that in dungeons, both physical and mental strength are crucial, especially when dealing with the worst kinds of people. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Hong's crew assumes the rookies only survived because the spider must have been ridiculously weak. They mock the monster, believing it was pathetic for losing to low-ranked hunters. Hong then turns to Leo, casually revealing that he knows about Leo's wealthy background. But Leo isn't fazed, he doesn't care. That's when Hong drops a bombshell, giving Leo a single choice: take out Jin Woo. Hong explains their usual tactic, recruiting party members just to kill them off and keep the loot. But this time, they're willing to spare Leo if he takes out Jin Woo himself. If he refuses, they'll just kill them both. Hong sees Leo as a potential problem, especially since his gear gave him the power to defeat the spider. Rather than risk a direct confrontation, he tries to manipulate Leo into eliminating Jin Woo for him. At first, Hong is pleased when Leo moves toward Jin Woo, expecting him to strike. But his smugness turns to shock when Leo instead stands by Jin Woo's side. Ruthless Group makes a brutal decision, deciding to eliminate their targets without hesitation. Right at that moment, Jin receives an urgent mission. It's intense, requiring him to eliminate 6 enemies right in front of him. The gang decides to target the weakest one first, so the mage launches an attack on Jin. Leo, watching from the side, is seriously worried about his new ally and panics when he sees how battered Jin is. Meanwhile, another fighter, Chari, boasts about her skills after swiftly taking down a fierce beast. The women in the squad consider themselves fortunate to be part of 2 of the most powerful groups, especially since other teams have horror stories of extreme losses. Back in the battlefield, Hung is convinced it's over for Jin. But instead of accepting defeat, Jin scolds himself for his lapse in judgment. This world is ruthless, where only the strong survive through deception and betrayal. He gets furious at himself for forgetting this reality, realizing he's become numb to it. Now calm, Jin reflects on his mistakes. His arrogance made him careless. The system that governs his abilities is forcing him to kill, making him question its true purpose. He figures out that it isn't just helping him out of kindness, it needs him alive, but also stronger. If the system is using him, then he decides he'll turn the tables and use it right back. Jin reminds the others that the weak always fall in this brutal environment. The group nods in agreement, thinking he understands their mindset, but then he warns them to be prepared for when the tables turn. One of them scoffs at being called prey, but before he can react, Jin strikes without hesitation. His blade slices through the air, and a head rolls. The kill count flashes before Jin's eyes. He just took a life. But he knows he had no choice. Hesitation would have meant his own grave. There's no going back now. In this world, only the strong endure. The group snaps out of their shock, stunned that someone ranked so low could eliminate one of their stronger members. They rush at him with everything they've got, but it's futile. Jin dismantles them, one after another. His abilities kick in, allowing him to take down 2 more foes swiftly. The archer falls next, followed by the mage. Now, only one opponent remains. Watching all this, Leo is in complete disbelief. Jin is far stronger than he was when they previously fought. Hung, the last opponent, fortifies his body, believing that Jin must be exhausted after fighting a dungeon boss and eliminating 5 others. With his enhanced durability, he assumes Jin's weapon won't even scratch him. But as he lunges forward, Jin moves with shocking speed, catching him off guard. Hung had underestimated him. Jin then reveals the truth: he has been leveling up this entire time. Panic sets in for Hung as he realizes Jin isn't as weak as he first thought. Desperate, he offers double the money to spare his life, but Jin refuses. This man tried to kill him 3 times, no amount of money changes that. Hung attempts to threaten Jin one last time, but Jin throws his own words back at him: everything that happens in this place stays in this place. Realizing there's no escape, Hung tries to act tough until the end, but Jin doesn't hesitate, he ends it. With his mission complete, the dungeon suddenly begins collapsing, the result of their battle against the boss. When they finally escape, they are the only ones left standing. The official overseeing the situation doesn't believe it. The lowest ranked individuals shouldn't have survived something like this. But her suspicions fade when she gets distracted by leftover equipment. Jin is stunned to realize that he's being rewarded for the bloodbath he just caused. Then, something catches his attention. He has unlocked a terrifying skill that instills fear in his enemies, cutting their abilities in half. The official assumes Leo survived due to his high-quality gear and dismisses Jin as a weakling who probably hid the whole time. Leo, however, knows the truth and quietly acknowledges Jin's strength. As rain begins to fall, he wonders if something is wrong. But Jin, with a rare moment of peace, simply smiles. He's just happy knowing his sister has an umbrella. Somewhere else, Wu hears about this wild incident. 6 hunters got wiped out, and only 2 made it out alive. Normally, when things go south, hunters retreat, but what really shocks him is that these survivors actually managed to take down the dungeon boss before escaping. Before the guy can spill any more details, Wu cuts him off, but then the real shock drops. One of the survivors is none other than Jin Wu. That name alone explains why this whole thing turned into a big deal. Meanwhile, Jin Wu heads home and tells his sister he's handling their mother's hospital bills for a while. Gina assumes he must have cashed in big from his last raid, but then she pauses. He doesn't even have a scratch on him. She figures his team must have been top tier, making the fight a breeze. Jin Wu doesn't argue. Yeah, it was easy, but not just because he was strong. This time, he didn't hesitate to finish the job. The old him would have looked for an escape route, but now? He was more annoyed that those guys even thought they had a chance. Maybe leveling up made him bolder, but he reminds himself, these weren't dungeon monsters. They were people. Gina snaps him out of his thoughts, and he refocuses. His strength exists for a reason: survival and protecting his family. If he had to do it all over again, he wouldn't hesitate. Just then, he notices something. There's a harmful substance in his drink. But even after sipping more, he feels nothing. That's when a notification pops up. One of his rewards from the dungeon grants immunity to toxins and enhances his regeneration. He was too busy that day to check, but now it all clicks. No wonder he was able to grow his damn arm back. Later, Jin Wu meets up with Leo, who's beyond grateful for being saved, but Jin Wu brushes it off. Leo never spilled the truth about what really happened in that dungeon, so Jin Wu isn't expecting any favors. But then Leo drops another surprise: he's assembling a strike team. Before he can even ask, Jin Wu shuts him down. Leo begs him to at least hear him out. He just needs him for 19 raids. Turns out, Leo wants to become a guild master, and for that, he needs 20 successful raids. His father, who runs a construction company, is planning to start a guild, and Leo wants to help. Dungeons are dangerous, sure, but the rewards, magic crystals, essence stones, rare loot, make it all worth the risk. Jin Wu understands the business move. Having hunters raid dungeons for a company is smart. But what really shocks him is Leo's next statement. His dad wants an S-rank hunter to lead the guild. That's a big deal. There are only 7 S ranks in the whole country, and the only one who isn't already taken is a guy who's retired. That means Leo's father plans to poach an S rank from another guild, a risky move. Jin Wu warns Leo that stealing an S rank would only create enemies, but Leo remains determined. Switching tactics, Leo points out that Jin Wu will need backup if he wants to keep his growing power hidden. And honestly, it's a smart angle. If he succeeds while working with a supposedly weaker hunter like Jin Wu, it'll make the act even more convincing to his old man. Leo takes Jin Wu to see the planned guild headquarters, a building worth a ridiculous 30 billion U. That's a serious investment. Then, he makes his final offer. Jin Wu can have it all if he helps with 19 raids. The old Jin Wu would have jumped at the deal. But now? He's the only one who can level up. He's dead certain he'll reach S rank, or maybe even higher, without any help. His power still holds too many mysteries, and teaming up with someone isn't worth the risk. So, he declines. Leo isn't ready to give up just yet. He swears he'll take Jin Wu's secret to the grave. But one cold glance from Jin Wu shuts that down fast, sending chills down his spine. Without another word, he backs off. Hung's younger brother, Wang, is furious over his brother's death and demands to know more about the 2 survivors. His assistant, Laura, is visibly shocked when he casually asks what happens if someone is killed in another country. Despite her hesitation, she explains that if there's a treaty, he'll have to face consequences there, but if not, he'll be sent back home to deal with the law. Wong wants to leave immediately, but Laura reminds him that he has too many responsibilities to abandon. Frustrated, he decides to handle it later, glaring at the survivors and hoping they stay put long enough for him to deal with them. The next morning, Jin Woo goes out for a jog with his sister. Curious, he asks what she would do with an insane 30 billion yen, but she struggles to even imagine that kind of money. When he continues his run alone, he notices something unusual. His system counter keeps rising even after he meets his goal. His sister catches up, but Jin Woo is already focused on testing the limits, pushing himself to see how far the counter will go. Eventually, he realizes it caps at double the original goal. After completing his routine, he experiments with various system tasks and stumbles upon a hidden daily quest. The reward for this quest is a mystery loot box, but there's a catch: some options are blessed, while others are cursed. Jin Woo isn't about to take any risks, so he picks the blessed reward. To his surprise, he lands a rare find, another key, and not just any key. This one unlocks the Demon King's castle, an S-rank dungeon, and even comes with a special ingredient for the legendary elixir of life. This is exactly what Jin Woo needs, as the elixir is said to cure any illness. Determined, he visits his sick mother, realizing he has no choice but to go through with it. Using the key, he enters the dungeon, immediately sensing the overwhelming danger. The place radiates the same intense energy as Jew Island, making him question whether he's truly ready for this challenge. As he steps forward, a massive gate materializes, leading to an inferno of flames. Despite his fear, Jin Woo presses on, knowing his teleportation stone is his last resort if things go south. Just then, a monstrous beast emerges, its red name signaling that it far surpasses him in strength. Jin Woo, however, refuses to back down. He dashes in, unleashing a flurry of attacks, but even with his buffs, his strikes barely leave a scratch. Attempting to use his assassination skills, he quickly realizes the enemy nullifies all his debuffs. The beast retaliates viciously, tearing into Jin Woo with brutal force. His screams of agony fill the air as his arm is severed, and his health plummets at an alarming rate. To make matters worse, the beast activates a 3-minute berserk mode, doubling its power. It attacks at speeds Jin Woo can barely react to, forcing him to use his full recovery item to regenerate his arm. He fights back, thinking he's finally making progress, only to realize he's completely mistaken. The monster continues its relentless onslaught, stomping him into the ground. Desperate, Jin Woo kicks up dirt as a distraction, buying himself a few precious seconds. His system bombards him with warnings, clearly indicating it doesn't want him to die. The more this happens, the more he understands that his situation is unlike any ordinary reawakening. Overwhelmed, Jin Woo finally decides to escape using his teleportation stone, only for a second threat to appear. A monstrous 3-headed beast lunges at him, knocking the stone from his grasp. Panic sets in as he realizes he has only moments left before he's finished. His mind races for a solution, and just when he's about to give up, he remembers the system's shop. In a last-ditch effort, he buys 3 healing potions, but there's a problem: they only restore 100 HP each. Just then, another deadly foe appears, exuding venomous energy. With no other options, Jin Woo takes a gamble. He drinks the poison outright. His system immediately detects it as a harmful substance and neutralizes it. The result? His muscles remain intact, and he gains a permanent buff, reducing physical damage by 20%. Cerberus isn't holding back and delivers a crushing blow, but Jin Woo refuses to stay down. He forces himself to move, and just in time, the 3-minute timer on the monster's berserk ability runs out. The effects fade, and the damage Jin Woo inflicted earlier finally starts taking its toll. Seizing the moment, he unleashes a series of relentless attacks, managing to wear the beast down. Cerberus tries to bite down on him, but Jin Woo resists. The clash sends him flying, but the beast isn't done. It slams him right back into the ground. With his health nearly drained and Cerberus clamping its jaws around him, Jin Woo fights through the pain. Even while being thrown around, he keeps stabbing, refusing to let up. Every last ounce of his strength goes into one final strike, and it lands. The massive creature collapses, and a notification confirms his victory. He has defeated the Guardian of the Gate. His level jumps multiple times, and his wounds begin to heal. Taking down the beast earns him the key to the demon's castle, just as he suspected. But before he can celebrate, another message appears, revealing the recipe for the elixir of life. It requires 3 rare ingredients, all hidden within the castle. The battle with Cerberus made one thing clear: if he enters the castle now, he won't make it out alive. He makes a firm decision: he'll return, but only after he's strong enough. Afterward, Jin Woo visits his mother, wondering if he truly has the power to save her from her mysterious illness. He doesn't have the ingredients yet, but at least he knows where to find them. The problem? At his current level, entering the demon's castle would be a death sentence. There's no choice, he has to get stronger. To speed up his growth, he decides to take part in multiple C-rank raids with Leo. However, he sets a condition that catches Leo off guard: he wants to do the raids with just the 2 of them. Leo is dumbfounded. C-rank gates usually require a full team of at least 8 members. but Jinwoo suggests a workaround. They can recruit hunters just to meet the entry requirement while only he and Leo handle the real fights. It's a risky move, and Leo hesitates, but Jinwoo points out the bigger picture. If the two of them clear 19 raids alone, it'll be a game changer. Leo, realizing the potential, agrees and takes responsibility for handling the arrangements. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Chari is pushing herself through an intense workout. She pauses for a moment to hydrate, aware that someone has been watching her. Eventually, a guy named Yoon steps out of the shadows and introduces himself. In another part of town, Leo's father explains how things have changed since the gates appeared a decade ago. The world has grown dependent on resources from dungeons, and only hunters can retrieve them. Because of this, the Hunter Association keeps a close eye on everything, but the real power lies with the guilds. The top 5, Hunter Guild, White Tiger, Reaper, Fame, and KNS, monopolize dungeon profits, amassing massive wealth. Leo's father, however, refuses to accept the status quo. He knows that forming their own guild is the only way to challenge the system. Meanwhile, Leo considers the risks of working with unknown hunters, but if his father appoints him as guild leader, it could solve their problems. Elsewhere, Jinwoo continues his training. He notices that extra workouts no longer give him stat boosts, and the special loot box offer from before is gone. Hoping for a good drop, he opens a regular loot box, only to receive a bingo card. Not exactly what he was hoping for. As time passes, he keeps leveling up, but he realizes that gaining 3 stat points per level isn't making as much of a difference anymore. Leo still needs to pull himself together before tackling C-rank dungeons, but Jinwoo suddenly gets an idea. If he can get back into that penalty zone, he might have a shot at taking down that centipede from before. Still, he knows the battle won't be easy, and there's no telling if he'll even gain anything from it. Right then, Jinwoo gets a notification for a D-rank mission, but hold up, it's from the Hunters Association, meaning he won't be going in solo. Meanwhile, over at a training hall, Song wraps up a sparring session, giving a younger fighter a harsh lesson. The kid admits he wished they had fought when Song was at his peak, but Song keeps it real, reminding him that he can't change the fact that he only has one arm now. Just then, Song gets a raid notification. The kid asks why he hasn't retired yet, but Song has some dark memories and physical scars holding him back. The kid quickly apologizes for bringing it up, but Song tells him it's fine, his prime days may be over, but he still wants to contribute as long as he can. Elsewhere, a little girl plays while her father, Kim, watches nervously. He gets the same raid notification and realizes it's time for his next mission. His wife, worried, reminds him that he barely made it back last time and urges him to reconsider. But Kim insists they need the money since their daughter is about to start school. He reassures her, saying the Hunters Association doesn't send weaker hunters on dangerous missions, except that one time. With that, the family exchanges emotional words before he heads off. At another location, Beck is straight up annoyed about having to sit through a pointless interview. His mood gets worse when Mr. Choi tries to butter him up, but he cools down a bit when Choi points out that he's the best fit for the job. Turns out, Choi called him over to discuss something bigger. Eugene Construction is forming its own guild. But Beck already knows that, so he cuts to the chase and demands to know what Choi really wants. In Ji's room, her mother bluntly tells her to give up being a hunter. Even though Ji is a B-rank hunter, her mom still believes she'll just slow others down. She wants Ji to come home, but that only frustrates her more. Ji snaps, telling her mom to stop trying to control her life. She insists she can make her own decisions and proves it by hanging up. Despite her doubts, she refuses to back down, and right then, she also gets the notification about the D-rank raid. Back at the office, CHA Han walks past Beck and asks Choi about a scout who approached her. Turns out, it was from Eugene Construction. They wanted her as their guild master. She declined, but now she's curious about what they offered Beck. Meanwhile, Beck sits at a bar, reflecting on their conversation. Jeju Island has been sealed off ever since that disastrous raid, and people are trying to forget the horrors it unleashed. But Choi sees himself as humanity's weapon and can't forget what happened there. He plans to clear the island soon and needs Beck and the others on board. They need to get stronger, gain allies, and shift public opinion. That's why he set up the interview and had CHA train new hunters. He reminds Beck that he left something behind on that island, triggering memories of lost comrades. In a dark place, a desperate man begs someone to take out his enemies. Back at Jin Woo's home, his sister Jin Ah is stunned by how much busier he's become. The old Jin Woo needed weeks to recover after each dungeon, so she wonders if his training is really paying off. He casually heads out on a mission without any gear, worrying her. He's acting like it's just a simple trip to the beach. Elsewhere, Song reflects on his struggles. Even though he's a swordsman, his awakened ability has nothing to do with physical strength. All those years of martial arts training seem pointless when fighting magical beasts inside dungeons. Then, out of nowhere, he runs into Jin Woo and immediately notices something is different about him. Jin Woo doesn't explain much, so Song assumes some high-rank healer must have fixed him up. But Song wasn't as lucky. Too much time passed for his injury to ever heal. As they approach the gate, they're surprised to find themselves reunited with old faces. Kim feels awkward seeing them again, but Song figures it was bound to happen after everything that went down. 5 survivors from that nightmare are back together, leaving Song wondering what fate has in store. Meanwhile, Ji hasn't seen Jinwoo in a while, and when she does, she's shocked by just how much he's changed. Right then, some shady figures show up and start eyeing Ji like they've got bad intentions. Kay steps in before things escalate, shutting them down and telling them to back off. Turns out these guys are prisoner hunters, basically convicted criminals allowed to fight to reduce their sentences. Song can't believe they're stuck working alongside criminals, but the woman in charge reassures them it's necessary due to being short-staffed. Just in case, Kong is assigned to oversee them. He's a B rank, so if anything goes wrong, he can handle the 3 C rank criminals with ease. Jae-nyu warns Ji to stay behind, but she refuses. The prisoners get released, and even they question if this is a good idea. Kong shuts them up, reminding them of the consequences if they step out of line. He introduces himself to the group and promises to keep the criminals in check. Jinwoo lets Song lead the raid, appreciating his experience. Song takes full responsibility for past failures and acknowledges that they only survived last time thanks to Jinwoo. He thanks Jae-nyu on behalf of everyone, but Jinwoo doesn't need it. Kim doesn't object to Song taking charge, but Kong keeps staring at Jinwoo for some reason. With preparations done, Song declares the raid officially started. Inside the dungeon, the prisoners make quick work of the goblins, tearing through them like wild animals. Song Chu watches and wonders who the real monsters are, then steps in to demonstrate his own strength. They wipe out the entire goblin group, and Song is impressed by how much stronger Jinwoo has become. Even Ji notices he hasn't taken a single hit, hoping she won't need to use her healing skills. Song is still stunned. Jae-nyu's aura is just on another level. Kong leads them forward until they hit a fork in the path. Since the dungeon has been easier than expected, they decide to split up to clear it faster. Jinwoo senses the boss is down the left path, but keeps it to himself since the goblins haven't been giving him much experience. Jae-nyu suggests taking the left route, and they split up. Kong keeps throwing strange looks at Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Kim's group is full of nervous wrecks, and he decides they need to apologize to Jinwoo for abandoning him on their first raid. He doubts Jinwoo will accept, but he's determined to make amends since he wants to keep being a hunter. On the other path, the prisoners easily wipe out another goblin group. Kong, acting weird, asks if they could fight humans the same way. The prisoners scoff, it wouldn't make a difference. Then the backstory unfolds. Kong learned that a man's daughter was assaulted by 3 guys, leading her to take her own life. The father is furious because those criminals will be free in a few years. To make it worse, they're hunters, allowed to reduce their sentences by participating in raids. Furious at the injustice, the grieving father offers Kong 3 million yuan to get rid of them. Kong, now completely unhinged, reveals his plan to the prisoners. When he leaves the dungeon, he's going to tell the inspectors that the prisoners were wiped out by a massive goblin attack. Meanwhile, Kim unknowingly walks into Kong's path and stumbles upon the gruesome aftermath, the prisoners massacred. Kong, talking to the dead men, mentions he was told to make them suffer. Kim interrupts, but Kong coldly finishes off the last prisoner and decides to change his approach. He starts moving toward Kim. Jinwoo, thinking about how Kong saw him at the hospital, just hopes the guy doesn't remember him. Then, screams ring out. Rushing over, they find the dead prisoners, and Kim, barely alive. Ji quickly works her healing magic, but Song immediately realizes something's off. This wasn't the work of monsters. The wounds are too precise, the attacker deliberately avoided killing instantly. Kim, barely hanging on, accepts his fate, but Jinwoo refuses to let him give up. He reminds Kim of his family, demanding he stay alive. If he dies, he won't even have the chance to keep blaming Jinwoo. Kim, using his last breath, apologizes to Jinwoo, then he's gone. Suddenly, Kong attacks Ji, but Jinwoo intercepts him. Kong is impressed by Jinwoo's speed. Song pieces it together. Kong is behind everything. Shocked, he hesitates, because Kong is a member of the Hunters Association. But Kong casually reveals his scheme. Instead of blaming the goblins, he'll claim the prisoners killed the hunters. He'll say they turned on him, but he fought back and survived. Now, he just needs to make sure no one else lives to tell the truth. Song, realizing the danger, holds Jinwoo back. This isn't over. Since he doesn't think he can handle Kong, Song steps up instead, fully aware that Kong is a B rank, an entire level above him. Ji buffs Song with extra strength, and he goes all in, trying to take Kong down with his sword skills. But Kong? He dodges every single attack with ease, even giving Song credit for his technique. Jinwoo watches closely, analyzing the fight. Song is holding his own, but he's just not fast enough. Then Kong lands a brutal hit, and before he can do more damage, Ji quickly heals Song. This annoys Kong, who decides Ji is his next target. But Song refuses to let that happen. Kong didn't expect much from him, and that's his mistake. Song has trained rank hunters before. His sword might not be enough, but he's not going down without a fight. Kong, however, sees the limits in Song's strength. He calls him out, saying a mage type like him has no shot against an assassin. With ruthless efficiency, Kong pushes Song to the edge of death. Ji hesitates, too afraid to heal him, and Kong prepares to finish the job. But at the last second, Song reveals his fire ability. The problem? Kong's too damn fast. It dawns on Kong that Song used his sword to lower his guard against magic. The moment Kong moves to finish him, Song fires off a surprise attack. Kong, however, isn't so easily fooled. He counters, and Song ends up paying the price. Just when it looks like it's over, Jin Woo finally steps in. Kong demands to know who the hell he is, and Jin Woo simply calls himself an E-rank hunter. Kong isn't buying it. No way an E-rank moves like that. He figures Jin Woo must have gone through a second awakening. The realization shakes everyone. Kong remembers Jin Woo from the hospital, when his mana reading was only a 10. If this awakening happened after that, something isn't adding up, especially considering he survived the double dungeon. But Kong doesn't care. Whatever happened, Jin Woo is next on his hit list. Jin Woo wants answers. Kong claims he's just dealing out justice, eliminating prisoners. But Jin Woo isn't interested in that. He wants to know why Kong killed Kim and Kang the way he did. He points out that Kong could have finished them quickly, but instead, he dragged it out. He enjoyed it. A flashback reveals Kong's conversation with the guild father. Despite big offers from top guilds, he chooses to work for the Hunter Association, all because killing people is more fun than taking down beasts. The fight between Kong and Jin Woo officially begins. The sheer speed stuns the onlookers. Kong quickly sizes up Jin Woo, similar build, but he has more experience fighting high-rank opponents. He uses that advantage to take control of the fight. But then Jin Woo does something unexpected. He tells Kong to tone down the bloodlust. It's already too late. The system kicks in, just like before. It alerts Jin Woo that there are threats in his presence. Once again, he's given a quest to eliminate his opponents. Darkness engulfs him, and Kong, who thought he had the upper hand, realizes something is off. Jin Woo attacks, and to Kong's shock, he's been poisoned. They continue exchanging blows, but Kong has a secret weapon of his own. Without warning, he vanishes. He explains that his stealth skill makes him completely undetectable, not by sight, sound, or even smell. Only a few hunters have this ability, and no one knows he does. Kong lands a hit, confident that Jin Woo won't be able to do much with an injured leg. But then something impossible happens. Jin Woo heals instantly. Kong is stunned. He's never heard of a combat hunter who can also use healing magic. This unpredictability makes Jin Woo a whole new kind of threat. Jin Woo has changed. He says he's lost yet another emotion, and now, he doesn't even need anger to take down people like Kong. That realization shakes Song. The Jin Woo has taken lives before. He understands now. Jin Woo was forced to make difficult choices, and that's why his entire presence has shifted. Kong launches another attack, but Jin Woo senses his bloodlust and tracks him with ease. Kong still has another trick, but everything stops the moment Jin Woo activates his skill, a murderous intent. Darkness overtakes Kong, and in that instant, Jin Woo's blade pierces his chest. As Kong's life slips away, he acknowledges the truth. He and Jin Woo are the same. They're both killers. The only difference is, Jin Woo is stronger. Still, Kong has to know, what the hell is Jin Woo? He has assassin skills, healing abilities, and deadly debuffs. He's never seen anyone like this before. Jin Woo doesn't answer. But Kong knows one thing, Jin Woo's E-rank act is over. Before he dies, he realizes the terrifying truth. Jin Woo will just keep getting stronger. Jin Woo receives a warning from Kong. If he continues seeking more power, that power may one day consume him. After completing his mission and receiving his rewards, Jin Woo notices that with every increase in strength, something within him feels like it's breaking apart. His friends express their gratitude for saving them, but he orders them to leave the dungeon immediately. They're shocked, realizing he plans to clear the entire dungeon alone. However, they acknowledge that he's strong enough to pull it off. Outside, Woo is stunned to learn that Kong has been secretly eliminating people. He's shown the only survivors of Kong's mission and is genuinely surprised to find Jin Woo among them. Woo apologizes for what happened but, more importantly, demands to know who was responsible for taking down Kong. Jin Woo realizes he can't keep hiding the truth, meaning he must abandon his deal with Leo. But before he can confess, Song steps in and claims credit for eliminating Kong. Given that Song is only a C rank, he explains that he only managed to win with the aid of a healer. Woo is skeptical since Kong was a high B rank hunter, but he ultimately accepts Song's story. Jin Woo reminds himself not to get cocky. He only now realizes Woo is actually an A rank hunter. The sheer power radiating from Woo makes it clear that Jin Woo, as he is now, wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. Song, recognizing Jin Woo's reasons for keeping things secret, decides to return the favor for what happened in the double dungeon incident. Meanwhile, Jay wonders if Jin Woo still remembers the stone she gave him. Jin Woo and Ji take a walk, discussing how much Jin Woo has changed. In contrast, Ji admits she hasn't changed at all. She's still too hesitant to be a proper hunter. Even though she should be joining A-rank raids, she continues taking on the lowest ranked ones. But she doesn't regret it, as it led to her meeting Jin Woo. She recalls how he was always getting himself injured, yet his eyes were always filled with unwavering determination. She returns the crystal he had given her and reveals that she's retiring, planning to return home to her family. They part on good terms, agreeing to meet again if fate allows. Meanwhile, Wu had initially been highly suspicious of Jin Wu. It was hard to believe that an E rank like him could take down someone as powerful as Kong. Since there was no record of Jin Wu undergoing a reawakening, Wu eventually let it go, but not without giving him a warning. However, trouble is brewing as Donggu, the brother of the fallen hunter Hung, hears that only Jin Wu and Liu survived when his brother didn't. There's a strong chance Donggu is out for revenge. This is a serious issue because Donggu is an S-rank hunter. Facts won't matter, he'll be looking for blood. Jin Wu knows that the law is powerless against S-rank hunters. These people can either bring salvation or destruction, and unfortunately, one of them now has their sights set on him. Wu advises Jin Wu to gather his family and flee the country, but Jin Wu sees this as yet another reason to grow even stronger. If he doesn't, he won't survive. Later, Jin Wu meets up with Liu and is caught off guard by what he sees. Liu introduces him to their strike team, explaining that he recruited people with hunter-level abilities who, for various reasons, couldn't officially work in the industry and was struggling financially. Jin Wu points out that one of the recruits is just a high schooler, but she fires back, asserting that she's a qualified hunter like the rest. However, her confidence wavers when Jin Wu immediately identifies her as an E rank with no raid experience. Not that it matters, Jin Wu informs them that they'll all be waiting outside while he and Liu handle everything inside. Each of them will be paid 3 million won, which is an amazing deal considering they won't have to do anything. The only condition is strict secrecy. If they talk, they'll have to repay 10 times their earnings. Jin Wu had gained a stealth rune from taking down Kong, using it to develop new stealth skills. Liu, meanwhile, arrives decked out in expensive armor, which earns an immediate lecture from Jin Wu about how foolish that is. However, Jin Wu allows him to keep the helmet. With that settled, they step into the portal together. The other hunters watching from the sidelines think they're absolutely insane for taking on a C-rank dungeon alone, but Jin Wu and Liu don't care. The contract is sealed. Meanwhile, Jin Wu's sister wonders about her missing friend, Songi, only to realize that she's the high schooler on Jin Wu's strike team. As the hunters chat, they estimate that a full team would take about 2 hours to complete the raid. So, when they see Liu casually walk out of the portal, they assume he bailed. But they're in for a shock. The gate closes right behind him. That means the dungeon has already been cleared. The hunters are left stunned, but Jin Wu urges them to move since he's ready for another portal. His goal? Knock out 3 raids in a single day. The others can't believe they just finished one. In another raid, Jin Wu annihilates a horde of goblins while Liu handles the mining. With the goblins wiped out, Jin Wu levels up. The next raid goes just as smoothly, boosting his strength even more. Days pass as the two continue clearing dungeons solo, facing increasingly stronger monsters. Liu notices Jin Wu's insane growth, his stealth skill proves invaluable, and his dash ability levels up. He gains several powerful new skills, which he tests out on a wolf. However, he quickly realizes his mana pool isn't deep enough to sustain them for long, so he downs a potion and decides to focus on boosting his intelligence. He also puts off returning to the demon castle, believing himself to be between a B rank and an A rank hunter. Just then, the system notifies him he's hit the level requirement for a job change quest. Elsewhere, the leader of another guild, and hears that a strike team is splurging twice the usual price to snatch up C rank gates. Their leader? A wealthy kid named Liu. But their lineup seems completely random. And recognizes the name Jin Wu from a past dungeon incident and gets the feeling something major is brewing. Meanwhile, Jin Wu and Liu emerge victorious from another portal. Jin Wu senses something is up with S, but she brushes it off. Back with his assistant is floored when and considers that Jin Wu may have undergone a reawakening. The guy survived 3 catastrophic events, each with heavy casualties, but he always came out alive. A reawakening is the only logical explanation. Deciding to investigate, and heads out to observe this rising talent. He arrives at Jin Wu's portal, but instead of witnessing intense combat, he's baffled. It looks like a picnic is happening. Songi warns him the area is restricted, revealing herself as a hunter. When she confirms she's with the strike team, and is floored to realize Jin Wu ditched the entire crew to tackle the dungeon solo. And suspects Jin Wu may be his biggest find yet, but chooses to leave for now. Later, Jin Wu tells Liu he's swamped tomorrow and can't make any raids, so they postpone a few. Then, the scene shifts. Mr. Choi jolts awake from a nightmare. Looking over some paperwork, he notes it's almost time for the reconnaissance mission to Jeju Island. After a long day of raiding, Jin Wu is approached by Yen, who introduces himself as the manager of the White Tiger Guild, one of the country's top guilds, always on the hunt for fresh talent. And gets straight to the point, offering to double Jin Wu's current pay if he joins their guild. He's confident an E rank like Jin Wu can't refuse. But he's in for a shock. Jin Wu asks about the value of the White Tiger Guild's headquarters. It's a staggering 50 billion. So An is floored when Jinwoo reveals a construction company is already offering him a 30 billion value building. To prove it, Jinwoo presents evidence, but An admits he's not authorized to offer the guild's 50 billion property. Losing interest, Jinwoo walks away but pauses, wondering how An found out about him. Jinwoo exudes an overwhelming presence, warning An not to dig too deep before disappearing. An is rattled. Jinwoo used stealth to vanish. Realizing this ability confirms his suspicions of a reawakening, and is forced to comply when Jinwoo demands to know who else is aware. And reveals it's just him and one other person. Jinwoo warns him, if word spreads, they'll be his first targets. And swears to keep things quiet, and Jinwoo reappears. Jinwoo still plans to keep hoarding gates, but that's causing issues for the guild since they need them to train recruits. As a compromise, Jinwoo agrees to let them take 3 gates, but at a steep price. And is blown away when Jinwoo demands 300 million per gate. Desperate, and negotiates it down to 200 million, and surprisingly, Jinwoo accepts. The deal is sealed, but Jinwoo has one more thing in mind. He tells An to close his eyes and open his mouth, before handing him a healing potion for his cut. Jinwoo admits he trusts An but warns him again to keep quiet. An's assistant later asks how the meeting went. And simply states, Jinwoo may be an even bigger deal than he ever imagined. The next day, Leo confirms they secured the 600 million. Leo mentions they were going to ditch the gates anyway, so he's stunned that Jinwoo managed to pull in so much cash for them. Leo wants more details, but Jinwoo simply says it's a trade secret. Meanwhile, at the White Tiger Guild, On realizes Jinwoo played him, and now, tons of C-rank gates are popping up for less than 70 million. Jinwoo sends him a message, letting him know they're now on equal ground. After keeping an eye on him, On realizes Jinwoo isn't someone to mess with, but he's glad he got his contact info another way. Jinwoo then sets off on a road trip to uncover what this job change quest is all about. He ends up in a deep forest, far from civilization, since he has no idea what to expect. He's already cleared 2 dungeons with keys, but those were mandatory, penalty and emergency quests. This job quest, however, is optional, and they even gave him time to decide. Jinwoo figures it's a major event that will grant him skills suited for his job, so he chooses to accept. The gate opens. He suddenly remembers he hasn't done his daily quest yet, but he'll deal with it later. Declaring that the real challenge starts now, he steps through. Meanwhile, Leo is having a meal with his father when his brother shows up. Inside the dungeon, Jinwoo quickly realizes he can't use potions or recover fully. He won't be able to leave until the quest is complete, so he'll have to tread carefully. Suddenly, he hears something approaching and prepares for battle. It turns out to be an armored beast, and when Jinwoo attacks, he's caught off guard. His strike barely does anything. He attempts another hit, but it's still ineffective. Dodging a flurry of attacks, he remarks that he's faced tougher creatures with even higher defenses. Jinwoo then abandons his weapon and uses his bare hands, ripping the monster apart. He's not thrilled, though. He just wasted one use of his fatal strike skill. But before he can dwell on it, more enemies arrive. Meanwhile, Leo's father inquires about Jung's guild building efforts. He's heard that all the S-rank hunters Jung reached out to rejected him. That's true, but Jung reveals he's speaking with hunters from other countries. Leo realizes this could mean more competition for him, and he's stunned when Jung hints that he knows about his secret dealings. Jung warns Leo not to interfere because he understands what's at stake. Leo stays silent but is certain Jung wouldn't be so confident if he knew the full extent of his partner's power. Back in the dungeon, Jinwoo is tearing through the enemies, but he knows he'll need to rest soon. Just as he takes down another monster, he senses something, an enemy using stealth. To make things worse, a mage wielding light magic appears. It's oddly familiar, like he's reliving his past battles. First, an armored opponent, now enemies with stealth and magic abilities. The quest is proving far harder than he expected, but he isn't one to back down. Assessing the fight, he determines the best approach. The armored foe needs brute force, the stealthy one requires heightened perception, and the mage must be countered with intellect. Unfortunately, he hasn't invested much in intelligence. His fatigue is rising fast, and he knows he needs to end the fight quickly. Elsewhere, Mr. Choi meets up with the other hunters. They're ready to set out for Jojo Island. Back in the dungeon, Jinwoo defeats his opponents and finds a chest plate as his reward. He realizes he hasn't really focused on gear before. Equipping it, he's pleased to see it grants invisibility without affecting his movement. His level has risen, and he has gathered a solid collection of golden items. With his fatigue recovered, he pushes forward. Eventually, he reaches a massive door. The gust of wind that rushes out sends chills down his spine. Inside is an eerie throne room, and what he finds there shocks him. The sound and the overwhelming presence make his body recall something, a sensation just as terrifying as that double dungeon disaster. Jinwoo can't believe it. All that pressure, and it's coming from just one opponent. The enemy standing before him is a knight commander, and its name appears in red, Igris. Jin knew this dude wasn't like any enemy he had ever faced. Igris wasted no time, launching a blindingly fast attack. Jinwoo was stunned as he watched the knight slice through pillars like they were mere twigs. In an instant, Jinwoo was completely overpowered. The next hit sent him flying. He had no chance of keeping up. He was getting tossed around like a ragdoll, struggling to process just how monstrous this opponent was. Determined, Jinwoo unleashed a barrage of attacks, his speed insane, but his blade barely left a scratch on the knight's armor. He managed to block a single strike, only to be thrown backward. That's when he realized they were evenly matched in speed, but Igris was far stronger. This dude was dangerous, and Jinwoo wasn't sure he had any chance of winning without a proper weapon. Still, he had one idea: finding a way to deal damage through Igris's armor. He put away his dagger, and to his surprise, the knight discarded his weapon too. Meanwhile, Mr. Choi called the chairman, expressing his gratitude for approving the operation. The chairman warned him to be cautious, but Mr. Choi was already aware of the risks. This expedition wasn't about winning, it was about assessing the threat level. They were here to test the enemy's reaction. Mr. Choi remained focused, knowing the last raid on Jojo Island had never truly ended for him. Back in the dungeon, Igris wasted no time crushing Jinwoo. The knight tossed him around like a plaything, landing a series of devastating blows. Jinwoo was sent crashing through a wall, utterly shocked. He had blocked every hit, yet it still felt like he lost 500 HP. Thankfully, his armor had saved him. Without it, he'd already be dead. He had to admit, overpowering Igris was impossible, so he shifted tactics, relying on speed. Jinwoo dashed around, finally managing to push Igris back. He launched another flurry of attacks, but it became clear he couldn't land a clean hit. Igris countered every move and kept tossing him around. Even worse, Jinwoo noticed the knight's skill also boosted his defense. He was still getting wrecked, dragged back into the fight despite his best efforts. But Jinwoo wasn't giving up. His persistence paid off when he landed a precise kick to Igris's head. But instead of slowing down, the knight came back even harder. Jinwoo took another brutal beating, getting flung onto the throne as Igris loomed over him. Meanwhile, back home, Gina left dinner for Jinwoo before heading off to study. We also caught a glimpse of his mother resting in the hospital. But back in the battle, Jinwoo was in terrible shape. The knight raised his sword, ready to finish him off. Just as the final strike came down, Jinwoo moved, lightning fast, stopping the attack with a single hand. With unwavering resolve, he declared that he hadn't lost yet and shoved Igris backward. Summoning his dagger, he managed to stab the knight through a gap in his helmet. Jinwoo poured all his strength into pushing Igris back, slamming him into the wall. The knight attempted to seize Jinwoo's weapon, but he smirked. His dagger didn't switch owners. Instead, it returned to his inventory, ready to be summoned again. With one final effort, Jinwoo drove the blade deeper into Igris's skull. It wasn't enough. He needed more force. Summoning every last ounce of power, he delivered his strongest strike yet. Igris went completely limp. As Jinwoo withdrew his blade, a notification appeared: he had won the fight. He knew there was a massive gap between them in every aspect, and if he had made a single mistake, he would have been the one lying dead. His victory came with full rewards: a hefty 1.5 million gold, the S-rank helmet that Igris had worn, a rare runestone for a skill called Ruler's Hand, and an instant teleportation stone. Jinwoo inspected the helmet. It was top tier, offering stat boosts and 15% damage reduction. The stone, however, puzzled him. Unlike other items, it couldn't be stored in his inventory. Why was he getting it now? Something felt off. His suspicions were confirmed when a sudden shift in the dungeon occurred. Multiple portals burst open around him. A new notification popped up: his job change quest wasn't over. It was just beginning. Jinwoo was now in survival mode. A timer appeared, signaling the start of an endless wave of enemies. To advance, he needed to last as long as possible. But what did that truly mean? Jinwoo didn't have time to figure it out. The battle was far from over. He's relieved these enemies aren't on Aegis's level, because if they were, he'd be done for in seconds. Jinwoo is confident he can take them on, but damn, there's a whole army of them. Meanwhile, the other hunters take off toward Jojo Island. After some time, we're back with Jinwoo, still deep in battle. More enemies keep pouring out of the gates, and the real challenge here is to survive for as long as possible. Jinwoo relies on his stealth skills to manage his energy and buy himself time. Jinwoo's strategy goes out the window when a mage exposes his stealth, forcing him back into hand-to-hand combat. Things get even worse: he can't use his stealth or his killing intent anymore. Then, out of nowhere, a sword cuts into his back, and he's stunned when he realizes only 5 minutes have passed. The fight is getting way too intense, and Jin Woo knows he won't last much longer. He decides to teleport out, even if he hates the idea, but before he can, a monster knocks the stone right out of his grip. Now, Jin Woo is in serious trouble as enemies close in on him. He gets thrown around by the monsters, with no way to escape since his teleportation stone is gone. His only option? Take them all down. Jin Woo forces himself back into the fight, but things are looking rough, his stamina is nearly drained, and he can't rely on stealth or killing intent. But you know our guy never quits. He's determined to stay alive. As he fights, he thinks about how he's always been at the bottom, always pushing forward. This moment is no different. His knuckles are torn up, his heart is racing, then, suddenly, the monsters start talking. The voices mock him, calling him the weakest hunter, reminding him of the time he barely survived a rank gate and had to be hospitalized. Then, out of nowhere, his past self and two familiar figures, Song Ch and G, appear. They tell Jin Woo to stop pushing himself. His younger self speaks, telling him he's already come a long way and that should be enough. The old Jin Woo barely recognizes the new version of himself, taller, stronger, but insists the changes are only on the surface. Deep down, he's still weak and about to die again. The old self claims Jin Woo will always be an E-rank hunter, a dreamer who never knew his place. Jin Woo dodges attacks, but he's struggling. His younger self tells him he's getting what he deserves for thinking he was ready for a battle like this. Those words hit hard, making Jin Woo question if he's truly changed. Just then, a notification pops up, his daily challenge time is up, and he'll be penalized for not completing it. Lucky for him, that means he's being taken to the penalty zone. Jin Woo finally understands, luck plays a role in all of this. His younger self realizes that whoever is running this system isn't ready to let him die just yet. He accepts his fate, and Jin Woo gets transported to the penalty zone. When he arrives, he actually feels relieved. The penalty ended up saving his life. Still, he wonders if it's really luck or if the system itself is keeping him alive. He decides not to overthink it, instead drinking some potions to recover. Unlucky for him, a notification warns that if his injuries are too severe, potions won't restore his health, he'll have to either recover naturally or level up. Then, a group of those same monsters from before appears. Jin Woo reminds himself that as long as he survives, any pain he feels will only make him stronger. Back at home, Gina notices Jin Woo hasn't returned. She jokes that maybe he found himself a girl, then dismisses the thought and just hopes he remembers to show up for her guardian-teacher meeting. Meanwhile, Jin Woo takes down the monsters he once feared and restores his health by leveling up. With 10 minutes left in the penalty zone, he takes the opportunity to grab a new weapon, the Night Killer Dagger. It's a solid choice, dealing 25% extra damage to armor-type beasts. He also uses a rune he got from battling Aegis, unlocking an active skill called Ruler's Hand. To his surprise, the skill doesn't drain his energy and allows him to control objects without touching them. He remembers Aegis using something similar on his sword. Testing it out, he finds he's still too weak to move anything big. As time runs out, Jin Woo makes a decision: if he's going to survive, he'll have to rely on a little bit of luck to see him through. Jin Woo finds himself back in the dungeon, ready for another intense battle. As they move closer to Jojo Island, Choi detects multiple mana sources in the water, and what he witnesses in the dungeon leaves him completely stunned. Meanwhile, Jin Woo takes note of how well his Night Killer Dagger is performing, but something about the situation feels off. He continues eliminating the beasts, yet it doesn't quite seem like his attacks are making a difference. His concern shifts toward the mags, who are casting spells without directly engaging in combat. Then, it clicks: these mags are the ones responsible for opening the gates and summoning the knights. Acting on this realization, Jin Woo targets the mags and discovers that eliminating even one causes some knights to collapse. Seizing the advantage, he continues his assault, forcing the remaining mags into a defensive position behind the knights. Despite their attempts to hide, he eliminates another, leaving just 3 standing. In a last-ditch effort, the trio combines their magic, summoning a formidable golem. Recognizing the threat, Jin Woo moves to higher ground. Observing their miscalculation, summoning a single large creature instead of many smaller ones makes them more vulnerable. He swiftly dispatches the remaining mags, yet the golem remains active. Unfazed, Jin Woo unleashes his overwhelming strength, shattering the golem through sheer brute force. With that, all enemies are defeated, and a system notification announces the completion of his mission. Now, he has the option to advance to a higher class based on his performance. However, before he can make a decision, more messages flood in. They describe a path paved with corpses and the scent of blood, emphasizing the pursuit of absolute power. These notifications hint at an army bound to his command, and Jin Woo is utterly shocked when the system assigns him the Necromancer class. This revelation baffles him. Necromancers typically rely on intellect and magic, yet his build prioritizes physical strength, honed for an assassin-like combat style. Taking on this class seems counterproductive, rendering his efforts meaningless. Relieved to find an option to decline, he initially rejects the offer. But then, the system urges him to reconsider, emphasizing that this is a hidden class. Jin Woo hesitates, pondering whether it possesses unique abilities. He recalls how the mags manipulated summons, and the realization strikes, perhaps this job change wasn't random but orchestrated by the system itself. His intrigue grows. Mags may lack direct combat strength, but nothing dictates that a necromancer must fight from the rear. If class progression functions like stats, leveling up should also enhance his necromancy abilities, strengthening the shadow army mentioned in the messages. The idea of no longer battling alone excites him, and he ultimately accepts the class. Darkness erupts beneath his feet as the system finalizes the advancement process. Having excelled in his mission, he accumulates enough points to surpass the standard threshold. The power surge intensifies, lifting Jin Woo off the ground as the transformation completes. But what happens next is unexpected. He doesn't just become a necromancer. The system upgrades him directly to the Shadow Monarch class. Along with this, he gains unique class skills and ability points. Just as he thinks the process is over, anguished voices echo around him. Shadows rise from fallen monsters, and a new ability, Shadow Extraction, becomes available. To activate it, he must choose a command, and he settles on Arise. The moment he speaks, a surge of exhilaration rushes through him as the first members of his shadow army emerge. In addition to this ability, he gains shadow storage, allowing him to summon or dismiss these entities at will. However, extraction success depends on the strength and condition of the target. Experimenting further, he discovers that knights and mags appear in different ranks, sparking curiosity about whether high-ranking shadows retain their former power. Testing this theory, he attempts extraction on Igris. Despite his efforts, his initial attempts fail. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Go-Gunhee reminds Wu Jinchul that hunters can only grow stronger through reawakenings, which is why they train in combat and form alliances. Back in the dungeon, Jin Woo addresses Igris directly, acknowledging him as a warrior whose sole purpose is battle. Refusing to let such strength go to waste, he commands him to arise once more. This time, an overwhelming surge of power erupts from Igris' fallen body, and the extraction succeeds. Now able to name his highest-ranking knight, Jin Woo honors him by restoring his original title, Wigris. Elsewhere, Go-Gunhee reflects on the unpredictability of reawakenings, hoping for a hunter capable of shattering all expectations. At that very moment, Igris and the rest of Jin Woo's newly formed shadow army kneel before him. Awestruck by the sight, Jin Woo acknowledges them as his loyal followers. Meanwhile, the other hunters finally arrive at Jojo Island. Choi examines a red ant from the previous catastrophic raid and is left in shock by his findings. The creatures are evolving. The revelation hits hard as he notices a terrifying new development: the ants have grown wings. The story shifts to Jin Woo oversleeping and being jolted awake by a call from Gina. Noticing his groggy voice, she instantly realizes he's still in bed and demands if he even knows what time it is. Checking the clock, Jin Woo sees it's already past 2 in the afternoon. Gina quickly reminds him about her parent-teacher meeting, prompting him to hurry. Later, Jin Woo arrives at the meeting, looking surprisingly well-dressed. Gina is caught off guard by how sharp he appears, making Jin Woo wonder if something is wrong. She reassures him that it's just unexpected, and he casually explains that showing up in casual wear wouldn't have been appropriate. Gina muses about how much people can change. As they walk through the school hallways, Jin Woo catches the attention of several girls, who whisper curiously about him. Gina, noticing this, teases him about still being single and offers to set him up with someone, but he brushes off the idea. During the meeting, Gina's teacher praises her, describing her as a model student with excellent academic performance, especially in mock exams. Confident that Gina could secure a place in medical school, the teacher advises Jin Woo not to pressure her too much. He agrees. Before concluding the meeting, the teacher brings up an interesting question: what would he do if Gina awakened as a hunter? Without hesitation, Jin Woo firmly states he wouldn't allow it. The teacher had expected this answer, but hints that she has a request. The scene shifts to Jin Woo meeting Sai, who is surprised to see him. He reveals that he is Gina's brother, and Sai quickly realizes that the teacher must have sent him to convince her to quit being a hunter. Sai refuses outright, stating that she has no intention of quitting or returning to school. Jin Woo points out that as an E-rank hunter, her opportunities to earn money are limited. While she may have made good money in the past, that was an exception. Frustrated, Sai tells him to leave if he's only here to lecture her, even throwing his rank in his face, reminding him that he's also just an E-rank. Jin Woo, unfazed, calmly states that he's not here to lecture her or change her mind, he has a different reason for coming. Elsewhere, Jinil personally greets Dong-su upon his arrival in Japan, catching him off guard with such a direct reception. Dong-su sarcastically remarks on how the head of the Hunter Association himself has come to welcome him. Jinil, however, wastes no time and bluntly asks how long Dong-su plans to stay. Dong-su reassures him not to worry, claiming he won't be around for long. But Jinil remains skeptical, pointing out that Dong-su has returned to the very country he once betrayed, supposedly just to meet two specific people. Dong-su smirks, making it clear that Jinil knows the truth. His visit isn't just for a casual meeting. He coldly suggests that the surveillance team should turn a blind eye to what's about to happen, revealing his intent to eliminate Jinwoo first, then Leo. Confident in his strength, he mocks Jinil, claiming his abilities won't be enough to stop him. But Jinil, unfazed, simply responds that he is only doing his duty. In another location, creatures are being unloaded from a helicopter that Guildmaster Choi and his team brought back from Jojo Island. Choi briefs the Hunter Association chairman about the situation, explaining how these creatures have repeatedly attempted to cross the sea but failed due to their inability to sustain flight. He warns that if left unchecked, they might eventually succeed, prompting Ji to assure him that every measure will be taken to prevent that outcome. Meanwhile, Jinwoo meets up with Sang, who is surprised by the unexpected call and remarks on how rare it is to hear from him. Noticing Songying with Jinwoo, Sang listens as Jinwoo apologizes for the sudden request. However, Sang assures him it's not an issue, though he's curious about Jinwoo's interest in their training. Sang gestures toward a nearby gate, explaining that it's a high-level SE gate that recently appeared. As they discuss, an impatient man grumbles about wasting time, insisting they should start the raid instead of standing around. Jinwoo glances at him, and Sang introduces him as Kim Chal, an A-rank hunter serving as a tanker. It's clear that Kim Chal isn't pleased about lower-ranked hunters observing his raid. His frustration is evident, and Sang attempts to smooth things over by explaining the team composition to Jinwoo. The raid group consists of 1 A-rank hunter, 5 B-ranks, making up a total of 10 members, including Jinwoo and Songying. Jinwoo isn't thrilled about the large team, as his main goal was to show SMIA the brutal reality of dungeon raids. With so many people, the experience might not have the same impact. Sang's assistant advises Jinwoo to stay on the sidelines and let the newer members gain hands-on experience, to which Jinwoo agrees. As the team enters the gate, Jinwoo immediately senses something is off. He notices the gate behind them behaving strangely as it starts to glow red. Realizing the situation, he quickly attempts to escape, managing to squeeze his head out just in time to warn Sang to contact the assault team. However, the gate forcefully pulls him back inside before he can fully get out. Alarmed, Sang swiftly contacts Beck, informing him of the red gate, and Beck immediately moves to assist. Inside, Jinwoo and the group find themselves in an endless snowy landscape. To their shock, the gate has completely vanished, causing panic as they wonder how to escape. Kim Chal steps forward, explaining that they are trapped inside a red gate. A confused SMIA asks what that means, prompting Jinwoo to clarify that unlike normal gates, red gates cut off all contact with the outside world upon entry. The only way out is to defeat the boss or wait for the dungeon to collapse, as external interference is impossible. He also warns that the area will be crawling with dangerous magical creatures. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rains down on them. One hunter is struck and killed instantly, but Jinwoo reacts swiftly, catching a second arrow aimed at SMIA and shielding her. She is stunned by his speed, and the team realizes they are surrounded by ice elves. Jinwoo quickly notes that the elves remained undetected due to their distance and had targeted the group's weakest members. He acknowledges that if this had happened 2 months ago, he wouldn't have survived. Before they can react further, the ice elves retreat, leaving SMIA bewildered. Jainu explains that ice elves are relentless hunters, feared for their brutal efficiency and known among other hunters as ice slayers. Kim Cho then asserts control over the group, making it clear that no outside help will arrive. He demands that everyone follow his orders if they want to survive. Acknowledging that he can't manage the entire group alone, he suggests splitting into 2 teams, believing it will improve their survival odds. He warns that staying in one spot risks freezing to death and insists that those who go with him will be safe. Most of the group agrees to follow Kim Cho, but he immediately singles out the weaker members, refusing to take them. He justifies this by claiming their presence would slow everyone down. He then explains that time in this dungeon moves differently, 1 day here equals an hour outside, and that it could take months to either defeat the boss or wait for the dungeon to collapse. He labels those he's leaving behind as dead weight, but promises to return for them once the boss is dealt with. One girl, however, decides to stay with Jainu instead. Kim Cho considers this a foolish decision, but she is convinced he overlooked an earlier event. She quietly whispers to Jainu, noting that she saw his reflexes in action before and suspects he is much stronger than he appears, perhaps even a rank or more above what he claims. Jainu neither confirms nor denies her suspicion. Kim Cho confidently takes the main road, assuming it is the best path. Meanwhile, Jainu leads his team through the forest. After some time, Kim Cho's group notices deep claw marks on the trees. Recognizing the signs, he declares they have entered Ice Bear territory and smugly comments that the weaker team won't last long. Soon after, they sense danger. Ice bears are nearby. The group quickly finds themselves surrounded. One of the massive creatures charges at them, but Kim Cho blocks the attack with his shield before slicing the bear in half with his axe. Without hesitation, he moves to engage the other two bears, his confidence unwavering. Meanwhile, Jainu's group also encounters similar claw marks. The girl warns that they are in ice bear territory and suggests turning back to avoid a confrontation. However, Jainu disagrees, suggesting instead that they move further in. He explains that since ice bears dominate this area, they won't have to worry about stronger predators, such as the elves waiting outside. After considering his logic, the girl realizes he's right. No other creatures would dare enter ice bear territory. As they move forward, the air grows colder. Jainu pulls coats from his inventory using subspace magic and hands them out to the group. They are astonished by his ability and gratefully put on the warm clothing. Still curious, the girl asks who he really is. Jainu avoids answering directly, instead reminding her that he brought her here, so it's his duty to protect her. However, he requests that they refrain from further questions. Just then, a massive ice bear emerges from the shadows. Without hesitation, Jainu steps forward, changes his title to Wolf Assassin, and prepares for battle. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Bake observes the eerie red glow, instantly recognizing it as a dangerous anomaly. He doubts that anyone aside from high-ranking hunters could endure its perils. Placing his hopes on Kim Chol, he believes that a strong enough leader might give the team a fighting chance. However, Sag informs him that besides the official assault squad, others have also ventured inside, including Jinwoo. Intrigued, Bake asks about Jinwoo's rank, and Sang responds that he is officially classified as an E rank, though there are suspicions that he may have undergone a reawakening, though he himself has never confirmed it. Despite this, Bake remains doubtful about Jinwoo's survival prospects. Just then, Donggu arrives with Gel, and Bake is visibly displeased by his presence, questioning why he is here instead of in America. Ignoring the question, Donggu instead challenges Bake, demanding an explanation as to why a low-ranked hunter, who isn't even affiliated with their guild, was allowed entry. It's clear that he's referring to Jinwoo, leaving Bake puzzled about how Donggu even knows of him. Donggu scoffs at the red gate, believing that Jinwoo will likely perish before he gets a chance to meet him. Jinul, observing Donggu's frustration, notes that Jinwoo is lucky to be inside the gate, avoiding an immediate confrontation. However, he still doubts Jinwoo's ability to make it out alive. Inside the gate, Jinwoo slaughters the last of the ice bears, earning yet another level up. His team and the girl watch in stunned silence, questioning his true identity, though he remains tight-lipped. Later, as they gather to eat roasted bear meat, everyone is astonished at how effortlessly he took down so many monsters on his own. However, the girl warns them not to relax just yet, suspecting that the creature's lair must be close. Meanwhile, S is perplexed by Jinwoo's behavior, wondering why he would choose to train after an exhausting battle. As she voices her thoughts, the others agree that he is unlike anyone they've met. Elsewhere, Jinwoo stands at the entrance of the ice bear's lair, eager to test his shadow army. He summons them, watching as they charge forward. The shadows cut down the beasts with ease, though some of the monsters retaliate fiercely, tearing through portions of the army. However, the shadows regenerate quickly, drawing on Jinwoo's mana, and return to battle. The mags in his ranks provide powerful support, exceeding his expectations, but he notes that maintaining them consumes a considerable amount of energy. Suddenly, the massive leader of the ice bears emerges. With a single devastating blow, it obliterates his entire shadow army, draining a significant amount of his mana in the process. Unable to restore his fallen soldiers, Jinwoo summons Igris. The Shadow Knight steps forward confidently, unfazed as the bear charges. With swift movements, Igris dodges and delivers a clean, precise slash. The beast tries one last desperate attack, but Igris swiftly beheads it. Watching the battle unfold, Jinwoo is impressed by Igris' power, recalling their previous duel. He acknowledges that if Igris had used his sword back then, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Even now, despite his current strength, he suspects Igris may still be superior. Praising him for his skill, Jinwoo is eager to see how much stronger they can become together. Meanwhile, Kim Chol's party faces an overwhelming attack from the elves. His entire team is wiped out, leaving him alone in sheer disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of rising to an elite position within the White Tiger Guild, only to now find himself in a nightmare. The cold, merciless gazes of the elves and the sight of the last remaining survivors being cut down fill him with terror. Realizing that there's no chance of victory, he turns and flees as fast as his legs can carry him. Jinwoo stands triumphant over the defeated Death Bears, demonstrating his overwhelming power as a necromancer. With a simple command, the fallen beasts rise as shadow bears, seamlessly joining his expanding shadow army. Outside the portal, Sang explains that the strike force has been trapped for 3 hours, equivalent to 3 days, due to the portal's distorted time. Given the dangers of red gates, Donggu assumes Jinwoo is already dead and prepares to leave. However, he abruptly stops, demanding to know why Jinwoo was involved with the White Tiger Guild in the first place. Sang casually replies that Jinwoo is merely an observer accompanying them on a C-rank mission. While Sang believes this explanation should suffice, Donggu shocks everyone by suddenly grabbing him by the throat. Donggu isn't fooled, he knows Sang has a keen eye for identifying potential new talents among hunters. At that moment, Beck steps forward, transforming as he commands Donggu to stop. Instead of backing down, Donggu grows more enraged, dismissing Beck as nothing more than a big fish in a small pond. The two elite hunters then unleash their power, sending shockwaves of terror through those around them. Sang grows increasingly worried, fearing an all-out S-rank battle could devastate the entire area. Despite the concern, tensions boil over, and the two hunters finally clash. Inside the portal, Kim Cha breathes a sigh of relief after escaping from the elves, only for that relief to turn into horror when he stumbles upon the mangled corpses of the death bears. The gruesome sight terrifies him, and he struggles to comprehend how the lower-ranked hunters he abandoned could be responsible for such destruction. His mind races, suspecting that the ice layers might be the true culprits, prompting him to flee deeper into the forest. Outside the gate, Donggu is momentarily impressed when Jinul intervenes, successfully preventing the S-rank battle from escalating. So Guile humbly admits that the only reason his arms remain intact is that the two S-rank hunters restrained themselves at the last second. Jinul reassures Donggu that Jinmu is nothing more than an E-rank hunter, explaining that his evaluation 2 months ago found no reason to think otherwise. Additionally, Jinul states that the investigation into Donggu's brother's death revealed that a magic beast was responsible. However, Donggu dismisses this as a convenient cover-up, convinced that if Jinmu isn't the killer, then the true culprit must be the wealthy Leo. Jinul questions why Donggu is targeting Jinmu if he believes him to be innocent, but Donggu's response is chilling. He doesn't need a reason. It's just an excuse. An excuse to kill. Before the conversation can continue, Donggu is called away, muttering that Jinmu is fortunate. Sang watches him leave, reflecting on how no one truly understands the depth of Jinmu's power the way he does. Despite the dangers of the Red Gate, Sang remains confident Jinmu will survive. Inside the portal, Jinmu's group gathers around a fire, attempting to stay warm. However, their brief moment of peace is interrupted when Kim Cole storms in, furious at the sight of these so-called weaklings alive and thriving. Clad in weather gear, surrounded by blankets and food, they are in significantly better condition than his own team. Consumed by anger, Kim Cole accuses them of hoarding supplies, blaming them for his comrades' deaths due to their lack of proper equipment. Enraged, he demands to know who has been keeping the gear hidden, his suspicion falling on Park, believing she sided with a weaker group because she knew the truth. As tension escalates, a countdown begins, warning that if the culprit doesn't confess, they will all be eliminated. When silence persists, the accuser furiously calls out a name, assuming guilt and preparing to strike. However, before action is taken, Jin Woo suddenly materializes, effortlessly overpowering the attacker. The group is left in shock at their leader's unexpected return, while Jin Woo reprimands the accuser for carelessly blaming others for their failure. Yet, he senses an even greater danger lurking nearby and accuses the accuser of attracting something far worse. Surveying his surroundings, Jin Woo speaks toward the unseen force, declaring that their presence is far too powerful to remain hidden. He commands them to reveal themselves, prompting the Ice Elves to emerge. Their leader scoffs, remarking that one among the humans possesses surprising strength. Jin Woo retorts in fluent beast tongue, though he himself is momentarily taken aback, deducing that his unique abilities must be responsible. The elven leader explains their intrusion, revealing that one of their own detected Jin Woo's immense power when he deflected an arrow and sought to challenge him. However, before the challenger can even react, Jin Woo decisively beheads him. Rather than being alarmed, the leader finds amusement in such ruthlessness, yet Jin Woo remains indifferent, launching an immediate attack. The leader skillfully defends himself, making Jin Woo realize that this opponent won't be easy to defeat. Intrigued, the elf remarks that Jin Woo doesn't seem human and questions why he's pretending to be one. Confused, Jin Woo hesitates, but the leader's laughter makes it clear that he knows something unknown to Jin Woo. The elf explains that his kind are driven by an instinctive voice compelling them to exterminate humans, yet for some reason, they hear nothing when it comes to Jin Woo. This revelation sparks suspicion in Jin Woo. Could this be tied to his abilities? The leader speculates that Jin Woo may not be entirely human and urges him to surrender the others. However, Jin Woo demands to know why the elves are hunting humans at all. As the leader begins to answer, something unnatural happens, his words glitch, repeating as if trapped in a loop. Despite this, Jin Woo remains defiant. The leader warns that opposing them will make him an enemy, boasting of their overwhelming numbers. But Jin Woo remains undeterred, questioning the elf's confidence. Without hesitation, he summons his shadow army, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. The elf leader dismisses the display as futile, yet Jin Woo pays no heed, pressing forward for battle. The leader obliges, and the conflict erupts into a fierce struggle. As the humans attempt to escape, elven archers take aim, but Jin Woo swiftly eliminates them, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. However, despite his dominance, he begins to grasp the leader's confidence. The elves are far stronger than anticipated, inflicting significant damage. Though Jin Woo's shadow army is technically immortal, regenerating his forces consumes magic power. Fortunately, his reserves are vast, though not infinite. As the battle rages on, he realizes that his energy isn't limitless, and worse, he acknowledges that the opposing leader is undeniably stronger. The enemy leader engages Jin Woo directly, forcing him to assess the situation. Even with his ally fighting beside him, the opponent's power remains overwhelming. The odds are stacked against him, and his ordinary forces won't be enough. Jinwoo quickly determines that he needs a stronger force to stand a chance. The leader then formally introduces himself as Bara, and Jinwoo responds in kind. Without hesitation, the two warriors clash with incredible force. Bara asserts his dominance immediately, but he is briefly thrown off when Jinwoo shifts his weapon to his other hand mid-attack. Their intense exchange continues, both narrowly avoiding fatal blows, but Jinwoo eventually gets forced onto the defensive. Bara grins, expressing his excitement at finally facing a worthy opponent after so long. Jinwoo, smirking in return, summons a colossal meteor, sending it crashing down upon Bara, catching him off guard. Meanwhile, Kim Cheol regains consciousness, his fury boiling over. Seething with rage, he clenches his sword, vowing vengeance. As Bara fends off Jinwoo's summoned warriors, Kim Cheol seizes the chaos to launch his attack. However, Jinwoo, having anticipated this, commands Igris to cast a dense smoke screen. Using the cover, Baru swiftly eliminates Kim Cheol before he even realizes the trap. With his last breath, Kim Cheol is consumed by regret. Following his defeat, Jinwoo commands him to rise once more. A bright glow engulfs his body as he is reborn into the ranks of Jinwoo's shadow army. Still engaged in battle, Bara scoffs at the notion of hiding, but his confidence wavers when a massive new shadow soldier emerges, forcing him to retreat momentarily. Jinwoo then names his newest soldier Iron, and the resurrected Kim Cheol releases a bone-chilling roar. Bara quickly evaluates Iron's abilities, realizing that while his agility is lacking, his durability is immense. Nearby, spectators watch in shock, with one wondering if all battles between powerful hunters are this intense. Her allies reassure her that this fight far surpasses anything they have ever witnessed. As Iron holds his ground, Bara grows impatient and demands that both Jinwoo and Igris join the fray. Jinwoo smirks and accepts the challenge, setting off an intense 3-on-1 battle. Bara's overwhelming power is fully displayed as he fends off Jinwoo, Igris, and Iron simultaneously. However, irritation flickers in his expression as Iron's unrelenting battle cries fill the air. Determined to silence him, Bara shifts focus, but Iron withstands every attack, refusing to fall. Bara's confidence grows as he skillfully evades Igris' strikes, until Jinwoo unexpectedly lands a precise stab. Bara, despite the chaos, avoids a fatal injury, impressing Jinwoo. Annoyed at being underestimated, Bara pushes forward, but Jinwoo acknowledges his tenacity. As the clash intensifies, Jinwoo takes a brief moment to glance at the battlefield beyond. Bara, suddenly remembering his army, turns, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Jinwoo's shadow army has annihilated his entire force. Despite the grim reality, believing that taking down Jinwoo will be enough to change the tide of battle. As Jinwoo hurls a dagger, Bara mocks him for discarding his weapon so carelessly. However, he underestimates Jinwoo's control. Jinwoo recalls the dagger midair with perfect precision. Bara barely blocks in time, but his weapon is destroyed in the process. Jinwoo seizes the opportunity, commanding Iron to pin down Bara. Immobilized, Bara becomes the target of an enormous fire attack, unleashed by Jinwoo's magic soldiers. Yet, even after the devastating strike, Bara refuses to fall. He slices through metal and barriers with relentless force, determined to erase the humans, but Jinwoo intercepts, putting an end to his rampage. Declaring the battle over, Jinwoo faces defiance as Bara insists the fight isn't finished until he decides. However, his resistance is futile. Iron regenerates and crushes him entirely, leaving no room for argument. With Bara lifeless at his feet, Jinwoo reaffirms the battle's conclusion. The ground rumbles, but it's merely Iron securing their triumph. Jinwoo reprimands him, urging restraint, silently hoping this doesn't become a habit. A wave of relief washes over the group as they process the victory, Jinwoo remaining composed as he signals their departure. Yet, before leaving, he casts one last glance at Bara's unmoving form. Outside the portal, Sang urges Beck to return home, reasoning that a week has passed and survival is unlikely. However, Beck refuses, unwilling to abandon his guildmates. Both men freeze as the portal unexpectedly opens. Confident, Beck assumes it must be Kim Chul emerging, believing in his guild member's success. But shock strikes as the figure stepping out isn't Kim Chul, it's Jinwoo, unharmed and standing victorious. The gate closes behind him, leaving Beck questioning Kim Chul's fate. When he learns that only a lower-ranked hunter survived, he's disturbed, his mind racing over what transpired. Seeking answers, Beck approaches Jinwoo, but exhaustion is evident in Jinwoo's demeanor as he directs Beck to inquire elsewhere. Taken aback, Beck interprets this as outright defiance. Shocked by Jinwoo's audacity, it wasn't a suggestion, but an order. The tension escalates as Beck asserts his duty to uncover what happened, given the 6 missing guild members. However, Jinwoo remains unmoved, pointing out that he was the one who saved the 2 survivors and deserves gratitude instead. Realizing the truth in Jinwoo's words, Beck reins in his frustration, offering an apology. With the situation diffused, Jinwoo departs with Sai. As he leaves, Beck turns to Park, questioning Jinwoo's uncharacteristically sharp attitude. Park explains that Jinwoo only changed after defeating the boss. Sang speculates it's exhaustion, insisting Jinwoo is usually kind. Intrigued, Beck instructs Sang to find a way to recruit him into their guild. Later, Jinwoo escorts Song Ai home, receiving her gratitude as she expresses her hope to see him again. Walking away, he reflects on the ordeal, disappointed that despite all the effort, less than a day had passed outside the gate. His only reward, a single dagger, felt underwhelming. He concludes that Barra must have been far too advanced to yield better loot. His thoughts drift back to his attempt at reviving Barra as an immortal soldier. Despite 3 tries, he failed, but he takes comfort in gaining iron. Yet, a darker realization lingers. This marks the 3rd time he has taken human lives. The next day, Jinwoo meets Leo, immediately taken aback by Leo's extravagant attire. Preparing for their mission, Jinwoo informs Leo they need to pick up someone first. That someone turns out to be S, much to Leo's surprise. Observing the casual rapport between Jinwoo and S, Leo grows suspicious. When Jinwoo nonchalantly asks Song-ai if she managed to rest, Leo misreads the exchange, growing wary of Jinwoo's true intentions. Leo reminds his companion that Sona is underage, but Jin brushes it off, completely unaware of Leo's misunderstanding, which only heightens Leo's concern. Sometime later, Leo watches in awe as Jin's warriors effortlessly wipe out a group of monstrous creatures. Leo has no clue where these powerful beings came from, prompting Jin to recall that Leo hasn't seen them before. Jin then explains that they're a manifestation of one of his formidable abilities. However, Leo struggles to comprehend that such overwhelming power is even possible. With the battle won, Jin commands his forces to start mining the area for valuable resources. Feeling useless compared to their efficiency, Leo pleads for a chance to at least gather the magic-infused gems. Jin, not one to hoard everything for himself, allows one of his warriors to share the task. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a lone man stands amidst the wreckage of a destroyed vessel. A terrified soldier pleads for his life, but the man calmly reassures him. The issue is that they don't speak the same language. After switching to broken English, the man clarifies that he's human and only wishes to return home. Back with Jin, he and Leo celebrate the completion of the 19 raids they had agreed upon. Now that the raids are done, Leo's next step is to pass a written test at the association to earn his guildmaster's license. Once he has it, he'll finally have the leverage to negotiate with his father. As for Jin, he reveals that he plans to travel for a while. Leo assumes Jin is trying to get away from him, but Jin, a bit tipsy, denies it. However, Leo has always been accustomed to being cast aside, particularly by his older brother, who, being a decade older, never shared any real sibling moments with him. In contrast, Jin has supported Leo so much that Leo wistfully admits he wishes Jin were his brother instead. Moved by Leo's words, Jin pours 2 drinks and declares that from this moment on, he'll consider Leo his little brother. This unexpected moment leaves Leo stunned, but deeply touched. Meanwhile, the mysterious man from the shipwreck has been detained, and investigators are discussing his origins. He claims to be a foreign hunter who was trapped inside a dimensional rift for a decade and only recently found an exit, which led him to a gate in America. The investigators remain skeptical, worried he might be a humanoid magical creature. To verify his identity, they summon a high-ranking hunter for questioning. That hunter is none other than Donggu, and they're currently waiting for him to interrogate the man, whose only known detail is that his name is Illinois S. Later, Jin informs his sister Gina that he'll be away for a week. Knowing how busy he has been, she playfully asks who he'll be traveling with. Annoyed by the question, Jin flatly responds that he'll be going with a friend and leaves it at that. Not long after, he arrives at the entrance of the demon castle, reminiscing about how much he has grown since he barely survived his battle against Cerberus at level 20. But now, with his level tripled, he feels confident that this challenge will be different. Using a special key from his system, Jin unlocks the gate and enters the castle. Reviewing his quest objectives, he learns that his mission is to collect demon souls. However, Jin is stunned to find that the system requires a staggering 10,000 souls, an amount he can hardly believe exists within the dungeon. Despite the daunting task, Jin remains focused on his true goal, obtaining the ingredients for the elixir of life to heal someone dear to him. No matter how many demons stand in his way, Jin is determined to complete this mission at all costs. Elsewhere, Leo discusses the future of the guild with his father, Han. Aware that his older brother is also seeking leadership, Leo disagrees with his rival's approach. He argues that bringing in an outsider to oversee the guild is too much of a gamble. However, Han redirects the conversation to Jin Woo, criticizing Leo for associating with him. Han points out that Jin Woo was present at 3 major incidents: the disastrous double dungeon, the raid where an entire team perished, and the case involving the surveillance team and convicted criminals. Despite the high-risk nature of these events, Jin Woo somehow survived each one. Han also acknowledges that Jin Woo played a crucial role in helping Leo complete 19 raids to secure his guild master license and was instrumental in the Red Gate crisis, where he led survivors to safety. Han accuses Leo of gaining an unfair advantage by relying on Jin Woo's strength. Though Leo admits his tactics weren't conventional, he insists that his leadership is what the guild needs. To Leo's surprise, Han unexpectedly gives his approval for him to take over, on one condition. Han demands that Jin Woo be recruited into their guild. He reveals that the White Tiger Guild has been attempting to bring Jin Woo into their ranks since the Red Gate event, recognizing his extraordinary potential. If Leo truly wants to lead, Han challenges him to secure Jin Woo's loyalty first. Determined, Leo accepts the challenge, promising to make it happen. Meanwhile, inside the demon castle, Jin Woo reflects on his battles. Despite eliminating numerous demons, he finds himself unable to extract their shadows for his army and struggles to understand why. He has taken down a staggering number of foes, yet his efforts seem fruitless. Just then, he receives an entry permit for the next floor, and a glowing marker signals the way forward. Jin Woo marvels at the immense scale of the dungeon. It's practically an entire city encased within a single structure. The sheer amount of walking, however, is becoming exhausting. Fortunately, Jin Woo summons his bear-like beast to carry him, and the creature charges ahead, cutting down waves of demons with ease. Impressed by its raw power, Jin Woo decides to name the beast Tank. Elsewhere, a group of admirers watch Cha with awe, fascinated by her skills. She recalls a conversation with Mr. Choi regarding the flying ant reports. While she believed the information should be made public, Mr. Choi insisted that doing so would only create unnecessary panic. Instead, he advised that their guild focus on becoming stronger, as they already hold the position of the largest domestic organization, and power is essential for further expansion. Back in the dungeon, Jin Woo continues his relentless advance. When he first received the key to this place, he feared it might be an S-rank challenge, but so far, the demons he's encountered have been closer to high B rank. However, their numbers are overwhelming, and they grow stronger with each floor. By only defeating the necessary enemies to progress, Jin Woo maintains a steady pace. Based on his past experience with similar trials, he theorized that the castle likely consists of 100 floors, much like the Tower of Trials. He wonders just how powerful he will become by the time he reaches the top. As his soul count reaches 4,000, Jin Woo reminds himself to carefully monitor his supplies. He also recalls his promise to Gina to return within a week, turning this into a race against time. Eventually, after an intense series of battles, he gathers 10,000 souls, successfully completing the main requirement of the quest. However, his journey is far from over. As he advances, he comes across a group of formidable creatures, with the leader's name appearing in red text, signifying extreme danger. The monster, known as Vulcan, is the boss of the lower floors. Meanwhile, Sang searches for Jinwoo but finds out from Gina that her brother is supposedly on a trip. However, Sang isn't convinced. There's no record of him participating in a raid or leaving the country, and the last trace the association has of him is right in the heart of the city. With no solid clues, they can only speculate about his whereabouts. Inside the dungeon, Jinwoo announces that he'll personally handle the leader while instructing his forces to eliminate the remaining demons. His soldiers waste no time, swiftly wiping out the enemy horde. With more points allocated to his intellect stat, Jinwoo can now summon a larger army and sustain them more efficiently. His enhanced magical power also makes combat flow much more smoothly. Turning his focus to the boss-class enemy, he wonders if the massive creature is ever going to move. Assuming it's stationary, he is caught off guard when it suddenly lunges at him with alarming speed. Reacting instantly, Jinwoo dodges the attack and counters with a devastating punch that sends the colossal beast flying. Even he is surprised by his sheer strength, wondering if his power has increased without him realizing it. However, Vulcan isn't done yet. It unleashes a thunderous roar, seemingly preparing to shift into another form, reminding Jinwoo of his battle with Cerberus. The monster then charges at him with blinding speed, forcing Jinwoo to call for Iron, who promptly sends him a shield. He blocks the incoming assault, but the beast launches into a relentless barrage of attacks. Jinwoo is taken aback by how something so enormous can move with such agility. As the fight drags on, he spots an opening and maneuvers behind the beast, only to realize that it can predict his movements. Vulcan is a powerhouse, and the only apparent weak point is its relatively small head. Formulating a strategy to restrict its mobility, Jinwoo dashes toward a nearby structure. The beast, too focused on the chase, crashes straight into the building. Seizing the moment, Jinwoo summons his weapon and, with a single decisive slash, cleaves through Vulcan's neck, securing victory over the ruler of the lower floors. Jinwoo acquires an item known as the World Tree Fragment as his reward. Meanwhile, in another location, Elon is being questioned by Dangu, who has heard whispers suggesting that Elon might be a sentient magical creature. Elon dismisses the accusations, offering to undergo any form of testing, even DNA analysis, to confirm his humanity. Despite this, Dangu assumes the role of an interrogator, silencing Elon and forbidding him from speaking unless prompted. Frustrated that his enjoyment has been disrupted, Dangu reviews Elon's records. Elon then requests permission to speak, but Dangu snaps at him, demanding silence. Undeterred, Elon continues, questioning how much humanity truly understands about gates and magical creatures. Dangu remains clueless, prompting Elon to elaborate, revealing that dungeons, gates, and beasts are only a small glimpse of a much greater mystery. He warns that an immense force capable of unleashing catastrophe has already awakened. Elon then states that he cannot reveal more, but insists his only objective is to prevent the coming disaster. Dangu, dismissing Elon's ominous warnings, counters that the world has millions of hunters, and if they unite, they can handle any threat. However, Elon warns that sheer numbers will be meaningless against what is coming, as these hunters will not only be overwhelmed but also turned into weapons against humanity itself. Growing impatient, Dangu ridicules Elon's claims, shifting focus to his alleged history, specifically, how a so-called magical creature could have a wife and children. With a mocking smirk, Dangu asks Elon for his son's name, to which Elon responds, Jainu. Dangu's expression twists into amusement as he coldly informs Elon that his son is dead. Refusing to entertain further questions, he cruelly suggests that Elon can ask his son about it when they reunite in the afterlife. As Dangu asserts his authority, Elon's face darkens, his gaze burning with murderous intent. Deep within a dungeon, Jainu's army of shadow warriors annihilates yet another wave of demonic foes. Acknowledging the enemy commander, Jainu observes how one-sided the battle has become and wonders if the demon leader is experiencing fear. As Jainu watches, he realizes that even the undead can tremble in terror. In an instant, he vanishes from sight, only to reappear as the demon's severed head tumbles to the ground. A system message confirms his victory over Metis, the guider of souls, and notifies him of another level up. Beyond the dungeon, part of a city has been left in ruins following an immense battle. An investigator assesses the devastation, noting that when top-ranked hunters clash, their battles reshape entire landscapes, reducing everything to rubble. He acknowledges their fortune that the destruction was contained to this one area, as the consequences could have been far more catastrophic. The sheer scale of the obliteration made it seem like the devastation had occurred in an instant. Reflecting on the battle's outcome, he is astonished that Dangu was defeated so quickly that the destruction barely had time to spread. Back in the dungeon, Jainu realizes he has exhausted his food supply, signaling that his progress must halt for now. He has reached floor 475, with only 25 more remaining, though the journey ahead remains arduous. The rewards, however, have been substantial. From a skeletal adversary, he obtained a powerful necklace, while from a beast guarding the 50th floor, he claimed an enchanted earring. Both artifacts possess formidable abilities on their own, but when worn together, they grant a set bonus that enhances all attributes by 5 points. Spotting an empty slot in the set, Jainu deduces that another powerful enemy remains, one final boss yet to be slain. Jinwoo acquires a unique artifact known as the Sphere of Avarice. While it doesn't directly enhance his own abilities, it significantly amplifies the firepower of his magic soldiers, making it an essential addition to his arsenal. His latest reward also includes an opportunity to unlock a mysterious cursed loot box. Having feared he might never get another chance, he's relieved to find a second key inside. However, the key lacks any instructions, leaving him uncertain about when or where it should be used. For now, his focus remains on gathering the final ingredient for the elixir of life. He already possesses the World Tree fragment from Vulcan and the spring water from Echo Forest, obtained after a hard-fought battle. However, these are only 2 of the 3 necessary components needed to save his ailing mother. Determined to complete his mission, he vows to return to the dungeon and finish what he started. Upon exiting the instance, he reflects on his recent progress and acknowledges that the last item he needs is the purified blood of a formidable entity. Understanding the difficulty of obtaining it, he resolves to prepare thoroughly before making his move. Reviewing his stats, Jinwoo notices a significant increase in his level following his recent battles. However, despite his growing power, he remains classified as an E-rank hunter. This status restricts his ability to participate in high-level raids, leading him to decide that it's time to reveal his true strength. With that goal in mind, he prepares for an official reassessment. The following day, Jinwoo arrives at the evaluation center. Coincidentally, a well-known recruiter is also there, scouting for potential new members. Casually observing the candidates, he immediately recognizes Jinwoo and contacts his superior to report the unexpected appearance. Upon receiving the news, his superior rushes to the center without hesitation. Meanwhile, as Jinwoo waits for his turn, he overhears a conversation between 2 other hunters. One of them appears nervous, revealing that he needs to secure a decent rank to provide for his struggling family. His companion reassures him, pointing out recruiters eager to sign those ranked above EU. Hearing this, Jinwoo reflects on the harsh reality of low-ranked hunters and the struggles they face. Moments later, his name is called for the assessment. The examiner assumes he is familiar with the process and instructs him to place his hand on the testing device. However, as soon as he complies, an unexpected issue arises. An error message appears on the machine. The examiner resets it and asks him to try again, yet the same result occurs. Confused, she calls for assistance. A senior official arrives, assessing the situation and suspecting a malfunction. However, after conducting the test himself, he realizes the truth: Jinwoo's power has exceeded the machine's capabilities. Stunned, they come to the shocking conclusion that the device is simply incapable of measuring his strength. The examiner quickly connects the dots. Jainu has officially become the nation's 10th S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, outside the evaluation center, Mr. Choi approaches Janelle, inquiring about the status of the winged ant investigation. Janelle explains that the investigative team has performed an autopsy and is currently comparing this sample with past cases, but they need more time to draw conclusions. Acknowledging this, Mr. Choi shifts the conversation to the recent Red Gate incident, mentioning how the White Tiger Guild allowed an outsider to participate in the raid and even let him defeat the boss. Curious, he asks Guile if he knows the man's identity. Janelle admits he doesn't, revealing that while he was there, he left before the battle concluded. Mr. Choi appears dissatisfied with this answer but is soon distracted by a commotion inside the center. Deciding to check it out, they both head inside and arrive just in time to see the aftermath of Jinwoo's failed rank reassessment. The room is abuzz with discussions about how the machine was unable to measure his power. The examiner informs Jinwoo that a new evaluation will be scheduled in 3 days, requiring special equipment as the standard device proved insufficient. Meanwhile, from a distance, Keitel observes the scene, realizing that Jinwoo is precisely what Se-young predicted. Seeing an opportunity, he prepares to approach Jinwoo to speak with him, only for Mr. Choi and Janelle to enter the room. Jinwoo immediately recognizes Mr. Choi, widely known as the nation's top fire mage. Mr. Choi, sensing the immense aura radiating from Jinwoo, quickly deduces that he must be the cause of the commotion. Seeing a potential recruit, Mr. Choi steps forward to introduce himself, but to everyone's surprise, Jinwoo casually walks past him without acknowledging his presence. The room falls silent at this unexpected slight. Confused, Mr. Choi turns to Janelle, asking if he had failed to make the proper introduction, but Janelle assures him he did. Jinwoo simply ignored it. Before anyone can react further, they realize Jinwoo has disappeared, leading to speculation that he must possess stealth abilities. Moments later, Vic arrives at the center, breathless from rushing over. Seeing his urgency, Mr. Choi quickly puts the pieces together. Jinwoo must be the hunter who cleared the red gate. This realization confirms his growing belief that Jinwoo is on a completely different level. Deciding not to press the issue for now, Mr. Choi leaves, while Vic remains in stunned silence, troubled that of all people, Mr. Choi was the one to uncover this truth. That night, Jinwoo sits beside his mother's hospital bed, quietly watching over her before stepping out of the room. Before leaving, he softly tells her to wait for him just a little longer. Outside, he unexpectedly runs into Guile, who greets him with an admission. Jinwoo has completely changed his perspective. Guile explains that his role in the surveillance division is to monitor hunters and ensure those who break the law are brought to justice. Until now, he had always trusted his judgment, but Jinwoo shattered that certainty. As Jinwoo heads for the exit, he asks if he's under surveillance as well. Guile reassures him that they are not monitoring him as a criminal, but remarks that even the surveillance division has no control over S-rank hunters. Jinwoo gives a brief nod and continues walking, but before he can leave, Guile stops him with a final remark: there is someone who wants to meet him. Shortly after, Goni, the chairman of the Hunter Association, arrives on the scene. He introduces himself and invites Jinwoo for a casual yet important discussion. His tone is warm as he congratulates Jinwoo on officially attaining S-rank status. Jinwoo, visibly puzzled, prompts Goni to elaborate. With a knowing smile, Goni clarifies that the reassessment was merely a procedural step. The moment the measuring device failed to gauge Jinwoo's abilities, his S-rank status was already certain. Curious, Jinwoo questions why the reassessment was necessary if his rank was predetermined. Goni responds that it gave the association a strategic advantage, a brief window to approach Jinwoo before others could. Expanding on this, Goni explains that while the association oversees countless hunters, only a handful reach true excellence. Many elite hunters opt to join guilds, chasing wealth or prestige. He points out that even Guile, one of their strongest, holds only an A rank, leaving the association in desperate need of someone stronger. Without hesitation, Goni offers Jinwoo a top-tier role within the association. He reveals a stark truth: the government no longer holds true authority. Instead, the hunters shape the nation's power structure. At the center of this shifting dynamic are 5 dominant guilds, each maintaining a fragile equilibrium. If Jinwoo were to join any one of them, that balance would collapse. Instead, Goni proposes an alternative: Jinwoo should align with the association and elevate it into a new, 6th force, one powerful enough to counter the guilds. With interest piqued, Jinwoo carefully considers the offer. Observing Goni, Jinwoo takes note of his formidable presence. As the first S-rank hunter in the nation, Goni exudes an intimidating aura. Despite his advanced age of over 80, his sheer power remains evident. Though he no longer participates in active combat, his strength still commands respect. Jinwoo acknowledges that accepting the offer could change his path entirely, but in the end, he declines. Goni initially assumes that, like many others, Jinwoo is prioritizing financial gain. However, Jinwoo surprises him with a different reasoning: his true passion lies in combat. He expresses that dungeons are where he feels most alive. Hearing this, Goni experiences a rare thrill, a sensation he has not felt in years. With a hint of nostalgia, he muses that had he been younger, he would have relished the chance to fight alongside someone like Jinwoo. Realizing that Jinwoo's mind is set, Goni refrains from pressing further. Jinwoo expresses his gratitude for the offer before departing. As he walks away, Goni reflects on his own limitations. Even the most advanced S-rank healers cannot reverse aging, leaving him bound to a body past its prime. Accepting this reality, he instructs his assistant to clear his schedule for the day. Meanwhile, Jinwoo shifts his focus to the challenges ahead. His top priority is growing stronger as fast as possible. His mother's life depends on it. Determined, he presses forward with no time to waste. Across the ocean in the United States, Donggu regains consciousness in a hospital bed, his body still recovering from his recent battle. The deputy director arrives, seeking clarification on a critical matter. He asks whether Elon Andang is truly a magical beast. Without hesitation, Donggu confirms, whatever power Elon wielded, it was beyond human capabilities. Satisfied with this confirmation, the deputy director prepares to leave. However, Donggu stops him, demanding to know what measures are being taken against Elon. The deputy director explains that while they are monitoring him, success is uncertain. After all, Elon defeated Donggu, one of their strongest. Left alone, Donggu recalls the chilling moment of his defeat when Elon warned him to stay away from his family or suffer unrelenting vengeance. Even in death, there would be no escape. Fueled by rage and humiliation, Donggu resolves to prepare for a rematch, realizing that he needs a powerful artifact to stand a chance. It is explained that artifacts in this world are man-made relics of immense power, highly sought after by hunters. Even the most skilled craftsmen struggle to create them. Meanwhile, Junwoo browses through artifacts on an online auction, but nothing catches his eye. Everything of value is absurdly expensive. He knows he must be fully prepared before tackling the demon-infested fortress. He inspects the Sphere of Avarice, which doubles magical damage. While some market items can boost magic power by 20 to 30%, nothing else outright doubles it. He realizes that selling the sphere could bring in an enormous sum, but its origins would be questioned, especially since he is only ranked E. If he had records of clearing high-level raids, selling it would be easier. However, as an E-rank hunter, joining such raids is forbidden. Just then, his search leads him to a job listing from the Hunter Guild. They are hiring miners for a large-scale expedition, with no rank restrictions. Meanwhile, GY reviews Junwoo's file, noticing how drastically he has changed in just 4 months. Suspicious, he wonders if Junwoo is a false ranker. However, Janelle assures him otherwise, explaining that Junwoo sustained multiple injuries while struggling through low-level dungeons. He further reveals that Junwoo became a hunter to support his sick mother and fund his sister's education. GY, impressed by his dedication, learns that Junwoo recently joined the guild's raid mission. GY assumes the sign-up bonus tempted him, but Janelle corrects him. Junwoo joined as a miner, not part of the combat team. GY is puzzled, unable to determine Junwoo's true intentions. At the gate site, Junwoo is accepted as a miner due to his sheer strength, which rivals even combat-type hunters. He learns that large-scale gates, such as rank A1s, require multiple teams: the assault team for combat, the mining team for mana stone extraction, and the recovery team for collecting monster remains. With so many roles, the rewards are considerable. Inside the dungeon, the guild master, Mr. Cho, battles monsters solo, incinerating them with his powerful fire magic while the tanks shield the team from the flames. The creatures are burned to ash as Mr. Cho presses forward, effortlessly hunting down the rest. Shortly after, the assault team exits the dungeon. Observing them, Junwoo assumes they left only the boss alive to keep the gate open. He realizes how powerful Mr. Cho must be to clear a rank A gate without difficulty. The miners then gossip about the Hunter Guild's second-in-command as she steps out of the gate, Chaha. Junwoo immediately senses her overwhelming presence. For a brief moment, she seems to pick up on his aura before the sensation fades. She wonders if it was just her imagination. Junwoo, impressed by her sharp instincts, shifts his focus back to his task. The miners step through the gate, swiftly beginning their extraction of mana stones. While most are focused on their work, Jinwoo's curiosity drifts toward the dungeon's boss, wishing he could catch a glimpse of it at least once. He overhears whispers among the miners about his E rank but dismisses their chatter as nothing out of the ordinary. As he starts working, his sheer physical strength draws attention, causing some to question whether he truly belongs in the lowest rank. After some time, the leader announces a break, prompting the miners to exit the dungeon. However, Jinwoo chooses to stay behind, determined to finish his section first. The leader offers him a chance to join them, but he declines, prioritizing his task. Once the others have left, a sharp glint appears in his eyes. This is his opportunity to sneak a peek at the boss. Without hesitation, he dashes toward the boss chamber, wondering how powerful the creature inside might be. He knows engaging it would be disastrous for the guild, yet he can't suppress the thrill rising within him. Summoning his dagger, he cautiously approaches, preparing to step inside, only to be abruptly halted. A sharp voice cuts through the stillness, demanding to know what he's doing there. Jinwoo curses himself for being careless. Turning to face the speaker, he finds Cha Han, her piercing gaze locked onto him. Quickly composing himself, he claims he lost his way and accidentally wandered too far. She immediately questions if he's from the mining team and informs him in no uncertain terms that he's standing before the boss's chamber, ordering him to retreat. Cha Han's eyes flick toward his hand, but the dagger she had glimpsed earlier is no longer there, making her wonder if she had imagined it. Jinwoo apologizes for straying off course, his tone tinged with regret, but she sternly instructs him to leave before he disturbs the boss. As he moves past her, something catches her attention. She abruptly orders him to stop and takes a deep breath, her expression shifting slightly. Instead of the usual overwhelming stench most hunters carry, he barely has a scent at all. Confused, she asks if he's truly a hunter, and upon confirming his E-rank status, she brushes off her suspicion but warns him to be careful. As Jinwoo departs, she finds herself wondering why he doesn't reek like the others. A brief thought crosses her mind: his scent is surprisingly pleasant. Afterward, Jinwoo rejoins his mining team following his break, while his fellow miners quietly express their jealousy. They mention how lucky he was to have encountered Cha Han, as they usually can only admire her from afar. They explain how she constantly patrols the dungeon, sacrificing her rest to ensure their safety from the boss. With a mix of admiration and contemplation, Jinwoo realizes that's why she had been near the chamber. The mining boss casually mentions that she tends to avoid the scent of other hunters due to her unique condition, which is why she always covers her nose. Jinwoo processes this information, recalling how her reaction to him was different. He wonders if that means he lacks the typical hunter scent. The memory of the Red Gate's boss making a similar remark resurfaces, sparking his curiosity. If he isn't like other hunters, then what exactly does it mean to be a player? The answer remains frustratingly out of reach. After wrapping up the mining operation, he collects his payment, and the site supervisor expresses his gratitude, noting how much faster they completed the job thanks to his efforts. The other miners observe that he seems to have a natural talent for the work, while the supervisor admits that he's never met anyone quite like him before. He then extends an offer for steady employment, promising fair wages, but Jinwoo declines, stating it was just a one-time thing. Though disappointed, the supervisor still asks for his help for another day, explaining that they have back-to-back A and C rank assignments lined up. Jinwoo considers it, aware that his reassessment test is coming up soon, but after experiencing the process firsthand today, he feels much more prepared. However, he's caught off guard by the revelation that the Hunters Guild schedules raids in rapid succession, even handling 2 in a single day. The supervisor explains that a second assault team is responsible for these missions, leaving Jinwoo impressed. With newfound excitement, he agrees to return the next day. Pleased, the supervisor promises to discuss increasing his pay with upper management. Jinwoo tries to brush it off, but the supervisor remains insistent. That night, we see CHA making a call, instructing someone to investigate Jinwoo's involvement with the mining team. The person on the other end already knows about him, explaining that they had previously been assigned the same task by Mr. Choi. However, any further details are classified, as all records on Jinwoo have been sealed by the Hunter Association. This strikes them as unusual since such restrictions are typically reserved for top-tier hunters. Before they can elaborate, CHA abruptly ends the call. Later, as she lies in bed, she reflects on the situation, finding it strange that, out of all the hunters she's encountered, Jinwoo is the first who has an oddly pleasant presence. The next morning, Jinwoo arrives at the gate site, receiving a warm welcome from the crew. The atmosphere reminds him of his early hunting days, bringing a slight smile to his face. The team begins the day's operations with the C-rank gate, where Jinwoo mines mana stones with remarkable efficiency. Once the work is completed, he joins the others for a meal, and the supervisor praises him again, claiming they only managed to finish early and enjoy a lunch break because of his contributions. He even makes another offer, increasing Jinwoo's pay 5-fold if he stays on. However, Jinwoo firmly declines. Soon after, Sun Kiam, the captain of the second assault team, arrives, requesting assistance from the mining crew since their assigned porter failed to show up. The supervisor suggests asking the recovery team instead, but Kiam counters that they're already short-staffed, visibly irritating the supervisor. To sweeten the deal, Kiam offers extra hazard pay for anyone willing to step in, but the supervisor refuses, insisting that lower-ranked hunters like them shouldn't be handling equipment in high-risk A-rank dungeons. No amount of money could justify the danger. Despite the warnings, Kiam makes one last attempt, asking if anyone is interested in stepping up. Without hesitation, Jinwoo volunteers. The supervisor tries to dissuade him, but Jinwoo confidently reassures him that he can handle it. The others protest, warning Kiam that Jinwoo is inexperienced, but Kiam simply asks for his rank. Upon hearing that Jinwoo is an E rank, Kiam sees no issue and allows him to tag along. As they head toward the gate, Jinwoo can't help but notice that this one is much larger than the one he saw the day before. Ken remarks that while this gate appears larger, its magical presence feels weaker compared to the previous ones, reassuring himself that it shouldn't pose a serious threat. After all, the second squad wouldn't have been assigned to it otherwise. Jin soon notices that the team consists of 6 A-rank hunters and 3 B-rank hunters, still forming a formidable assault force even without an S-rank member. As they proceed inside, Jin reflects that the energy within the dungeon seems less intense than before, but he can't shake the unsettling aura, reminiscent of a past disaster. The team's leader advises him to stay calm, confident that their group's strength ensures a smooth operation as long as they work together. Meanwhile, Kei is eager for the mission's conclusion, believing it will cement his promotion to team captain. Even if he isn't as powerful as the current captain or vice captain, he's determined to prove himself. Just as they press forward, they detect movement ahead and swiftly prepare for battle. A pack of dungeon jackals emerges, but these creatures prove to be no real threat as the hunters eliminate them effortlessly. However, their presence surprises the team. Jin questions their rarity, prompting the healer to explain that they are typically C-rank monsters. It's unusual to find them in an A-rank dungeon since weaker creatures usually fall prey to stronger ones. Jin then spots something odd, collars on the jackals, suggesting they were raised and trained as hunting animals by someone. Before they can investigate further, an army of high orcs charges at them. One of the creatures hurls a spear, forcing Undersk to block the powerful strike just in time. The team's tank quickly deploys a taunt skill, but the orcs ignore it, targeting the hunters at the rear instead. One of them retaliates, but their attacks barely scratch the orcs, which seem highly resistant to magic. The team's mage attempts to immobilize one of the orcs, but struggles against its sheer strength, prompting the fire mage to summon 2 flame soldiers for backup. While the summoned warriors clash with the orcs, the rest of the hunters engage in a desperate fight. Despite their efforts, the orcs manage to wound the team's martial artist, prompting a call for healing, though the healer is already focused on keeping the tank alive. Ken realizes they are severely outnumbered, growing anxious that their situation could turn fatal. His fears intensify as an orc severs one hunter's arm. Cahoon silently prays that they can get through this without losing anyone, and to his relief, the healer steps up, fully regenerating the missing limb while the bespectacled mage struggles to keep the enemy at bay. Suddenly, an orc sneaks up behind the healer, and she braces for the worst, until Jin intervenes, using his ruler's hand to tear out the orc's spine in an instant. The healer stands in shock, trying to process what just happened, while Jin, using his stealth ability, continues covertly assisting his teammates, attacking from the shadows to weaken their enemies without drawing attention. The hunters notice the orcs faltering unexpectedly but seize the moment, launching an all-out assault that rapidly turns the tide. One by one, they eliminate the remaining enemies. Jin, meanwhile, remains determined not to stand out too much. His only priority is ensuring no one dies on his watch. As the last of the orcs fall, Kibbo checks in with the squad, relieved to find that everyone has made it through alive. The healer notes that something unusual happened during the battle, and Kiem adds that he also felt the creatures weaken all at once. Suspicious, he asks the mags if they had anything to do with it, but they deny involvement, stating that such an effect would be impossible without an assassin-class hunter. Rather than dwelling on it, they assume luck was on their side since they emerged victorious. Meanwhile, the bespectacled mage silently reflects, realizing their porter misjudged the team. He should have known that a stealth technique wouldn't go unnoticed with a magic caster present. Choosing to stay quiet, she assumes he has his reasons and feels indebted to him for aiding their survival. The group then turns to their captain, asking if they should advance or withdraw. They argue that handling a dungeon like this would require at least 2 more healers and 3 additional mags, strongly suggesting a retreat. Their leader takes a moment to consider, aware of the risks involved, while Jimmu hopes the right decision will be made. In the end, the captain opts to fall back, bringing a sense of relief to the team. However, as they approach the exit, they discover the gateway is now blocked by a magical barrier, something that wasn't there when they first entered. The mags step up to remove it, relieved by their earlier decision to retreat, as this dungeon clearly harbors a being capable of high-level magic. Almost instantly, a surge of intense energy fills the air, prompting concerns that they may be facing the dungeon's true master. As the mags rush to dispel the barrier, Jainu wonders why this massive energy signature wasn't detected beforehand. Surely even a B-rank hunter should have sensed it. Just then, the mags begin bleeding profusely, revealing that the barrier was laced with a hidden curse. The captain immediately orders someone to use divine magic, but before he gets a response, he turns around, only to see a massive horde of orcs looming behind them. Roughly 50 of them stand ready, as the leaders of both groups step forward. Meeting halfway, the orc leader attempts to speak, but his words are incomprehensible until an orc shaman takes over his body, addressing the hunters in fluent human language. Introducing himself as Carolyn, the shaman declares that he has been waiting for them. Kovam questions whether Carolyn was responsible for sealing the exit, and the shaman confirms it. Curious, Kunun asks if anyone stronger exists within this dungeon, but Carolyn denies it and presents a challenge: either face him directly or be slaughtered by his warriors. Without hesitation, Ken steps forward, prepared to meet the shaman head-on. The orcs take the lead, but before moving forward, Kum quietly shares their plan with Jin Woo. As soon as they reach the boss's chamber, they'll launch a surprise attack to momentarily disrupt the barrier. That brief window will be Jin Woo's chance to escape and alert the other assault team. Despite the urgency, Jin Woo can't shake the feeling that they're walking into a death trap. Kyun, however, reminds him that their goal is to shut the gate. Returning alive is secondary. The team's healer hands Jin Woo a short letter, asking him to deliver it to her family if things take a turn for the worse. He accepts it with a heavy heart, hoping it won't come to that. She urges him to focus on escaping while they carry out the mission. The grim situation reminds Jin Woo of the double dungeon incident, yet these hunters feel vastly different from those he encountered before. Meanwhile, outside the gate, CHA searches anxiously for Jin Woo, wondering if he might have abandoned the team. When she questions the mining crew, she learns that he entered the gate as a porter. Inside, Jin Woo and the group finally reach a grand throne room, where they are met by Cardlan and an enormous, intimidating army of orcs. At the same time, CHA continues to puzzle over Jin Woo's actions. Why would he enter as a porter when he only has one life to protect? She recalls seeing him the previous day, standing in front of a boss chamber with a weapon, which now strikes her as suspicious. She then informs the mining leader that she intends to enter the gate to investigate. When she asks if they have any weapons, he hands her a pickaxe, admitting they don't have anything better. Though she initially considers going in empty-handed, he questions whether she can fight without a weapon. Reluctantly, she takes the pickaxe with her. Back inside the dungeon, the hunters stand frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer number of high-level orcs. If even a fraction of them escaped, entire cities could be wiped out. Among the horde, 4 generals stand out as even more formidable than the rest. The boss commands silence, and the orcs instantly obey. Kian quickly deduces that their only way to close the gate is by defeating the dungeon boss. Then, in a tense moment, the boss removes his mask, and an overwhelming magical presence floods the room. The hunters are paralyzed with fear, feeling utterly insignificant in his presence. Summoning his courage, Ki-hoon steps forward and demands to know why they have been gathered here. The boss coldly declares that they are nothing more than a source of amusement for him, vowing to eliminate them one by one as part of his grand spectacle. Kay and his allies are stricken with despair upon hearing this, unable to accept that their struggle is seen as mere entertainment. He dismisses them as disposable tools to be discarded at will. Meanwhile, spotting Jinwoo among the group, the leader senses something unusual about him. Undeterred, Kik rushes forward to attack, commanding his comrades to follow, only to find that fear has paralyzed them all. Refusing to hesitate, he launches an assault on his own, but the leader effortlessly counters his magical defenses. Unleashing immense gravitational force, the leader slams Ki-hoon against the ground before hurling him against the ceiling repeatedly like a ragdoll. His comrades can only watch in horror as Ki-hoon suffers, but before the worst can happen, Jinwoo intervenes, catching him gently and setting him down. Though Jinwoo knows this mission is meant for the Hunters Guild, he cannot stand by while the team faces annihilation. At that moment, an orc charges at him, but he halts its advance effortlessly before destroying it using his ruler-like power. Turning to Ki-hoon, he coolly inquires if he can take over dealing with the magical creatures in the area, to which Ki-hoon, having no other option, readily agrees. Observing all this, the leader regards Ki-hoon's resistance as nothing more than arrogant defiance fueled by sheer magic. Meanwhile, Jinwoo acknowledges that this is the first time he has encountered such immense power. Even though fate positions them as enemies, he resolves himself grimly and summons his shadow army, prepared to put an end to the leader's reign. Outside the dungeon, the surveillance team, led by Jinul, gathers near the entrance. The miners murmur in confusion about the unexpected presence of the hunters, and Jinul himself wonders aloud why Jinwoo has been working as a miner for the past 2 days. When the mining foreman asks what's happening, Guile presses for information about Jinwoo's whereabouts. At that moment, a disgruntled miner, who had long harbored suspicions about Jinwoo's actions, steps forward to voice his concerns. Ignoring the miner's grumblings, Jinul asks the foreman to confirm Jinwoo's last known location. He quickly learns that Jinwoo had entered the dungeon under the guise of a porter. Jinul puzzles over how Jinwoo first appeared as a miner, only to change roles, noting that now that Jinwoo has reached an elite rank, every move he makes is closely monitored. He remarks that Jinwoo should at least be more mindful of his actions. Still confused, the mining foreman asks what's truly going on, but Jinul tells him to wait until tomorrow's reports for answers. As he steps closer to the gate, the foreman reveals that Cha had asked similar questions before entering the dungeon herself not long ago. Before Jinul can inquire further, he suddenly senses an unusual energy radiating from within the gate. Without hesitation, he orders his team to conduct another magical power analysis. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Cha is stunned by the overwhelming number of high-ranking orcs that have been slaughtered. Struggling to grasp how Ki-hoon's group managed such a feat, she hastens toward the boss room, especially after sensing the terrifying surge of magical energy. The scene shifts to the enemy leader mocking Jinwoo for daring to challenge his forces with such a small number. In response, Jinwoo unleashes his newfound ability, Monarch's Domain, greatly amplifying the strength of his shadow army. He explains that this is his latest skill, significantly enhancing his summoned warriors, a power he attained after his previous battle at Gan's castle. Meanwhile, the other hunters watch in complete bewilderment as the High Orcs charge at Jinwoo's forces. His elite soldiers prove so deadly that they carve through the orcs effortlessly, as if simply clearing pests. While Jinwoo aids in cutting down enemies, the hunters notice that his combat movements resemble those of Cha. They remain puzzled as to why someone of his caliber was initially working as a mere porter. As the battle intensifies, Jinwoo realizes that his shadow soldiers are only matching the power of a B-rank hunter. The tide turns unfavorable, his troops are falling at an alarming rate, suffering 4 to 5 losses for each enemy taken down. Understanding that a prolonged battle will drain his mana reserves, Jinwoo braces for a grueling fight. Just then, the enemy leader unleashes a blazing fire spell at the shadows, taunting Jinwoo for his arrogance. However, Jinwoo remains unfazed, countering that his troops possess the uncanny ability to resurrect endlessly. Refusing to accept this challenge, the boss escalates his offensive, casting a devastating gravity spell upon Jinwoo and his army. He confidently declares that he will keep obliterating Jinwoo's forces until the latter's energy is completely depleted. Yet, despite the onslaught, Jinwoo continuously restores his troops without hesitation. Locked in this relentless cycle, Jinwoo begins to suspect that the boss is intentionally maintaining his distance, relying on ranged magic to keep the advantage. Meanwhile, the boss himself ponders how long Jinwoo can sustain this futile resistance. Outside the dungeon, a magic power assessment is completed, revealing that the dungeon's energy is dangerously close to an S-rank level. Alarmed, one of the supervising hunters immediately orders the miners to contact the head of the Hunters Guild, while the surveillance team mobilizes to reinforce the assault unit inside. Back in the dungeon, the boss sneers at Jinwoo, boasting that his command and sheer numbers vastly exceed those of the Shadow Army. Watching his forces diminish rapidly, Jinwoo quickly consumes a mana potion to restore his power. Determined, he announces that it's time to unveil his true strength as a necromancer. With a commanding motion, he resurrects all fallen High Orcs, turning them into his undead warriors. He boldly proclaims that he will add both the boss and his generals to his ever-growing army. Taken aback, the boss questions whether Jin Wu is some kind of higher being and why such an entity would even be here. He recalls that ever since he first awoke in this place, the only instinct guiding him has been to eliminate any human he encounters. Ignoring any deeper reasoning, he resolves to follow that order until the very end, unless he is forced to deploy his strongest warriors. The scene transitions to the Hunters Guild, where Mr. Choi is taken aback by the revelation that the gate's energy is approaching an S-rank threshold. He concludes that the assessment must be correct, as Gahun and his team have yet to return from the dungeon. Recognizing the looming danger of a dungeon break of this magnitude, one reminiscent of the catastrophic Jew Island event, he feels a brief sense of relief that there's still a chance to intervene. Wasting no time, Mr. Choi instructs his assistant to rally every available hunter, sending out urgent messages to all A-rank and higher hunters. He even considers enlisting aid from the White Tiger Guild and FI Healed, much to his assistant's surprise. However, Mr. Choi remains firm, emphasizing that their priority is to contain the situation before it escalates further. Meanwhile, in the boss chamber, the battle rages on as Jin Wu's general faces off against the Orc commander while his summoned forces press the attack. However, as the enemy leader watches his subordinates falter and collapse, his fury grows. Additional hunters rush forward to support Jin Wu, but the boss refuses to let them interfere, swiftly incapacitating several with his curse-infused magic. Standing tall with an air of superiority, the boss sneers, vowing to make Jin Wu regret ever opposing him. He unleashes a barrage of spells designed to induce blindness, exhaustion, and sleep, but due to Jin Wu's extraordinary resilience and endurance, they prove ineffective. Remaining unfazed, Jin Wu calmly states his immunity to such afflictions before summoning his mage units. Anticipating the assault, the boss conjures a powerful barrier to shield himself. However, the mags retaliate by launching a fireball, its power amplified by the Sphere of Avarice. The searing projectile rips through the defensive wall, striking the boss directly and fueling his growing wrath. At that moment, another hunter, Shu, bursts into the chamber, eyes widening as she surveys the chaotic battlefield. She quickly notices several down hunters, including Kun, who is being hastily treated by a healer. When she demands an explanation, the fighters exchange uncertain glances, unable to provide clear answers. Determined to turn the tide, the boss intensifies his magic, channeling immense energy to enlarge his form, transforming into a towering colossus. His intent is clear, he plans to crush Jin Wu beneath his sheer weight. However, Jin Wu effortlessly evades the enormous attacks, scoffing at the giant's arrogance. Enraged, the boss unleashes an inferno of flames, indiscriminately scorching everything in his path, both ally and foe alike. With a menacing grin, he taunts Jin Wu, questioning whether he still dares to challenge such overwhelming might. Jin Wu, undeterred, launches himself forward, driving his blade straight into the boss's eye. With a cold smirk, he remarks that by increasing his size, the boss has only made himself a larger and more exposed target. He then adds with quiet confidence that a lone magic user, without proper defense, stands no chance against an assassin-class hunter. Infuriated, the boss retaliates with another wave of fire magic, but Jin Wu seamlessly dodges each strike, countering with swift dagger attacks. However, he soon realizes that his weapon barely leaves a scratch. Understanding that brute force alone won't suffice, Jin Wu swiftly summons his ruler's hand, using it to seize a set of chains before preparing for his next decisive move. He restrains the leader and flings him across the battlefield, leaving the monstrous opponent struggling to regain his footing. Just then, Janelle arrives and, after witnessing the stunning display, remarks to Chaha that he had come to assist upon sensing a surge of overwhelming energy from outside. However, now he wonders if his help is even needed. Noticing that even the head of surveillance seems impressed by Jainu's abilities, Chaha starts to question just how powerful he truly is. She turns to Janelle and asks for his thoughts on Jinwoo, to which he simply shrugs, admitting he doesn't know much about him. Meanwhile, Jainu tells the wounded leader that his fate was sealed the moment his own warriors fell in battle. Refusing to accept defeat, the leader growls in defiance, but Jainu isn't finished yet. Calling upon the spirits of the fallen guards, he commands them to end the fight. After a brief but decisive clash, the leader is finally struck down, his eyes filled with terror as his former generals deliver the final blow. Victorious, Jainu experiences a surge of strength, ascending in power before proceeding to claim the fallen leader's very soul, an act that astonishes all present. As he completes the process, Jinwoo notes that the once defiant figure now appears far more submissive in his new form. While extracting the soul, he realizes he can assign it a name. Since the leader's true name has been lost to time, he decides to call him Fang. Upon examining Fang's essence, Jinwoo discovers an unfamiliar yet extraordinary classification, Elite Knight rank. This revelation intrigues him, as he has never encountered such a title before. Meanwhile, he acknowledges that the High Orcs prove to be a major gain just as Guile steps forward. Up until now, Jainu had been too focused on the soul extraction to notice Guile's arrival. As other hunters begin demanding an explanation for what just happened, Guile's team intervenes, asserting that Jainu's abilities are classified information within the association. They order everyone to keep the events of the day confidential, explaining that Jinwoo only revealed such power to protect them. With that, Guile and his team escort Jinwoo away, but before leaving, Kunun and his allies express their heartfelt gratitude. Jinwoo, in turn, returns the healer's will to her. As Jinwoo departs, CH attempts to catch up to speak with him, but a spectacled mage interjects, questioning why she's carrying a pickaxe. Chaha hesitates, worried about how she might be perceived. When asked who she is referring to, she shyly dismisses it as nothing. Later, Mr. Choi receives a report on the incident and is left stunned by the vast array of abilities Jinwoo has displayed. He ponders who could even rival Jinwoo's strength, noting that while most raid teams depend on teamwork, Jinwoo defies that convention by fighting alone. Kuan then challenges Mr. Choi, questioning whether he truly believes Jinwoo could single-handedly conquer the most treacherous dungeons. With a wry smile, Mr. Choi admits he has his doubts, suggesting that his own title of Ultimate Hunter may now be nothing more than an outdated claim. As he leaves, Cahoon stresses the importance of recruiting Jinwoo, to which Mr. Choi agrees, vowing to do his best. Meanwhile, Jinwoo meets with Leo to discuss the outcome of his meeting with the guild master. Leo provides an update, and the scene shifts to the Hunter Association. There, a renowned actor, Lee Min-sung, has just awakened his latent abilities as a hunter. Swarmed by the press, he basks in the overwhelming attention, believing himself to be the center of the world, reveling in his newfound fame. The scene shifts to Beck and Mr. Troy arriving at the Hunter Association, with the media buzzing about their visit, assuming they're there to recruit Lamanson. Black, clearly annoyed, questions who that even is, to which Mr. Troy curtly responds that he's not here for such trivial matters. Though he's heard of Lee Min-sung, he explains that the man has already signed a deal with the Fiend Guild and that his own business lies elsewhere. Disappointed by the lack of a major scoop, the media soon disperses. Beck recalls that Mr. Troy had been troubled by a recent A-rank dungeon that nearly escalated to S-rank. Mr. Troy, however, dismisses it as insignificant compared to the disaster the White Tiger Guild suffered at the Red Gate, where real casualties occurred. Beck teases that he even heard Mr. Troy was close to asking for his help, but Mr. Troy insists that things played out differently thanks to Jinwoo. In fact, he now plans to extend a grand invitation to Jinwoo to join his guild. Beck acknowledges that Jinwoo saved them as well, and the two start bickering over who has the better claim to recruit him. Just then, the Fiend Guild's master arrives, asking if they're fighting over Lee Min-sung. Both men immediately retort that they couldn't care less about that guy. Meanwhile, chaos unfolds as Jinwoo arrives at the association, bewildered by all the commotion. Over at Gina's school, a group of students is glued to the news about Lee Min-sung's appearance at the Hunter Association. They gossip about his tainted reputation, recalling multiple scandals, including rumors of him seducing every actress he has worked with. Back at the association, Min-sung addresses the media with surprising confidence. He declares that he has chosen to become a hunter and will be joining the Fiend Guild under its master, Luna Ju. The reporters quickly ask if this means he's retiring from the entertainment industry. Everyone is stunned by his drastic decision, especially since his official assessment has yet to be confirmed. However, Min-sung, brimming with arrogance, claims he already knows he's an A-rank hunter. He reveals that his contract with the Fiend Guild will last for 2 years, after which he will return to acting, believing that by then, his past scandals will be forgotten. He feigns a willingness to risk his life fighting magic beasts, regardless of his rank. At that moment, as Jinwoo attempts to quietly slip into the association, the guards stop him, informing him that no one is allowed to enter until the press conference concludes. Just then, Goonie bursts onto the scene, loudly declaring that Jinwoo is already his guest. He reminds the staff that he had specifically requested no press events at this hour. Min-sung bristles at the interruption, but Goonie completely disregards him and promptly escorts Jinwoo inside. The media, now even more intrigued, start speculating about the identity of this mysterious Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Min-sung attempts to force his way inside for an official assessment, only to be stopped by Jinul, who firmly tells him he can't enter at the moment since others are undergoing reassessments. Annoyed, Min-sung demands if Jinul even knows who he is, threatening that a single word from him could cost Jinul his job. However, Jinul, unimpressed and clearly unaware of his so-called fame, orders him to wait outside. Inside the reassessment venue, Goonie leads Jinwoo into the room, where he immediately notices Mr. Troy and Beck are present, clearly awaiting the results of his evaluation. Before assessing his true strength, the evaluators ask Jin to explain his abilities. Without hesitation, he summons a single soldier, though those familiar with him, like Gun, know that this barely scratches the surface of his potential. Having been briefed by Guile, Gun is fully aware of what Jin is capable of. Choosing to reveal his full power, Jin calls forth his entire army, casually stating that he can summon over 100 more warriors at will. Gun is left speechless by the sheer scale of this ability, while both Mr. Choi and Beck can sense the immense force radiating from his magic, making them wonder if his power has surpassed even their own. Once the evaluation wraps up, Jin is officially granted an S-rank hunter license. He contemplates how this newfound status will allow him to operate freely, without suspicion, even when selling the Sphere of Avarice, an item he plans to use to fund better equipment. With a clear goal in mind, he sets his sights on his next target, the Demon Castle. Gun, still in awe, is eager to see what Jin will accomplish next. As Jin exits the association building, Mr. Choi and Beck wait expectantly, hoping to recruit him. However, without sparing them a glance, he strides past, focused on more urgent matters. The moment he steps outside, he's met with flashing cameras, the press eagerly capturing his image. At home, Sonia stares in shock at the news broadcast, quickly showing the footage to Jenna, who is equally stunned to learn that her brother has been classified as an S-rank hunter. Word spreads rapidly, some of Jin's acquaintances are astonished, while others had long suspected this outcome. At the association, the media shifts its focus entirely onto Jin, bombarding him with questions. Meanwhile, Leo confides in his father about his failed attempt to recruit Jin into their guild. He recalls how Jin had declined, stating he had a personal path to follow and that joining any organization would only hinder his progress. Instead, Jin had made an unexpected proposal. He had asked Leo to accompany him instead. In the present, Leo pleads with his father to let him follow Jin, but his father is unimpressed. He sternly reminds Leo of his responsibilities, pointing out that he had initially entrusted this mission to his older son, only to alter his plans at Leo's insistence. Now, Leo appears ready to abandon the project entirely without achieving any results. Frustrated, his father challenges him, questioning whether he truly believes this course of action is justified. Reflecting on his time with Jin, Leo becomes more determined than ever. He knows he must follow him at any cost. Inside the association, staff members struggle to keep the press at bay, preventing them from overwhelming Jin. Beck offers to escort him home, arguing that dealing with reporters would be exhausting, but Jin declines. Demonstrating incredible agility, he slips past the crowd while shielding his face. Mr. Choi watches in amazement, noting how much Jin's physical prowess has improved despite his focus on magic. Beck, barely able to track his movements, wonders if Jin has grown even stronger since their last encounter. Meanwhile, Jin himself thinks that all he needs now is the right gear. Later, he arrives at an auction house, speaking with an attendant about acquiring an item designed to counter fire-based attacks. When asked about its purpose, Jin explains that he needs something to endure the extreme heat inside a dungeon. The staff presents a selection of cloaks and rings, noting their reasonable pricing, though still beyond his current budget. Hoping for a discount, Jin inquires about negotiations, but the staff politely informs him that the prices are non-negotiable. As they discuss the equipment on display, a staff member jokingly mentions that if someone were to break the protective glass surrounding the items, they might be able to take them for free. Chinu is caught off guard by the remark and prepares to test the claim by striking the glass. Just as he's about to throw a punch, the staff member quickly clarifies that it was just a joke, explaining that even the slightest disturbance would trigger an alarm due to the glass's incredible durability. He apologizes for the misleading statement, leaving Jinwoo feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Irritated, Jinwoo requests to see some real weapons instead. The specialist guiding him leads him to a collection of short swords. As they move, another staff member points out something peculiar. Despite never making contact with the glass, Jinwoo somehow managed to create a visible crack. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is presented with a rather hefty short sword, but is taken aback by its steep price, especially since its quality doesn't seem any better than his Kasaka Venom Fang. Curious, he pulls out the Kasaka dagger from his personal inventory and asks the staff to estimate its market value. To his astonishment, they confidently claim it could sell for around 100 million gold, a shocking figure considering he originally purchased it for only 2.8 million. This realization cements the fact that items obtained from his store are incredibly valuable, making him reconsider whether he really needs to sell anything at all. Taking a short break, Jinwoo heads to the restroom, and the scene transitions to the White Tiger Guild headquarters. Baek Yoonho reflects on Jinwoo's growing power, contemplating whether his second awakening had truly ended or if he possesses a limitless ability to grow stronger. Baek begins to wonder if he has been looking at things the wrong way, considering the possibility that Jinwoo is unlike any other hunter, someone who can continuously evolve. Meanwhile, at Jinwoo's home, Gina is relieved to find that the media has finally stopped crowding their house, allowing her to return to school without any hassle. Jinwoo speculates that the Hunter Association must have stepped in to ensure their privacy. Playfully, Gina teases that he could become famous if he wanted to, but she begs him not to involve her. Jinwoo shrugs, saying it's out of his hands, before revealing that he'll be gone for a week starting the next day. This unexpected news leaves Gina both surprised and curious about his plans. Just then, a visitor arrives at their doorstep, Leo. When Gina inquires if he's one of Jinwoo's friends, Leo clarifies that he is actually Jinwoo's right-hand man. Jinwoo quickly explains to Gina that he and Leo will be working together for the next week. Leo, momentarily confused, catches on after a subtle hint from Jinwoo and plays along. That night, while Leo is fast asleep in Jinwoo's room, Jinwoo checks on Gina, relieved that things seem to have settled down. However, now that his identity as an S-rank hunter is public knowledge, he knows he must be more vigilant about security. Summoning his shadow soldiers, he notices something odd. Only 3 of Fang's guards appear, even though there should be 4. One of the guards reminds him that the missing one had been thrown into the ceiling during an earlier skirmish, and Jinwoo had failed to re-extract him. Shrugging it off, Jinwoo decides that 3 guards will suffice and assigns one, along with 2 standard soldiers, to keep watch over Gina. Later, on a rooftop, Jinwoo reflects on the importance of strengthening the area's security. He orders some of his soldiers to patrol the neighborhood, ensuring it remains peaceful. Above them, a massive winged beast soars through the sky. The next morning, Jinwoo and Leo set off together. During the drive, Leo thanks Jinwoo for letting him stay over, but Jinwoo reassures him that there's no need for gratitude. Leo then asks about their destination, and Jinwoo reveals that he'll be training at Dessen Tower for an entire week. Leo is taken aback. After all, Jinwoo is already an S-rank hunter. However, Jinwoo simply replies that he believes in pushing his limits, a response that doesn't surprise Leo in the slightest. Inside the towering demon spire, Jinwoo, clad in his wind-patterned robe and water-infused ring, sets out on another conquest. He receives a mission to defeat the demon Lord Baron, who rules over the highest floor, with the reward offering a room-granting shadow teleportation abilities along with 30 skill points. Driven by the promise of power, he instantly transports himself to the 76th floor. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Leo's mother speaks with his father, shocked that their son has left home. His father, appearing indifferent at first, suddenly collapses. Back at the demon spire, Jinwoo engages in a fierce battle against a formidable monster. Amidst the chaos, he summons Fong and entrusts him with the Sphere of Avarice. In response, Fong unleashes a fiery spell that incinerates the beast completely. Impressed by the overwhelming force, Jinwoo makes a mental note to be strategic about when to deploy Fong's strength in future battles. Elsewhere, Leo's father regains consciousness in a hospital, learning that Leo came to see him. His wife admits that she deceived their son, telling him the collapse was due to exhaustion. In reality, the doctors had given them a grim diagnosis. He had contracted a rare affliction called the eternal slumber disease, where overwhelming fatigue slowly pulls the victim into an unending sleep. Puzzled by how he had been afflicted, the doctor inquires whether anyone in his family or close circle is involved with magic or supernatural forces, making both parents immediately think of Leo. However, the precise cause remains unknown. Frustrated, Leo's father wonders if the world itself has abandoned him. At the nation's border, a squad of hunters patrols the perimeter when they spot an airborne magical beast soaring through the sky. They halt in their tracks, staring in disbelief, trying to comprehend what they are witnessing. Back within the demon spire, Jinwoo's level increases after a string of victories. He explains that he has restructured his forces into 6 independent units, each with simple directives: eliminate any visible threats and alert him upon locating the floor's permit. Though this strategy means missing out on loot, efficiency takes priority. However, progress slows drastically on the 84th level. Curious about the cause, he suddenly notices his mana reserves plummeting. It becomes clear that someone is systematically eliminating his forces, targeting his most elite squads. Stunned that an enemy here is capable of overwhelming his high-ranked orc warriors, Jinwoo recalls his teams and sets out to investigate personally. Upon arrival, he finds that another team has suffered losses as well, confirming that their adversary is exceptionally powerful. Yet something seems off. The intruder specifically avoided engaging Fong's squad, despite it being closer to the initial attack point. Jinwoo quickly realizes that the enemy must have recognized Fong's overwhelming strength and deliberately chosen weaker prey. Anticipating the next strike, Jinwoo deduces that the Ice Bear squad will be targeted next. As predicted, he soon spots a horde of demon knights overwhelming the Ice Bears with merciless efficiency. Observing from stealth, Jinwoo studies their combat style before stepping in. One of the knights lunges at him, only to be swiftly cut down. 2 more follow, meeting the same fate, leaving only their commander standing. As she charges at him, something unexpected happens. She hesitates, then abruptly surrenders before he can strike. Her voice echoes across the battlefield, and Jinwoo, taken aback, realizes that she is a woman. Removing her helmet, she pleads for her life, a stark contrast to her earlier aggression. Jinwoo, unfazed, remarks that he has already eliminated her entire squad. She remains firm, claiming that as long as she survives, her people still have hope. To Jinwoo, however, her words ring hollow, a selfish belief disguised as duty. Ignoring her desperate pleas, he turns away, but as he glances back, she lunges again. Before her strike connects, Fang moves to shield him. Confused, he demands to know her intentions, and she once again begs for her life, swearing she'll do anything he asks. He orders her to retrieve the entry permit, and she reveals that her family currently possesses it. If he spares her, she will recover it for him. Additionally, she boasts that she knows the locations of every permit on the upper floors, and if he ensures her family's safety, she will guide him to them. Realizing he failed to find the permits because her family deliberately hid them, Jin glares at her with murderous intent. He questions whether he can trust her, but she insists desperately that he can. He begrudgingly agrees, provided he gets the permit. Grateful, she thanks him before he demands to know who they truly are. The scene shifts abruptly to a remote island where a monstrous flying creature wreaks havoc, slaughtering all in its path. Meanwhile, back in the demon castle, the girl introduces herself as Ezel, the eldest daughter of the Ratu family. However, Jinwoo is unimpressed by her response. He had hoped to learn more about the system, similar to how he did with Baruka, the leader of the Ice Elves. Pressing her further, he asks if she hears voices urging her to eliminate humans. Ezel denies it, admitting instead that she receives a different command, to safeguard the space. Intrigued, Jinwoo asks when she first heard this directive. She reveals that it began the moment she arrived here. When questioned about her origins, she states that she was in the demon realm and that everyone only appeared here after regaining their awareness. This revelation piques Jinwoo's curiosity. He wonders aloud about their activities in the demon realm, but suddenly, Easel's demeanor shifts. Her voice turns mechanical as she states that they were preparing for war. When he asks who they were about to fight, she cryptically mentions an immensely powerful enemy that forced the demons to unite for survival. Just as she is about to reveal more, an abrupt system error cuts her off, announcing that the details are classified and the conversation is now restricted. Before he can push for further answers, she collapses. JY catches her before she falls, realizing he won't be able to extract any more information from her. The scene transitions to a high-level meeting at the Hunter Association. Officials examine photographs from a devastating attack on the Japanese outlying islands. Reports indicate that the assault resulted in 294 casualties, with 108 hunters engaged in combat. Among the fallen were 4 E-rank hunters, 1 C-rank, and 1 B-rank. Garni is shocked that a single monster caused such destruction. Jinil confirms that an A-rank hunter eventually managed to eliminate the threat. G deduces that these winged creatures must possess strength at least equivalent to an A rank, which is supported by Guile's investigation, revealing similar findings from an autopsy. Gunny then points out that the island is a mere 120 kilometers from Jew Island. If the creatures evolved to fly longer distances, they could easily reach the southern tip of their nation. He immediately calls for reinforcements from Japan and insists that neighboring nations be put on high alert. He regrets that they failed to act first to prevent casualties, but now the situation is beyond containment. Resolving to act decisively, he declares that the 4th grade mission of Jew Island is now officially underway. Back in the Demon Castle, Easel apologizes to Jinmu for collapsing. He asks if she is feeling better, and she reassures him that she is fine, even teasing if he had been worried. He admits that he was concerned and then inquires about her home's location. Easel gestures to a house nearby, and they head inside. Upon entering, her father is startled by the unexpected guest and immediately notices the numerous silent figures lurking in Jinmu's shadow. Aware of the looming presence, Shunwoo acknowledges the father's keen perception. However, before any pleasantries can be exchanged, her father's warriors surround them, declaring that they won't allow Jinmu to leave alive. Jinmu, unfazed, calmly reminds her father that he had sworn not to harm anyone as long as he received the permit. Aware that Jinmu defeated both Vulcan and Metis, her father realizes they stand no chance in battle. Resigned, he makes his decision. He hands over the authorization, instructing Jinyu to proceed. However, Jinyu unexpectedly requests to bring along his daughter. Startled, her father demands an explanation. Jinyu clarifies that Easel previously mentioned knowing the locations of authorizations on each level. Her father then asks if Jinyu can ensure his daughter's safety, to which he confidently agrees. Satisfied, her father grants permission, prompting Jinyu to ask Easel to guide him further. Meanwhile, researchers meticulously examine the airborne creature, dissecting it with keen interest. Back at the fortress, Jinyu continues his steady climb, soon reaching the 89th level. There, he observes that both Igris and Tank have advanced, one attaining the rank of Elite Knight, the other a regular Knight. He muses that their strength now rivals high-tier warriors, with one comparable to an elite fighter while the other matches a seasoned combatant. At the same time, Easel prepares gifts for the nobility residing on the upper levels, hoping to negotiate passage through offerings. However, Jinyu dismisses the idea of using bribes. Easel warns him that the higher levels, beyond the 90th floor, are controlled by influential nobles far superior to the ones he has faced thus far, making simple negotiations nearly impossible. Jinyu agrees, bluntly noting that the powerful do not bother speaking with those they deem weak. He acknowledges her family's struggle for dominance among demon nobility and promises to elevate them to the highest rank. Curious, Easel asks why Jinyu chose to spare her family. He casually responds that he simply likes her, leaving her flustered. Amused, Jinyu notes that he gets along well with straightforward people like her and Jinho. He instructs Easel to return home, reminding her of her own warning about the increasing danger. Before she leaves, he asks her to reveal the locations of the authorizations. She hesitates, wondering if she is no longer useful to him, but he reassures her otherwise. Believing it would be unsafe for her to accompany him further, he insists she stay behind. However, she remains determined to witness his progress and insists on following. Seeing her resolve, he allows it, and together, they ascend to the 90th floor. Jinyu engages in battle as they advance, realizing that Easel was right. The enemies on this floor are not only far stronger but also greater in number than before. Despite this, he manages to push forward without much difficulty, eventually reaching the 97th level. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Guild, it's revealed that both Mr. Choi and CHR have received a summons for another raid on Jew Island. Mr. Choi explains that all elite hunters in the nation have been called upon, leading CHR to wonder whether Jinyu will be involved. He informs her that they will be working alongside hunters from Japan, as the airborne creatures have begun threatening that region as well. She inquires about the raid start time, but no exact date has been set. However, Mr. Choi believes it will commence soon, as Japan's strongest guild representatives are arriving that day to strategize. Meanwhile, Jinyu reaches the 100th level of the Demon Fortress, where he notices a massive wyvern circling above. As it lands, its rider is revealed to be none other than the formidable Demon Lord, Baron. Overwhelmed by the sheer aura radiating from him, Jinyu questions whether he stands a chance. Easel freezes in terror at the sight of the demonic ruler, and Jinyu quickly realizes that he must bring Baron down from the sky first. Fighting an airborne opponent would be far too difficult. Baron ascends once more, summoning hordes of demons to engage Jinyu. Easel panics, unsure of how to react, while Jinyu swiftly calls forth his enhanced army, strengthened by his newfound power. They engage the incoming enemies, swiftly eliminating them, leaving Easel awestruck by Jinyu's might. Despite witnessing his strength, she remains uncertain whether he can truly triumph over Baron, questioning where her allegiance should ultimately lie. Baron then unleashes a devastating cascade of lightning from above, the widespread attack obliterating large portions of Jinyu's forces and rapidly draining his energy. Easel is nearly caught in the storm, but Jinyu shields her just in time. Realizing this is no ordinary lightning, he discerns that it is an area-based attack with a stunning effect. Although his fallen forces can be revived, repeated exposure to such attacks would deplete his energy too quickly. Determined to act before he runs out of resources, Jinyu prepares his next move. Activating his speed-enhancing and stealth abilities, Jinyu charges at Baron, aiming for his wyvern. However, Baron easily blocks the attack, leaving Jinyu stunned that his stealth approach was detected. Without hesitation, Baron hurls Jinyu to the ground and unleashes a homing lightning attack. Jinyu narrowly evades, but Fang intercepts him just in time. At that moment, Aegis steps in, slicing off the wyvern's head, causing Baron to plummet. Jinyu exhales in relief, glad that the demon lord has been forced to the ground. He had grown exhausted from constantly keeping watch above. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Hunter Association, where a meeting is in progress. Goto Ruji, the leader of the Draw Sword Guild, is present alongside his interpreter, Hanakawa. He introduces his guild as one of Japan's largest, boasting 11 top-ranked hunters and ranking as the second strongest in Asia. He acknowledges Gono's commanding presence, stating that his reputation is well-earned. Hanakawa then expresses gratitude for the association's agreement to collaborate on the upcoming mission. Gono dismisses the need for thanks, reminding them that the request for assistance was mutual. Hanakawa then outlines key findings from their research, based on past raid data and the dissection of winged ants. The first discovery reveals that while the flying ants grow rapidly, their lifespan is only 1 year, meaning that eliminating the queen will lead to their inevitable extinction within that period. The second insight pertains to their behavior. Researchers have observed that the ants are strongly drawn to high concentrations of magical energy. Hanakawa highlights that this knowledge will be critical for forming a battle strategy. Gono agrees, praising their detailed analysis. Hanakawa further explains that their guild will deploy 10 of their 11 strongest hunters to act as decoys, luring out the swarms while the Korean hunters focus on eliminating the queen. Jinel expresses concern that this plan might force the Japanese hunters into direct combat with overwhelming numbers, but Goto remains unconcerned. Their AI simulations have confirmed that acting as bait is the most effective strategy. Ultimately, Jinel agrees to proceed with the plan. Back at the demon castle, Jinyu's forces are locked in an intense clash with the demons. Jinyu himself fights relentlessly, barely managing to drink a mana potion before realizing his energy reserves are rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Aegis, Iron, and Fang engage in a fierce struggle against Baron, who effortlessly deflects their strikes, including Jinyu's own attack. In a brutal moment, Baron seizes Jinyu by the head, poised to end him, but Aegis intercepts Baron's blade just in time. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu strikes, severing one of Baron's hands while Aegis pierces the other. Jinyu's shadow army restrains the demon, but Baron retaliates with another powerful lightning attack, obliterating a large portion of Jinyu's forces. Alarmed by his dwindling mana, Jinyu presses on. Unfazed, Baron summons his weapon and clashes with Jinyu in a lightning-fast exchange of blows. The battle tilts in Baron's favor as he gradually overpowers Jinyu, even managing to disarm him. As Baron prepares to unleash a final lightning strike, Jinyu desperately holds down his arms. Baron lunges again, but in a sudden turn of events, Easel hurls her blade, diverting his focus. Jinyu seizes the moment, channeling the power of his ruler's hand, and in a display of sheer strength, he tears off Baron's arms. Even in defeat, Baron attempts to unleash another attack, but Jinyu counters with a devastating uppercut, obliterating the demon's head. With Baron finally vanquished, Jinyu absorbs his essence, completing his soul collection quest. Jinyu then instructs Easel to inform her father that the Ratro family is now destined to ascend the ranks of the tower. With the battle concluded, Jinyu secures the purified blood of the demon monarch, his final missing ingredient. Now in possession of everything needed to craft the legendary elixir of life, he carefully assesses the potion's quality and success rate, knowing that its potency depends on the intelligence of the one who brews it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he makes his decision. As he completes the intricate crafting process, he discovers that he has successfully created 6 vials of the elixir, each requiring full consumption to unlock its benefits. His thoughts drift to whether this miraculous potion might cure his mother's condition, but he is soon interrupted by Iron, who arrives carrying the body of a dragon. Impressed by the sight, Jinmu praises Iron and extracts the dragon's shadow. Since it lacks a name, he decides to call it Kai Sail. Easel, filled with optimism, remarks that riding Kai Sail will allow them to return to her homeland swiftly, even suggesting they celebrate upon arrival. However, Jinmu, eager to test the elixir of life, quickly dismisses the idea. Recalling one of his recent rewards, he searches through his spoils and retrieves a rune stone. Without hesitation, he crushes it, unlocking a new ability called Shadow Exchange. This power enables him to swap positions with one of his shadow soldiers, though it carries the drawback of a 3-hour cooldown per use. Thrilled by his newfound skill, Jinmu instructs Easel to head home without him. She hesitates, wondering if he truly won't attend the celebration, but he clarifies that he has no time to waste on a detour to the 8th floor. Instead, he activates Shadow Exchange, trading places with a shadow soldier near his residence. With the ability now on cooldown, he summons Kaisail and rides it the rest of the way home. Elsewhere, Gentel and Gun strategize their upcoming operation. Gun outlines the plan. The hunters will pool their magic power to lure out the flying ants, at which point they will deploy interference waves meant to disrupt the creature's sensory communication. With this window of opportunity, the Special Forces unit will infiltrate the nest and eliminate the queen. Hinel raises concerns about whether the interference waves will function as intended. While Gun shares some unease, he expresses confidence that their research supports their approach. He reassures the team that a contingency plan is in place should the waves fail, emphasizing the need to focus on assembling a capable hunting squad for the mission. Changing topics, Gun inquires whether Janelle has managed to contact Hunter Jinmu, but Janelle admits that his efforts have gone unanswered. Meanwhile, Bake enjoys a drink with Biango. Biango cracks a joke that barely earns a chuckle from Bake, who then introduces Biango as an S-rank healer who retired at an unusually young age, a rarity among hunters who often sustain severe injuries. Despite leaving active duty, Biango remains one of Bake's closest friends, known for his eccentric nature. The younger hunters ask if Bake is truly returning to the island, to which he confirms. One of them reminds him of the tragic fate of Eunuch, but Bake insists that he must go, believing that if the ants continue unchecked, they will eventually overrun the entire region. Biango is surprised by Bake's determination, but Bake remains steadfast. Yong teases him, pointing out that he sounds just like Eunuch once did. He then firmly states that he will never set foot on that nightmarish battlefield again, assuming that Bake has come to recruit him. However, Bake clarifies that he is merely here to say farewell, acknowledging that this mission might cost him his life. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Biango shares his own decision. He plans to take the civil service exam, seeking a future away from war. He admits that the test will be difficult, as his only strong subject is history, thanks to years of watching historical dramas. Nevertheless, he is determined to pursue a normal life, a choice that Bake respects. Bake reflects on the nature of hunters, noting that many of them thrive in combat, and wonders if that very trait is what triggers their awakening. The scene shifts to Jinmu, who sits quietly by his mother's bedside. His gaze lingers on an old burn scar on her neck, a painful reminder of a childhood accident when he accidentally spilled boiling water on her. Though she had barely reacted at the time, the memory still haunts him. Overcome with emotions, he retrieves the elixir of life. Doubt creeps into his mind, will the potion truly work? Yet, he chooses to trust the system that has never failed him. With trembling hands, he gently lifts his mother and, after a moment's hesitation, administers the elixir. Once she consumes it, he carefully lays her back down. Slowly, the potion takes effect, healing the scar on her neck and restoring her weakened body. Holding his breath, Jinmu watches intently, praying for her awakening. This moment is the culmination of his relentless struggles. Jenna, struggling to concentrate on her studies, decides to take a quiet walk late at night. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit hospital room, Jinmu watches in shock as his mother stirs for the first time in years. With a gentle smile, she asks if he is truly her son, and he nods. She then questions how long she has been asleep, and with a heavy heart, Jinmu reveals that she has been in an uninterrupted slumber for 4 years. Concerned, she asks about Gina, and he assures her that his sister is doing well. Grateful for his care, she thanks him for keeping his promise and notices the scars that mark his body, a testament to the struggles he has endured. Overcome with emotion, Jinmu tries to hold back his tears, insisting that he is fine despite all that he has been through. The next day, a doctor informs the head physician that one of the long-term patients suffering from the mysterious eternal sleep condition has finally awakened, showing no signs of impairment. Her family eagerly requests her discharge. Later, Jenna is seen in the hospital room, sobbing as she embraces her newly awakened mother and apologizes for the worry she has caused. Watching their emotional reunion, Jinmu feels a deep sense of fulfillment, convinced that all his sacrifices have finally paid off. Elsewhere, GNY stands before a crowd at a press conference, addressing the nationwide crisis caused by the monstrous creatures from Jew Island. He announces that, in response, the Hunter Association is preparing for the 4th major raid on the island. This operation will deploy 10 elite hunters from Japan, in addition to their own S-rank team. Meanwhile, lower-ranked hunters will be assigned to maritime surveillance and homeland defense to support the mission. Determined, GNY vows that this time they will succeed. Among the attendees, Bangu listens in silence, recalling the tense days before the 3rd raid. A flashback shows Baekhyuk, passed out from heavy drinking, while Yuk and Bangu struggle to suppress their fear. Realizing that those who lacked battle experience would be even more overwhelmed by terror, they resolved to push forward, knowing the mission's success depended on them. Bangu had warned them to keep a close watch on Baek, as his reckless nature could endanger everyone. Back at Jinmu's apartment, he returns home with his family, only to find the place in a state of disarray. Shocked, his mother questions what has happened in his absence, but she quickly dismisses the concern, suggesting that they all clean together. As they tidy up, Jinmu reflects that these simple moments of everyday life are what he had been fighting for all along. Yet, a heavy doubt lingers in his mind. Has he gone too far in his role as a hunter? The thought unsettles him. Their mother then casually asks if their father had reached out during the past for years. An awkward silence falls between the siblings before she changes the subject, mentioning that she recently heard about Jinmu becoming a hunter. She reminisces that their father, once a firefighter, had looked heroic while saving lives. Proudly, she states that Jinmu has inherited that same courageous spirit. Jenna adds that she wants to become a doctor to help people, and their mother smiles, saying she, too, carries their father's noble qualities. At that moment, Jinmu's phone rings. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, GNY wraps up the press conference, noting that he hadn't expected anyone to approach them so soon. The conversation turns to Thomas Andra, a powerful authority figure among the elite hunters. Guile admits he had suspected Thomas might make an appearance given recent events, but GNY remains skeptical. He muses that someone with the strength equivalent to an entire nation's military rarely interferes in foreign affairs. Guile agrees, questioning why Thomas would take an interest in their situation. GNY speculates that he might be passing through, trying to intimidate them regarding Hunter Donggu, or perhaps confirming some hidden agenda. Guile also wonders if Jinmu is still unreachable, but reassures GNY that they have already been in contact with him and that he should be arriving soon. Shortly after, Jinmu arrives at the association and learns that the raid on Jew Island is scheduled to commence in 4 days. GNY asks whether Jinmu intends to take part in the mission, and Jinmu contemplates that it could be a good opportunity to strengthen himself. Jew Island, after all, is the perfect battleground for growth. However, he also acknowledges that he has already accomplished his most important goals and sees little reason to continue fighting endlessly. Just as he's about to express his concerns, a sudden surge of overwhelming energy catches his attention. The sheer intensity of the force stuns Gun, who is amazed that he can sense it from such a distance. He then informs Jinmu that some of the top-ranked hunters are currently engaged in training at the gym and invites him to observe. Meanwhile, inside the training hall, Bake is locked in combat with an opponent who quickly overpowers him, advising him to work on strengthening his lower body. Undeterred, Bake continues to fight, though Jinmu is surprised to see him struggling under the pressure. Mr. Choi soon arrives, explaining that if Bake unleashed his full power, his opponent wouldn't stand a chance. He introduces Bake's adversary as Med Dongwak from the renowned Fame Guild. Jinmu wonders why Bake isn't using his full strength against such a capable fighter. Mr. Choi clarifies that Bake deliberately holds back when others are watching, as when he fights at his peak, he becomes something truly fearsome. This makes Jinmu reconsider the rumors that Bake might actually be a transformation-type hunter. At that moment, a group of elite hunters from Japan enters the scene. Their leader, Gu, notices Jinmu in the stands and asks about him. Hanoa identifies him as Jinmu, a newly promoted high-ranking hunter. Initially, Gu assumes Jinmu must be a skilled assassin, but Hanoa corrects him, revealing that he is actually a mage. Meanwhile, Cha and Lim also take note of Jinmu's presence as the match between Bake and Mei intensifies. Observing the fights, Hanoa appears unimpressed by the local hunters, remarking that their strength seems underwhelming. She speculates that her perception may have been skewed after frequently witnessing Goto's immense power. Not long after, Park Jangu, the leader of the Knights Guild, overhears their conversation. Although he struggles to fully grasp their language, he catches enough of their remarks to take offense. Hanoa casually admits she has never even heard of Park, leading others to suggest that it's likely because he is only ranked slightly below the top tier. Despite that, they acknowledge his guild remains among the most respected. Cha and Lim intervene before tensions escalate further, but Park refuses to let the matter drop. Seizing the opportunity, Gu proposes a friendly sparring session to compare the strength of the two groups. He insists that only top-tier fighters should take part, with the rules to be determined collectively. Goni approves of the idea but emphasizes that mags should be excluded, as their power is difficult to measure in direct combat. He also states that only those specialized in battle should participate, eliminating hunters less suited for direct confrontation. Bake then lays out the rules: any fighter who is grabbed, touched on the back, or forced to the ground will be considered defeated. Rather than one-on-one duels, the match will take the form of a battle royal to simulate the unpredictable nature of the upcoming mission. Goto agrees, and the event is officially set in motion. From the Korean side, the competitors are Cha, Lim, Matt, and Bake, while the Japanese representatives are Tada, Kumamoto, Hoshino, and Tanaka. Watching from the stands, Jinwoo notes that Gonu is abstaining from the fight, giving him the rare opportunity to observe a full-power clash between elite hunters. As the battle begins, Mei immediately activates an ability that triples his size, signaling the real fight has begun. Bake swiftly targets an opponent attempting to flank his allies, while Mei engages Tanaka in a fierce exchange of devastating blows. Meanwhile, Lim faces an opponent with unnatural speed, forcing him to keep his distance. Eventually, his adversary lands a sharp kick to Lim's temple. Finding an opening, Lim retaliates by launching a barrage of attacks, nearly striking Tanaka, prompting him to call for Hoshino's support in bringing Lim down. Before the situation escalates further, a man named Mr. Choi observes the clash from the sidelines, his expression a mix of concern and intrigue. He turns to GNY, inquiring whether the arena has been fortified with high-grade magical reinforcements. GNY confirms this, but notes that the current level of protection may no longer suffice, as the combatants are pushing the limits and tearing through everything. As Bark relentlessly pursues his opponent, he begrudgingly acknowledges that these hunters represent the pinnacle of Japan's ranks. If his association ever hopes to compete, they will need to make significant strides. Adopting his monstrous form, Bark launches a fierce offensive, yet his opponent always manages to evade at the last moment. Growing frustrated, Bark deduces that Kumamoto, in particular, is ill-suited for direct combat. Meanwhile, Kumamoto, aware of his close call, silently admits that drawn-out fights like these play to his strengths. He steals a glance at Gu, suspecting that this match is meant to gauge the readiness of his subordinates for their upcoming battle against a formidable enemy. Sensing an opportunity, Bark undergoes an advanced transformation, eager to prove himself. As Kumamoto struggles to elude Bark's relentless chase, the latter's overwhelming speed prevents him from mounting an effective escape, though Bark's strikes never quite land a decisive hit. Among the audience, Mr. Park analyzes the intensity of the skirmish, coming to a sobering realization: despite being an A-rank hunter, he would stand no chance in a battle of this caliber, though his overly eager subordinate insists otherwise. Amid the chaos, Tanaka has already bested Ma, while Hoshino subdues Lim, decisively concluding their duel. Meanwhile, Kumamoto stubbornly dodges every attack from Bark, forcing the fight into a prolonged stalemate. However, just as Bark appears to have the upper hand, two victors from the other matches step in to shield their struggling ally, standing in unison before Bark in a show of solidarity. Elsewhere in the arena, CH keeps her adversary in check with rapid and relentless strikes. After landing a decisive blow on Toada, a Japanese fighter, she realizes she must rush to aid Bark. However, before she can move, Kumamoto materializes behind her in an instant. With incredible reflexes, CH reacts, landing a counterattack that draws blood. Kumamoto's eyes burn with an eerie, monstrous glow. Outside the arena, onlookers murmur about the unpredictability of Kumamoto's condition once he reaches this state. Hanaka suggests pulling him from the match for his own safety, but Gu dismisses the idea, fearing it would provoke the other hunters. As a result, Kumamoto remains and launches an all-out assault on CH with an intensity no one had anticipated. With a devastating punch, Kumamoto fractures the ground beneath them, using the rising dust as a smokescreen to catch CH off guard. Just then, Jinwoo steps in, swiftly intervening to break up the escalating battle, making it clear that what was meant to be a friendly spar has long surpassed its original intent. Undeterred, Kumamoto shifts his aggression toward Jinwoo. However, Jinwoo effortlessly neutralizes the attack, bringing him down with ease. Watching the fight unfold, Gu determines that he must personally evaluate Jinwoo's true capabilities, whether he is merely a mage or something far beyond that. With Kumamoto subdued for now, Jinwoo turns to CH and asks if she sees any issue in conceding, especially since Bark's pride has already been wounded. CH, maintaining her composure, acknowledges her defeat. Meanwhile, Bark laments that even at full strength, he wouldn't have been able to overcome the combined strength of his opponents. Shortly after, Hanoa approaches Jinwoo, relaying a message from her master, Gu, who wishes to challenge him. Recognizing the unmistakable fighting spirit in Gu's gaze, Jinwoo sees this as the perfect opportunity to test the newfound power he obtained from his recent trials in the Demon Castle. At the same moment, a top-ranked warrior grows irritated upon realizing that his opponent, Jinwoo, is smiling at the thought of challenging him. The announcer confirms that Jinwoo has accepted the duel, but with one condition: his opponent must fight at full strength. Meanwhile, across the world, a news broadcast reports that the fourth expedition to Jew Island is fast approaching. A woman notices a viewer paying close attention and asks if she plans to work, but the response is that today is a break. Even so, the woman insists that fighters must remain focused and not grow complacent. After a brief conversation, the viewer steps onto the balcony to make a call regarding the security forces for the upcoming expedition. Back in the training hall, a spectator watches with curiosity and concern, asking what will happen next. A response comes: Jinwoo is about to face a formidable opponent in a duel. Another observer reflects on having seen Jinwoo fight in a high-level battle before, but remains unsure whether he is prepared for a challenge of this scale. A fellow warrior asks if the observer is bothered by being surrounded by so many strong fighters, to which she coolly responds that on the battlefield, one cannot afford to be selective. In fact, she believes it might be beneficial to curb the arrogance of overconfident warriors. The other warrior agrees, admitting that while he would typically support a battle between a combatant and a spellcaster, he now shares his partner's sentiments. If Jinwoo truly possesses the ability to grow stronger mid-battle, no one can predict the outcome. With that, Jinwoo declares he is ready to fight. No sooner does he speak than his opponent launches a fierce punch aimed at his face. Jinwoo dodges at the last moment, sarcastically remarking that he wasn't even given time to finish his sentence. As the fight intensifies, his opponent senses an overwhelming energy radiating from him and starts to question whether Jinwoo is really a spellcaster. Either way, the time has come to uncover his true nature. With renewed resolve, the seasoned warrior unleashes a full-speed attack. Jinwoo acknowledges that his rival is indeed among the elite, but despite his skill, he still isn't fast enough to land a hit. Frustrated by Jinwoo's unwavering composure, the fighter increases the ferocity of his strikes. From the sidelines, spectators struggle to keep up with the battle. One admits he can barely see what's happening, while another points out that Jinwoo must be exceptionally resilient to dodge such powerful blows. Meanwhile, another observer notices that Jinwoo isn't just avoiding attacks, he's also analyzing his opponent's capabilities. After an intense exchange, the veteran warrior notices that Jinwoo is creating distance between them, effortlessly maneuvering through the battle. Displeased by how easily his opponent handles the fight, he decides to shift tactics, channeling energy into his fists until they blaze with fire. With heightened speed, he unleashes a powerful slash at Jinwoo's face, following it up with a crushing strike that causes onlookers to fear for Jinwoo's life. However, as the dust settles, Jinwoo remains standing, having blocked the attack. He taunts his opponent, remarking that those sharp attacks could be dangerous. His rival warns that if Jinwoo had grabbed his wrist instead of his hand, the fight would have been over. Yet, neither seems eager to end the duel so soon. Both fighters momentarily withdraw, gathering an immense surge of energy for their next clash. Their subordinates begin to realize that this battle has escalated beyond expectations. One warrior, watching closely, grows uneasy, fearing that someone may not walk away from this fight alive. Meanwhile, the duelists remain locked in their battle, their focus unshaken. As the two warriors prepare to collide once again, external forces intervene. Teammates from both sides step in, one grabbing Jinwoo while the opposing faction restrains their leader, convinced that the battle could spiral completely out of control. Finally, orders are given to bring the fight to a halt. Once the confrontation ends, a spectator jokingly remarks that despite facing a mighty adversary, Jinwoo escaped with barely a scratch. Jinwoo reflects that although the duel carried significant risks, he has now gained critical insight into the abilities of those around him, and, more importantly, has managed to slip unseen forces into the shadows of 5 individuals. As the Japanese guild readies to leave, Gunhee informs Goto that he will send details about all the hunters involved in the upcoming operation. Later, when alone, Gunhee notices Jinwoo approaching. Jinwoo casually inquires about the JJU Island raid. Meanwhile, Go contacts a man named Ruji, mentioning a remarkably strong hunter named Jinwoo who recently underwent a significant awakening, now ranked as S-class. Ruji finds it unusual that such a powerful hunter isn't listed for the operation, a detail that also surprises Go. Similarly, CHA notes to Mr. Choi that Jinwoo is absent from the mission. Mr. Choi assumes Jinwoo has his own reasons but insists that the matter is worth discussing. At that moment, Beck realizes that even Bang isn't present. In the end, Mr. Choi concludes that, with 15 S-class hunters still available to the association, victory is assured. As night falls, Jinwoo returns home to a warm reception, where his mother and sister welcome him with a prepared meal. Smiling, he announces his return. During dinner, he reflects on how his mother finally awakened from a 4-year-long coma and acknowledges that she needs him. For this reason, he chooses not to join the JJU Island operation. Meanwhile, on the island, the Ant Queen laments that her offspring have begun consuming one another due to a critical food shortage, a situation that cannot persist. She understands that to leave the island, she must produce an even stronger heir capable of leading the swarm. Just then, a creature emerges from an egg, undergoing a rapid mutation. Its form shifts, gaining humanoid features with 2 arms and 2 legs. The queen urges the newborn to become stronger, and in response, it lets out a chilling, unnatural scream, sending a surge of energy rippling through the air. Back in the city, the next day's news broadcast delivers a shocking update. The flying ants are evolving at an astonishing rate. While previous raids on JJU Island only encountered land-based ants, these new creatures display humanoid attributes and now possess wings. As Beyond strolls through the streets, he passes children imitating elite hunters, a sign of how deeply the situation has gripped the public's imagination. Near a crowded cafe, Leo tries to convince Hansa to avoid joining the defense force, reminding her that she remains an E-class hunter. Their conversation is interrupted when the city's announcement system broadcasts an urgent recruitment call for hunters to protect Korea. Meanwhile, JY unexpectedly crosses paths with Song Cheol, adding further intrigue to the unfolding day. As evening approaches, Gunhee eagerly anticipates the start of the raid on JJU Island. When dawn finally arrives, fleets of ships begin reaching the mission zone. A member of the Knights Guild turns to the Guild Master, questioning whether they truly have what it takes to battle the monstrous ants. Mr. Park responds that their true capabilities will only be revealed in combat, but reassures them that they were deployed as an emergency measure. Not far from them, the Fame Guild makes a dramatic entrance via helicopter. The guild leader, May, bids farewell to the Vice Master before setting off for battle. Meanwhile, as always, Ms. 1 effortlessly captures media attention, while Lim demands immediate retrieval to prevent further disorder. Across the attack fleets and among the coastal guard, tense expressions dominate the faces of the hunters. In a strategy meeting, the association's president receives an update from Gunhee, who confirms that all units are prepared. The president is visibly relieved to see so many volunteers ready to defend the nation. Just then, news arrives that an unexpected individual has reconsidered and will now participate in the offensive. At that moment, Beck is caught off guard as Bang makes an appearance. The two longtime comrades exchange a warm greeting, prepared for what lies ahead. At the island center, an elite Japanese squad splits into 4 teams, each securing a strategic position. As the hunters are airlifted into their mission zone, they notice a media crew deployed by the board to broadcast the battle live. Ma asks if the cameraman will be safe, and the man assures him that he's used to filming in hazardous conditions. With a hint of weary optimism, Ma expresses hope that this will be the final S-rank raid on the island. If the battles continue, the entire nation could be at risk. Beck silently agrees, contemplating the need for a national hero to emerge from this clash. Chinel informs Gun that the assault team is prepared to advance. With that, Gun announces the beginning of the 4th operation on Jew Island. Simultaneously, Goa commands his 4 diversion teams to go all out, unleashing a staggering wave of energy that leaves Beck, observing from the helicopter, visibly impressed. As chaos erupts, swarms of ants begin pouring from a nearby mound. Mr. Troy moves toward the aircraft's rear exit and unleashes a devastating attack, obliterating the creatures. However, the endless tide of insects forces him to push his limits. When he finally suppresses the threat, he asks if it's time to land. With the helicopter touching down, Beck confidently asserts that the Japanese forces can keep the ants occupied for an hour, enough time for the Koreans to eliminate the Queen. In the operations room, Ruji orders interference measures to begin. A powerful signal is deployed to disrupt the ants' ability to communicate an emergency warning to their queen. Amidst the battle, Toata warns that Kumamoto is in critical danger if he remains paralyzed. Shimizu suggests a more drastic approach, wiping out all the ants at once, while Ki shouts, demanding to know Tanaka's whereabouts. Moments later, Tanaka is seen in another section of the battlefield, gleefully smashing insects as if playing a game. Elsewhere on the island, a Japanese fighter observes thick smoke rising from Mr. Choi's fiery attack. He asks his companion if he believes he could challenge that master in combat despite his own proficiency in ice-based techniques. Meanwhile, after sealing the entrance to the ant nest, Mr. Choi leads his team deeper inside. The labyrinthine tunnels pose a problem, and his squad questions which path to take. To assist them, he conjures a fireball, using its glow to examine each passage one by one. Their goal is to find the tunnel leading to the deepest part of the nest. Convinced he has identified the correct one, Mr. Choi presses forward. Meanwhile, Jimyu wraps up his daily training and takes a brief moment of relaxation. He muses that the S-rank hunters on the mission should be able to handle the ant crisis without issue, even without his presence. As Mr. Choi's group follows the chosen route, Lim speculates that the Queen might have already escaped, but Beck dismisses the notion, stating that leaving the island is impossible. Just then, Mr. Choi gathers his team to examine an egg chamber, and their discovery suggests that the Queen is close. Soon, they come across a massive egg, and a sense of dread spreads through the team. Something has already hatched. Elsewhere, Tanaka suffers an injured shoulder and seeks healing from the group's medic, Shimizu. Instead of immediately treating him, she teases him, demanding something in return. However, before the exchange continues, an overwhelming presence suddenly fills the air. In a horrifying instant, the Ant King materializes and, with brutal efficiency, decapitates Shimizu. The shocking scene sends terror through the team, evoking memories of a grim battle akin to past legendary conflicts. Tanaka and his fellow hunters quickly raise their guard, sensing the monstrous enemy's formidable strength. But before they can act, the creature strikes with terrifying precision, severing Tanaka's head and dispatching the rest of his team effortlessly. Deep inside the nest, the hunters engage in combat with white ants whose strength rivals that of elite S-rank warriors. Despite their formidable power, the insects move in predictable patterns, making them vulnerable to the hunters' diverse strategies. One by one, the white ants are eliminated. Chai notes the exceptional toughness of their exoskeletons, and MDON expresses relief that their numbers are not overwhelming. Bangu reassures the team that even if there were more, they have no reason to worry. He will provide support from the rear. Beck is taken aback by Bangu's calm demeanor, especially considering his usual reluctance to engage in direct combat. In response, Bangu tells him to cut the sarcasm, reminding everyone that these ants remain alive even after decapitation. The only way to ensure they stay down is to fully disable them. Taking the advice to heart, Beck targets an ant's limbs, rendering it incapable of fighting back. Then scans the surroundings, noting that the deeper they venture into the cavern, the stronger their adversaries become. However, they have yet to face any creatures that walk on 2 legs. Troy speculates that these elite guardians must be protecting their ruler. Lim voices his unease, worried about how much farther they need to go and questioning if they are even heading the right way. Troy reassures him, convinced they are on the correct path. Shahad agrees, mentioning that she can detect an intense aura of magical creatures radiating from deep within. Surprised by her ability to sense it from such a distance, Choi suggests that Bake might be able to locate them more precisely with his unique skills. Testing the theory, Bake successfully pinpoints the ruler's location after carefully scanning the cavern. He informs the group that the leader resides at the very heart of the cave, surrounded by an elite squadron of powerful defenders. He warns that their reinforcements outside won't last forever and urges the team to advance swiftly. Despite acknowledging the unknown power of their ultimate foe, he remains confident that their group has the strength to triumph. Outside, a separate squad of skilled warriors from another region arrives, frantically searching for any sign of Tanaka and his missing allies. Their attempts to communicate have gone silent. One of them spots what appears to be a discarded pair of glasses belonging to Fujishima, but before he can investigate further, his companion suddenly turns pale and retches, whispering in horror that something dreadful is approaching. Reacting instinctively, he channels his power, forming a barrier of ice to block the unseen menace. However, his efforts prove futile as the monstrous figure shatters the ice effortlessly, trapping him within. Meanwhile, Komoto and Toada, unable to locate Tanaka's squad, shift their attention to the fierce battle unfolding before them. Back inside the cavern, the team advances into the inner chamber where the ruler awaits. A wave of determination surges through them as they face the formidable force standing in their path. Beyond, who steps forward, using his abilities to strengthen the entire group, boosting their capabilities before the battle begins in earnest. Choi then unleashes an inferno of fire, scorching the advancing creatures. He admits that he rarely resorts to such overwhelming power, but given the high stakes, he makes an exception. Refusing to be outshined, Bake undergoes a full transformation into a colossal white tiger, tearing through the creatures with sheer ferocity. Witnessing Bake's beastly form, Char is visibly awestruck. Amid the chaos, a group of news reporters covering the event receives word that viewership has skyrocketed past 380,000. Eager for more dramatic footage, one reporter attempts to get closer but is firmly held back by Bangu, who reminds him that this is an extremely high-risk operation and that safety is the priority. Across the region, the battle is broadcast live, capturing the attention of the masses. Expectations soar as the warriors clash with their relentless adversaries. Lim methodically eliminates enemies with his pinpoint-accurate arrows, while Choi continues his onslaught of searing flames. Bake, in his beast form, tears through anything in his path, and CH slices effortlessly through the endless waves of foes. After an arduous struggle, the warriors finally cut down the last of the defenders, paving the way for their fateful showdown against the ruler of the cavern. The Insect Queen launches a furious assault on Mangok, but he deflects her relentless strikes with his shield as Lim lets loose a flurry of arrows. Beck joins the fray, scoffing that without her guards, the Queen is nothing more than an exposed target. In response, the Queen exhales a toxic mist toward Madong Wak, but Bangu steps in, instantly healing them. He vows that as long as he stands, he will ensure they rise again, no matter how many times they fall. Turning her sights on the healer, the Queen attacks once more, only for Ma Dongwak to intercept her assault, while Mr. Choi bombards her with relentless bursts of fire magic. Despite their combined force, the Queen remains standing and releases a chilling scream that reverberates across the island. Realizing she is outmatched, she attempts to escape, but the hunters refuse to let her flee. Mr. Choi intensifies his barrage as Bark and Ma Dongwak pin her down. Seizing the opportunity, Che delivers a powerful slash, severing the Queen's legs and bringing her crashing to the ground. With one final strike, she executes her special decapitation technique, ending the Queen's reign once and for all. As word of their victory spreads, the nation erupts in celebration. Gunny beams with satisfaction, declaring the mission a success. With the Queen's demise, the remaining insects will dwindle and eventually vanish, transforming the area into a safe haven for humans. However, back at the nest, Beck remains uneasy, haunted by the echo of the Queen's final scream. Bayang urges him to relax, reminding him that they have avenged Eunuch and that the Queen is no more. Meanwhile, a ship emitting interference waves alerts Gu that something is amiss. All the creatures appear to be retreating toward the nest. Gu orders his team to gather intel, and Mr. Choi soon discovers that the fire barrier he placed at the entrance has been shattered. Lin notes the unexpected speed of this event, speculating that the Queen's last scream might have been a call to rally the remaining forces. Despite Chara's confidence that the creatures outside shouldn't have been able to breach the barrier, an ominous presence begins to loom. The hunters soon realize that the true threat has emerged, the monstrous insect king, hatched from the massive egg. As it unleashes its overwhelming aura, Char recoils at its foul stench, confirming that this is no ordinary beast. Mangwa grimly declares that it must be slain, yet as the creature advances, he finds himself powerless to stop it. The insect king suddenly devours the Queen's severed head before turning its gaze toward the hunters. With a single devastating blow, it sends CH flying through the air. Desperate to counter its monstrous power, Mei Dongwak transforms into a giant, preparing for battle. However, the creature proves far too strong, tearing off one of his arms along with his shield. Undeterred, Mayon continues his struggle, only for his remaining limbs to be severed as well. Beck charges in next, only to be overwhelmed and brutally struck down. Even Mr. Choi is not spared, falling to the same fate. Lim fires his most powerful arrow at the creature, but it easily snatches it from the air and redirects its attack toward him. Just as it seems Lim is about to be finished, Megang Wak intervenes, revealing that he has been miraculously healed by Bangu. Bangu, having concealed himself using his camouflage skill, explains that while this ability renders him immobile, it allows him to heal his allies while remaining unseen. Though the price is high, he is willing to pay it to turn the tide of battle. With unwavering resolve, Bangu declares that as long as he stands, their team will not fall. However, the Ant King fixates on Mei, relentlessly attacking him as if he were nothing more than a toy. Suddenly, despite Bongu's concealment, the creature detects his presence and, in an instant, drives its claws into his chest before he can react. With his final breath, Bongu urges back to escape. In a gruesome display, the Ant King then decapitates Bongu, ending his life in a single, merciless strike. Desperate, Bake attempts a counterattack, but the creature seizes him by the throat, forcing him to revert to his human form. In a chilling moment, the Ant King echoes Bongu's last words, commanding Bak to flee. Through this single utterance, it becomes evident that the creature has grasped human speech. With an icy tone, the Ant King proclaims that the hunters are far too weak, reminding them of its fallen queen and asserting that killing mere soldiers will not compensate for her loss. Then, as if sensing something formidable nearby, the creature abruptly departs. Watching it leave, Bark wonders if it was referring to Godo, but there's no time for speculation, they must move quickly. Soon, he notices that the other ants have also returned. Meanwhile, Goo's team outside realizes that 2 of their units are unresponsive. Initially suspecting poor reception, Goo dismisses the thought, knowing their communication signals remain strong. He then reaches out to To's team, asking if they can contact the missing squads. Toata replies that they have had no success and asks if they should investigate. However, Goo declines, stating that they are already en route and instructing To's team to wait at the designated extraction point. Upon arrival at the last known location of the missing squads, Goo and his team find nothing but lifeless bodies. Just then, a call comes in from headquarters, demanding an explanation for their delayed report. Goo explains that they have suffered losses, prompting the caller to question why he hadn't adhered to the plan of solely eliminating mutated beasts to minimize risk. Goo admits they were simply outmatched. The caller, seemingly unsurprised, remarks that losing a few is inconsequential given their superior forces. He then inquires about the Korean team's status, asking if they are still engaged with the Queen. Goo confirms, adding that the disruption strategy has failed, leading all remaining ants to return to the nest. When asked about their survival rate, Goo grimly estimates it at 0. Without hesitation, the caller orders a temporary retreat to regroup with reinforcements arriving from the sea. However, he also reveals their true intent, to let the Korean hunters perish while pretending they did their best to assist. With Korea's strength gradually weakening, Japan would then be in the perfect position to dominate their high-rank gates. Goo relays Chairman Miyamoto's orders to withdraw and reorganize, but before he can finish speaking, the Ant King launches a devastating attack, instantly killing several of their group. Acting quickly, Goo orders Hoshino to retreat and regroup with Kumamoto's unit and the second assault team. Though hesitant, Hoshino ultimately follows orders, knowing that staying would only hinder their efforts. Then, the Ant King emerges, exuding an overwhelming presence. It speaks, asking whether Goo is the king. Stunned, Goo hesitates before confirming that he is. The creature then engulfs him in its immense aura, and as the energy surges around him, Goo is struck by a chilling realization, the sheer power radiating from the Ant King mirrors the overwhelming force he has seen in Jinwoo. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the insect hive, the warriors find themselves in a brutal struggle against an unyielding swarm. Their strength wanes with each clash, wounds accumulating as the relentless creatures press forward for what seems to be a final, decisive assault. Just as defeat looms, a sudden shift occurs, dark figures emerge from the shadows, halting the creature's advance. Beak, caught off guard by their arrival, watches in disbelief as a new force turns the tide of battle. In a swift and calculated maneuver, Jin trades places with one of these shadowy warriors. Above, winged creatures descend, attempting to overwhelm the defense, but the shadows hold firm. Elite warriors Ironfang and Igris unleash their devastating techniques, ensuring that no foe slips past. Amid the chaos, Beak, who had nearly lost all hope, now stares in awe at Jinwoo as he pushes forward, unwavering. Like him, the rest of the observing hunters struggle to grasp how Jin has orchestrated such a bold counterattack. Meanwhile, JY and Song Shell find themselves stranded, unable to communicate as confusion spreads across Jew Island. Back at headquarters, the situation grows dire. Janelle informs Gunny that establishing a stable connection with the battlefield is near impossible due to the chaotic energy, but Gunny insists on extracting whatever information they can. Meanwhile, at the broadcasting station, tension runs high. The director faces immense pressure to resume coverage of the battle, but technical failures leave the signal dead. His superior questions what fate awaits them if the nation's most powerful warriors fall. Desperate, the director attempts to re-establish contact, but the equipment remains unresponsive amid the growing panic. On the battlefield, Jin Woo's voice rings out, calling for Iron. In response, Iron activates his taunt ability, forcing the enemy's attention onto him. Seizing the moment, Jin commands Igris to sweep through the battlefield, striking down wave after wave of monstrous adversaries. With Iron Fang joining the assault, the shadows unleash devastation, turning the hive into a scene of destruction. The hunters, overwhelmed by the sudden reversal, struggle to comprehend the nature of these dark warriors or how Jin has managed to take control of the battlefield so decisively. As the battle briefly slows, Jin regroups with the other hunters. Beak, unable to contain his curiosity, attempts to question him, but Jin prioritizes tending to the wounded. Holding a healing potion, he urges Dongwak to drink, only to recall that the item cannot be transferred. Dongwak hesitates, questioning whether this mysterious substance is a form of healing magic or something more. Jimu hands him the potion, instructing him to drink it immediately. As soon as Dongwak consumes the liquid, a brilliant green aura envelops him, rapidly mending his severe wounds one by one. Nearly everyone else takes the potion as well, making a swift recovery. However, when it's Chara's turn, the potion proves ineffective. Her condition is far too dire, reminiscent of a similar moment when Jainu had once faced the same fate. To make matters worse, her life force continues to dwindle, leaving no choice but to carve out a safe escape route for her as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, across the trench, retreat proves to be an uphill battle. The narrow passages are swarmed with waves of monstrous insects, making any attempt to flee incredibly difficult. At the same time, Gunny convenes with his associates, seeking an update on the strike team's progress. However, all communications from the island have abruptly gone silent, leaving them completely in the dark about the unfolding crisis. Agitated, Gunny demands that the signal be restored at all costs and orders emergency medical and rescue teams to prepare for deployment immediately. Seated at his desk, Gunny seethes with frustration, lamenting how time has aged him and how powerless he feels. He longs to be on the battlefield, fighting alongside his comrades instead of being forced to watch from the sidelines. All he can do now is cling to the hope that the others will make it through safely. Back at Jai Nu's home, Ji gives the television a firm smack, attempting to get the signal working again. Unfortunately, not only does the broadcast fail to return, but the television itself stops functioning entirely. Undeterred, she refuses to give up and rushes to her room, determined to continue watching the raid through her phone. Over at a Japanese base camp, Ruji delivers grim news to the president of Japan, whose vital signs have completely disappeared. From the last transmission before communications were lost, it appears he was ambushed by a formidable enemy, and the likelihood of his survival is close to none. Faced with this tragic update, President Matsumoto demands a status report on the remaining guild members, warning that further casualties could jeopardize their long-term objectives. After ending the call, he slams his fist on the table in frustration, bitterly cursing Gu for failing at the insect nest. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Iron plows through countless enemies, his sheer strength causing shockwaves to ripple across the war-torn landscape. Jai Nu observes his forces with both pride and concern, noting that while his elite soldiers hold their ground, the ordinary shadow warriors struggle to keep up. Though he wishes he could bolster his army further, he knows too many eyes are watching him. Instead, he swiftly gathers the hunters, instructing them to stand behind Fang and secure the rear to prevent any stragglers from slipping past. Above all, he stresses that what they're about to witness must remain a secret. Mr. Troy, almost as if sensing what is to come, cryptically suggests that something truly extraordinary is about to unfold. Just as Jai Nu's eyes begin to glow with an unsettling, eerie light, the battlefield shifts. The swarms of insects suddenly part, revealing a towering, evolved creature emerging from deep within the cavern. A sinister red energy pulses from its form, a silent declaration that it was the one who had ended Gu. Enraged, the monstrous being releases a surge of overwhelming mana, lamenting bitterly that there was no true king to challenge it. Outside, Jinwoo quickly deduces that this formidable insect is the reason he no longer senses the familiar shadow he had sent with Godo. With unwavering determination, he steps forward, making his presence known and prompting the beast to question whether he is truly the king of humans. Jinwoo, his voice laced with sarcasm, remarks on how unusual it is to be speaking with a talking insect. This observation unsettles the creature, which begins to recognize the immense power radiating from its opponent. With an eerie, bone-chilling screech, the monster sends waves of terror through the surrounding hunters, except for Jinwoo. His expression remains unreadable, treating the opponent as nothing more than another pest to be eliminated. As the intense standoff unfolds, the broadcasting team finally regains its signal. Realizing the urgency of the situation, headquarters is immediately alerted. The director quickly orders the feed to resume, but is reminded that a live, unedited broadcast leaves no room for filtering potential disasters. Yet, unwilling to miss the unfolding battle, the director insists on airing it immediately. After all, the entire nation has a right to witness the events that may determine its future. As the live transmission resumes, the Knights Guild support teams, along with the entire population, fix their eyes on the chaotic battlefield within the insect-infested nest. Jinna recalls Jinwoo's promise to return soon, but now understands the reason for his delay. Meanwhile, Gunhee breathes a sigh of relief at Jinwoo's timely arrival, recognizing the critical moment. As all eyes in Korea turn to the battleground, the clash begins. The duel takes an abrupt turn when Jinwoo is caught off guard, a crushing punch lands squarely on his face, shaking the earth beneath him. Beak and Mr. Choi exchange glances, muttering that Jinwoo may have underestimated his opponent by getting too close for a magic user. The monstrous insect also appears skeptical of Jinwoo's claim to leadership. Yet, against all expectations, Jinwoo shakes off the attack without severe injury. He retaliates by cloaking his fist in a radiant blue aura and delivering a devastating counterpunch. D, stunned, questions whether this young man is truly a magic user. However, the creature's exoskeleton proves incredibly durable, absorbing the impact without much damage. Jinwoo quickly realizes that its natural armor might be the key to its astonishing resilience. The battle intensifies into a vicious contest, with Jinwoo pressing the attack and the monstrous insect keeping pace blow for blow. The sheer power unleashed in their clash is overwhelming, so much so that even the seasoned broadcaster, an A-rank hunter himself, struggles to remain conscious. As the fight rages on, the once confident insect, which had believed itself invincible, now senses a shift in power. With every precise strike and calculated movement from Jinwoo, the creature begins to waver, its confidence cracking. Then, in a brutal moment, after enduring a ferocious punch to its face, the monster lashes out. It extends a long, needle-like tongue that slashes across Jinwoo's cheek. Instantly, a foreign sensation spreads through him. He staggers, his body weakening rapidly as a strange affliction takes hold. Confused and in pain, Jinwoo demands an explanation. The creature, exuding arrogance, reveals the sinister nature of the wound, a potent toxin, a fusion of marine-based chemicals enhanced by magical energy. Now immobilized by the venom coursing through his veins, Jinwoo finds himself unable to move. The monster seizes the opportunity, preparing to unleash the decisive finishing blow. Meanwhile, President Matsumoto reacts with a nervous chuckle upon hearing that 7 out of the 10 Japanese operatives deployed to Jew Island have perished. To make matters worse, Ryuji reports that an incredibly powerful presence was detected near the island's caldera, likely the very creature responsible for Gu's demise. However, it remains uncertain whether the beast is returning to its lair due to injuries or some other unknown reason. Matsumoto deduces that if any Korean fighters remain alive, they will inevitably have to face this monstrous foe deep within its domain. He sees an opportunity. This brutal conflict will exhaust all involved. If the Japanese forces can eliminate their most formidable enemies amidst the chaos, the rest will be left vulnerable. Acting on this plan, he orders the extraction of the surviving operatives by helicopter, transferring them to the 2nd Attack Unit stationed at sea. Upon receiving the directive, Toada informs her squad that they are now executing Plan 9. However, Hoshino, still shaken after witnessing Gu's grisly end, expresses doubt that any strategy will work against such a monstrous entity. Toada, frustrated, grabs him by the collar and demands that he regain his composure, though his panic persists. She sternly reminds him that they have no other choice. Soon, the rescue helicopter arrives to retrieve them. Deep within the insect nest, Jinwoo shocks everyone by reacting in time, delivering a devastating punch to the insect's abdomen and pinning it against the cavern wall. Despite having been poisoned earlier, Mr. Troy watches in astonishment and asks how Jinwoo is even able to move. Beak, unfazed, simply states that nothing surprises him when it comes to Jinwoo anymore. Jinwoo suspects the creature has been holding back, likely due to a hidden trump card. Meanwhile, his detoxification ability sustains his body, and his heightened senses allow him to detect his foe's nervous energy. As he glances at Char, he realizes her condition is worsening. An urgency grips him. He must reach her soon. With this determination fueling him, he launches into a fierce kick at his opponent. The creature swiftly evaded the attack, realizing its venom had no effect. Undeterred, it tapped into an unknown source of energy, amplifying its own strength. However, this sudden boost did not faze Jinwoo. He unsheathed his twin demonic daggers, and the battle erupted into an intense spectacle, more brutal than anything before. Both combatants pushed themselves to the brink, each desperate to claim victory. Jinwoo's focus was unwavering. He had to reach Char quickly, while the monstrous insect fought to prove itself superior to humanity's so-called king. Breaking all expectations, the creature summoned spears of ice from the ground, launching them like deadly missiles. Jinwoo dodged with precision, but the impact against the ceiling caused part of the structure to collapse, heightening the battlefield's peril. The insect soon realized that Jinwoo's speed matched its own, yet what unsettled it more was that Jinwoo seemed to grow faster with each moment. Within the swirling clash of red and blue energy, the sheer force of their attacks left even the most seasoned hunters in awe. Among them, B, an experienced S-rank warrior, admitted he had never witnessed such an extreme encounter. Time blurred as the battle turned into a chaotic yet deadly dance. Fueled by sheer determination, Jinwoo roared, landing a devastating strike. The creature retaliated with equal speed, mirroring his aggression. Then, in a pivotal moment, Jinwoo saw razor-sharp claws hurtling toward his eyes like a set of daggers. In that instant, his ability, Fatal Strike, instinctively evolved, transforming into a more powerful skill he later named Mutilation. This newfound strength allowed him to counter with ruthless precision, his infernal blade slicing deep into the mutant insect's limbs, spilling its green blood. Seizing his advantage, Jinwoo pressed forward with relentless slashes, cutting away at his foe's body. However, the creature's resilience was formidable. It regenerated rapidly, summoning an imposing ice wall to block the onslaught. Yet, as its pride crumbled, it abandoned its stubborn defiance and fled, no longer concerned with appearing weak. Jinwoo pursued relentlessly, executing a spinning strike from above that sent his enemy crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, he unleashed Mutilation over and over again, ensuring there was nothing left of his opponent but scattered remnants. The creature, struggling to comprehend the sheer might of its adversary, muttered in disbelief, questioning the identity of the human that had bested it. In a final, desperate attempt to survive, the monster unleashed a chaotic surge of energy, its glowing red eye signaling the awakening of the entire nest. Yet Jinwoo remained unmoved. With a knowing smirk, he summoned his elite forces, unleashing them upon the remaining swarm. Among them was Tank, the indomitable leader of the Ice Bears, alongside Kazal, the formidable wyvern of Baron. Then came Fang, his weapons now wreathed in hellfire, carving through the nest's walls as if they were paper. The once arrogant insect, convinced of its own invincibility, now faced an undeniable truth: it was powerless against Jinwoo. Attempting one final escape, the creature regenerated once more and took to the skies. But Jinwoo, his cold aura pressing down like an executioner's blade, struck it down instantly, leaving it even more vulnerable. Desperate, the insect crawled away, its body shattered but its will to survive unbroken. Jinwoo, however, had no intention of allowing it another chance. With his perfected mutilation technique, he delivered the final, merciless blow, making it clear that this battle was over. As the system confirmed his victory, announcing his level up, the remaining insects, witnessing the downfall of their strongest warrior, abandoned their futile resistance. But amidst the chaos, Jinu's attention snapped back to Char. Alarm filled him as he sensed her life force dwindling. Time was running out. Mr. Troy suggested that a rescue helicopter was waiting outside, but Jinu knew there was no time to wait. Without hesitation, he administered the elixir of life, the same potion that once saved his mother from an incurable affliction. Yet, to his horror, the potion had no effect. Chara's injuries were too severe. Bracing himself for the worst, Jinu prepared to accept the painful reality. Just as he did, however, an unfamiliar presence stirred behind him. Jinwen sternly orders the reporter to shut off the camera, warning that if the footage isn't stopped immediately, he'll destroy it. The reporter quickly complies, and Fang then carefully places Buang Luo's lifeless body beside Chari. Concerned, Bake asks Jinwen what he plans to do, but there's no time for an explanation. Without hesitation, Jinwen activates his unique ability, summoning a dark force to pull Buang's essence back. Out at sea, the returning hunters from the Japanese fleet discuss their next steps aboard their ship. They mention that they've been instructed to carry out Plan Number 9. Hashino, clearly reluctant to revisit that dreadful island, grumbles about the decision, stating that those making the call never truly witnessed the terror that wiped out their forces. Ruji then adds that the new creature has already been eliminated by one of their own, confirming the latest development. Back at the ruined nest, Buang, now reanimated, begins healing Chari. The other hunters watch in awe, realizing that Jinwen's ability isn't about merely summoning creatures but rather controlling the departed. Jinwen explains that he could hear Buang's voice guiding him to use this power. As Buang restores Chari's strength, Jinwen acknowledges that even in death, Buang's kindness remains, as he acted without needing orders. Mr. Troy contemplates why Jinwen has been so secretive about his powers and concludes that the harsher the battles he faces, the more formidable he becomes. Bake, aware that Buang's healing will be a crucial advantage in Jinwen's journey, also knows that Buang never sought the path of a warrior. With a heavy heart, Bake pleads with Jinwen not to force him back into battle. In that moment, Jinwen notices Bake clinging to him just as he had after the Red Gate raid, only this time, it's not fear but a plea for mercy. Recognizing the sincerity of the request, Jinwen relents and releases the essence. As Buang's form fades away, he offers a gentle smile to Bake, moving him to tears. Meanwhile, President Maximono observes the situation with disbelief, questioning how the Korean hunters are still holding out. Ruji explains that Jinwen had joined them and eliminated the powerful new entity. Matsumoto watches, but remains perplexed as to why Jinwen is even on the island, given that he wasn't originally part of the operation. Ruji shrugs, commenting that Jinwen's immense ability simply manifested where they were needed. He also wonders how Jinwen managed to take down such a monstrous foe so effortlessly, especially since they lost 7 skilled hunters in the battle. Ruji even raises concerns about continuing with Plan Number 9, arguing that further casualties could leave their own homeland vulnerable and destabilize global power dynamics. Unwilling to risk this, Matsumoto reluctantly orders a withdrawal. Shortly after, chaos erupts. Without their leader, the remaining creatures begin rampaging, launching a frenzied assault on the ships circling the island and advancing toward the mainland. The hunters aboard the vessels struggle to hold them back, baffled as to why the creatures persist in their attack now that their queen has fallen. They realize that the swarm has become unhinged without its central force, and they work desperately to slow the onslaught. At the same time, the elite hunters scramble into a waiting helicopter, their expressions grim as they realize the situation is spiraling out of control. They warn that unless they leave immediately, they might be trapped with no way out. Mr. Choi gives the order to take off, though one of the hunters hesitates, expressing concern for Jinwen. Mr. Choi, however, reassures him that Jinwen is staying behind to deal with the remaining threats, including any eggs still left to hatch, and that in their current condition, none of them could provide any meaningful assistance. Meanwhile, within the nest, Fang is seen destroying the eggs, while Jin Woo gains valuable experience from the intense battle. Wielding the Demon Monarch's long sword, he unleashes a powerful lightning-infused strike that wipes out countless enemies in an instant. Impressed by the weapon's immense power, he entrusts the remaining cleanup to his shadow soldiers. As the battle intensifies, Jin Woo's relentless fighting pushes him to level 100. After the skirmish, Jin Woo approaches the lifeless body of the An King, which still emanates an overwhelming presence even in death. Determined to claim its strength, he initiates an extraction, only to find himself momentarily engulfed in an eerie void, uncertain whether the process had succeeded. However, he soon returns to reality, witnessing the Ant King's shadow materializing in a striking display. Jin Woo proceeds to extract the shadows of the remaining ants when, unexpectedly, the Ant King's shadow speaks, requesting a name. Startled, Jin Woo wonders why this particular shadow can communicate when the others remain silent. He quickly realizes it holds a special rank as a general, his first encounter with a shadow of this caliber. Curious, he asks if it wishes to follow him, fully aware that he was responsible for its previous downfall. The shadow, instead of showing resentment, declares that it was reborn through the power of its king and now feels nothing but loyalty. Moved by this, Jin Woo names it Baru and continues extracting spirits from the other fallen enemies. Meanwhile, on the mainland, a portion of the ants manage to break through the defensive perimeter at sea. The station hunters immediately respond, refusing to allow the swarm to overrun the coast. A fierce battle ensues as they cut down ant after ant, but the overwhelming numbers persist. Back at the nest, Jinwoo observes the struggle and is informed by Baru that nearly 4,000 ants have gone rogue. Alarmed by the sheer number, Jinwoo commands Baru to thin their ranks before heading out to assist personally. On the mainland, Song Shell and his fellow hunters are locked in combat when an ant unexpectedly lunges at him. In an instant, Baru intervenes, swiftly eliminating the threat. Song Shell, confused, notices a streak of blue light cutting through the enemies with astonishing ease. Meanwhile, aboard a chopper, Mr. Troy and his crew find themselves under siege by swarming ants. Despite a protective barrier conjured by one of the hunters, both Lim and Mr. Choi struggle to fend off the relentless attackers. As the barrier finally collapses, the ants surge forward. In response, Jinwoo, riding his dragon, brandishes his sword and carves through the onslaught. His decisive action turns the tide, bringing much-needed relief to the crew. With the situation now under control, Jinwoo concludes that they have secured a clear path for retreat. After an intense battle, the elite hunters successfully contained most of the escaping creatures, preventing a potential catastrophe. Reports confirm the return of the top-ranked hunters, though Cha had to be taken to the hospital in critical condition after collapsing into a coma. Gun reflects on the heavy toll of the fight but finds relief in knowing they neutralized a threat that could have spread far beyond the island. With this, the fourth expedition to Jew Island comes to a close, though remnants of the swarm are seen heading toward Japan. Out at sea, several ships remain on high alert as the airborne creatures approach. When they draw near, the crew readies for combat. One figure aboard calls on the spellcasters to prepare, but the captain signals them to hold back. Apparently, their strongest fighter still wishes to test his strength. True to his reputation, he steps forward, twin blades in hand, cutting down the incoming threats in a single, sweeping motion. As the dust settles, he quietly acknowledges that he would have preferred a challenge against the true leader of the swarm rather than its lesser minions. In the days following the Jew Island operation, a monument is erected to honor those who perished. Crowds gather to pay their respects, and media outlets capture footage of Jinwoo standing in silence before the memorial. Many credit him with a pivotal role in the mission's success, with some arguing that without his involvement, the situation could have ended in tragedy. However, debates arise over whether an earlier intervention could have minimized casualties. Bak reassures Jinwoo that such concerns should not weigh on him, reminding him that in the end, he was the one who brought the crisis to an end. As the ceremonies conclude, Jinwoo notices Gunny preparing to leave. The two step aside for a private conversation. Gunny expresses gratitude for Jinwoo's decisive actions, while Jinwoo humbly notes that the outcome might have been different had he been involved from the outset. Gunny dismisses his worries, emphasizing that thanks to his arrival, not only were 5 top-tier hunters rescued, but countless lives were spared as well. He vows that this debt will be repaid one day. Jinwoo listens silently as Gunny questions his future plans, remarking that after this battle, the world will no longer ignore his strength. Many will seek him out, and even the governing association will be forced to acknowledge him. With a quiet but firm resolve, Jinwoo reveals his next step, forming a guild of his own. Meanwhile, at the remnants of the battlefield, the Knights Guild is tasked with clearing out what remains of the ant nest. Some grumble about missing the memorial service, but Mr. Park reminds them that every role is important and that true strength lies in fulfilling one's duty without complaint. He effortlessly eliminates a lingering creature, earning nods of approval from his comrades. Just as they continue their work, an unexpected figure appears in a restricted zone. Assuming it to be human, the Knights demand answers, but the being seems just as confused by their presence. Before they can react, an older entity emerges from the shadows and, without hesitation, puts them into a deep sleep. The elder figure turns to his companion, confirming whether their objective has been met. The younger one affirms, stating that the display of strength they witnessed is indeed his. The creatures are puzzled by the being's decision to aid the humans, but ultimately dismiss it as mere eccentricity. The older entity even remarks that if they cross paths again, they should simply ask him themselves. Their task completed, the elder opens a portal and declares that the area is now under their watch, ensuring the hunt proceeds as planned. Shortly after, the younger one also opens a portal, complaining about the unpleasant atmosphere and noting that someone he knows would be displeased if she saw it. With that, he departs. Meanwhile, a distant observer watches the unfolding events, while elsewhere, Jin finds himself caught in traffic. During a call with Leo, he shares the news that he has gained approval to establish his own guild. Overjoyed, Leo immediately declares that he will begin searching for an office, and Sonny eagerly expresses her desire to join, confident in her abilities. The conversation soon devolves into playful arguing over who gets to speak with Jin, prompting him to abruptly end the call. Just then, he receives another call, this time from Gunny, who informs him that the heavy congestion ahead is due to the sudden emergence of a portal on the highway. It's classified as a B-rank gate, and with other hunters still en route, Gunny advises patience. However, unwilling to waste time, Jin decides to handle the situation himself. As he approaches, the gate's attendant warns him of the risks, but he remains resolute, stepping inside alone. To the attendant's shock, the portal abruptly changes, signaling danger. Within the gate, Jin is momentarily caught off guard, thinking that he should have warned his mother about the delay. However, he quickly dismisses the thought, confident that this won't take long. Summoning his shadow warriors, he bolsters their strength with his unique abilities. Far away from the escalating chaos, CH gazes at the ocean, confiding in Mr. Chu that this experience has made her aware of her own shortcomings. She reflects on how, during a past crisis, she could only wait to be saved, whereas Jin stood strong. Resolute, she vows to grow stronger so that one day, she can fight by his side rather than remain a spectator. Back at the battlefield, Jin's summoned warriors mercilessly tear through the opposing creatures, eliminating them with ease. As the last foe falls, Jin pauses, already contemplating his next move.